The recording has begun.
All right. Good morning, Chuck. I don't think I said good morning. I came in here like a tornado, so sorry. I hadn't had my. Yes, I know. Even out in Culpeper, they had closed. I mean, oh.
Yeah. Keep that going.
Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our special meeting here. I would like to officially call this meeting to order at 8 a.m. Madam Town Clerk, could you please do a roll call?
Councilman Gutenberg,
Here.
Councilman McCormick,
Here.
Councilman Sampson,
Here.
Councilman Johnson,
Here.
Mayor James.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And if we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you have all had a moment to look at the agenda, I will entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Well, good morning and welcome. I want to begin first by thanking everyone who is joining us here and then maybe online. We appreciate your interest in how the town conducts its business and how public funds are invested in the services that support our community. The annual budget is one of the most important responsibilities of local government. It reflects our priorities, supports the services residents rely on every day, and guides how we manage the resources entrusted to us by the community. Today's meeting is part of our all-day budget review where department heads will present their proposed budget. I also want to recognize the amount of work that went into preparing these budgets. Our town manager and his leadership team have dedicated significant time to reviewing needs, planning for the future, and identifying how to best deliver services to our residents. So thank you so much for that. I greatly appreciate the time and effort that you have devoted in bringing us a balanced budget for our review. Before we officially begin this budget retreat, I want to briefly set expectations for today's meetings. Our department heads are here to present their budget requests and provide information to assist the council in its review. I ask that all questions remain respectful and focused on the budget and the services being discussed. As chairman of the board, I will preside over today's meeting. During my brief absence to attend a ribbon cutting, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson will assume the chair. We will conduct the meeting in accordance with the rules of procedure adopted by the council. If discussion begins to move away from the matter before the council or becomes unproductive, the chair will step in and redirect the conversation so the meeting remains professional and focused on the work at hand. Our goal today is to work together as a council alongside our staff to carefully review the proposed budget and continue building a strong and well-run community. With that, Mr. Stevens, we will begin the budget presentation.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I'm Chuck Stevens, Town Manager. And I think you're all aware today we're going to talk about the proposed FY27 budget. Last Tuesday, I gave you the high-level overview, but this morning we're going to start with The general fund, we're going to talk about the fees, the tax rate assumptions, and give you a brief summary of the general fund. After that, we're going to go straight into the department head presentations, and we'll go, Michelle is actually going to lead this off. On your schedule, it only lists administration and community promotions, but she's actually got 4 because she's also going to cover IT and general services. Thank you, Michelle. So, because they don't actually have a department head, and so Michelle leads up those efforts on behalf of the town. So she's going to give that presentation to you this morning. So if you will turn, okay, actually, before I do that, so you have your budget books in front of you. So brief orientation here, and as we go through the budget today, you're going to get very, very good at this. But just to orient you on the budget and where I want to ask you to focus your attention is, so the books are all tabbed out by department. It should be relatively clear and easy for you to find. If we're going to have, say, Public Works coming in, turn to the Public Works admin tab, and we'll start there. Everything is also paginated, so the general fund summary is on page 21. So I may also say turn to page 21 in your books, and you can find that. Some of the pages aren't paginated. Those department head presentations we inserted after, so they don't have page numbers on it. So you might have to look behind that to find the page number. When we're going through the summary, so if you'll turn to page 21 now, and we'll get to the general fund budget report, the summary. Today, I really want you to focus on the right-hand side of your page and those last 3 or 4 columns, depending on your comfort level. Because what I really want to do is have you focus on those columns, and starting the 4th column in from the right, exactly in the middle of that spreadsheet, it says parent budget. That's the FY26 adopted budget. That's the budget that we are currently implementing and spending against right now. The column immediately to the right says comparison 1 budget. That's the FY27 proposed. That's the budget that you have before you in your budget books. That's the request. That's the draft that's in front of you. And then those next 2 columns are really where I believe you'll want to spend a lot of your time today. That's the comparison between the FY26 adopted and what's being requested in the 27 proposed budget, the one that's in front of you today, the one that we're talking about. And so you can see if it's an increase, that'll be reflected as a number. If it's a decrease, that'll be a number in parentheses. Okay, so that means that it was a step down from the 26 budget. And then the final column to the right, I would caution you to be wary of percentages because they can be misleading, but we give you the percentage change in the budget. And the reason why I say that is, for example, if we have a line item and it was $500 and the proposed increase is to move that to $1,000, well, that would be a 100% increase. And so you might see a percentage change that's a really big number that might get your attention. I would ask you to look at the dollar amount. The last thing that I'm going to put out there for your consideration, and you can act upon it or not, but I think it will help move the conversation along. This is a $22 million operating budget for the town. I would suggest that if the line item increase is $5,000 or less, we probably don't need to be talking about it. I would have a hard time arguing that that's a policy or strategic direction needs to be given on a line item change. I mean, that's literally 0.0001% of this budget. So that's for you. Obviously, the point of today is to answer your questions and make sure that you're comfortable in understanding what is in the budget that you are ultimately going to adopt. So that's a guideline. It's not a hard rule. There's always exceptions to rules, but I tend to find that that'll help us get out of the weeds if we can just kind of keep that threshold in the back of our minds. Okay, with that, I already gave you the high-level overview last Tuesday, but just to recap it, and then I'll ask Karina to get into a little bit of detail as desired by the council through your questions to talk about where the revenues are coming from. But as I've already said, this general fund budget comes in at just over $22 million, which is a slight increase from last year. If you look at that. And using the columns that we talked about, you can see top half of that page is revenues, and you can see that it's about a $3.6 million increase overall. And then maybe this is a good spot, Karina. Do you want to talk about the revenues and where those are being sourced from in this budget?
Yes, I can. So
And are you muted? There you go.
our real property tax, we get a report from the state that gives us an assessment and the anticipated tax that will be collected from that assessment. They also include permits that have been issued. So the assessment was just over 2 billion for property assessments. And we had some applications that have not issued a permit, so we increased it by 186,000 to account for those that the state wouldn't have that information. So the real property tax is budgeted to be $7,385,077. The income tax revenue, I get a report from the state that gives me like 20 years of history. They also give me the estimates for FY26 collections. So I used that number of the FY26 estimated collections plus a 3.55% increase, which is the average wage growth in private industry over the last 4 quarters. And that's according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. In addition, I add the average of late and delinquent taxes. The only thing I do not include in that is the fiduciary income taxes, only because it is so unpredictable, so I don't include it in there. The real property tax is estimated to be 2.43 million. There's also investment revenues in here. Those I calculated anticipating on our investment rate going down. I did 2.7% for the first half of the fiscal year and 2% for the second half of the fiscal year, less funds that are going to be used for capital. And the investment earnings are budgeted at 545,000 for this year. There has been some changes in the way we're collecting fees for planning and inspection services. We are going, do you want me to hold off on that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. We are going to.
This means that I'm trying to, remember that was our code for yesterday? No, sorry, no, go ahead.
So the planning inspections, we have always billed and collected the revenue for that, and then it would go to our contractor who did the service and they would bill us. We're now cutting that out. We're going to have the residents and developer work with the contractor, get the inspections that are needed. They are billed by the contractor. We are not collecting the revenue. We are not paying the bill. So that process has changed. So you'll see a decrease in the revenue and the expense on both sides.
And let me put a spotlight on that real quick. So we're doing that for a number of reasons. Primary of which I think is by being a pass-through, we're subject to accuracy in our audit for that. And so it doesn't make any sense. We're just a middleman in that process. And we take the risk of missing a number or a digit or transposing a number. And then all of a sudden we get a hit on our audit. And all we're doing is collecting money and giving it off to plan check. So it makes a lot of sense. And we think it's going to streamline the process as well. So those are the two primary reasons, efficiency and reducing our audit risk exposure.
And it artificially shows a revenue and expense that's really not happening.
Yeah.
So, the other town fees have increased 4%, and that was mainly because salaries increased 3.7. So I round up to 4%, and there's not that many. Most of them are planning, which part of the change was applying an application fee, which we took all of the planning's total cost salaries and applied 1 hour for residential, 2 hours for commercial, because based on planning, that's how long it takes them to process everything. We've also added a 3% convenience fee for electronic payments. That's for credit cards, debit cards, PayPal, Apple Pay, and Google Pay. We are on the 24th, you will see we are changing our payment platform for Invoice Cloud, which you guys will be able to vote on. And basically that's going to be able to collect payments, not just for utility bills, but also for miscellaneous AR payments like personal property tax. It also allows residents to pay either by the 4 or 5 items that I mentioned, but also ACH, auto payment, auto reoccurring payments. So we are adding a fee of 3% to cover that cost, which the town previously subsidized, which changed in FY22 during the COVID times.
Karina, can I expand upon that? So a couple of things. So Invoice Cloud is who we're going to propose to you on the 24th. You're going to see that a week from today on your agenda. It's also going to help us better manage monthly payments, right? If residents want to pay their utility bills monthly. Right now, it's a very cumbersome, clunky, staff-intensive process. If we want to accept monthly payments, this is going to streamline that for us. But let me be clear, that doesn't mean that we're doing monthly utility billing. Okay, we're not sending the teams out to read meters every month. We just can't do that. Okay, so we're still going to read meters, the ones that aren't reporting quarterly, but this will be better. And when we get this online, we'll be able to advertise that and let all of our residents know that they can pay monthly, and it'll be very, very streamlined. I had a second point to that. What was it?
We're
Oh,
also going
geez.
to promote online billing.
It's going to capture, it's going to force capture contact information. So if you remember in the fall, when I talked about needing to get out and replace these meters that are not reporting, our biggest challenge is that we don't have a list of phone numbers or emails for our utility customers. I mean, how many of you have internet at home? I guarantee your internet service provider has a way to reach out to you, right? We don't have that. And so this will be good because a lot of people want to pay online. This will force capture an email address and a phone number that then we can collect and then build that repository. So we're really happy about that. The last thing that I wanted to mention is the 3% convenience fee is that. It's a convenience fee, okay? If a resident does not want to pay that, we still provide an electronic means of payment so they don't have to write a hard check and come in here. There is still a method. Is it ACH?
ACH or e-check.
Okay, e-checks or ACH, they can still, from the convenience of their phone or their home, pay electronically without coming into town hall. Okay, it's only if you use a credit card that they'll be charged the fee. And frankly, that's a fee that the vendor is charging that the town was subsidizing that we are proposing we stop subsidizing in this budget. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Sanitation, sewer, and water fees are proposed to increase at 4%, and that's based on the Baker Tilly utility rate study. Stormwater does not have a proposed increase. In the fee schedule that you guys just received, the updated, you'll see some highlighted lines. Those are additional fees. One is for a $25 water sewer final reading request. After talking with our billing coordinator, it's a lot of work for us to get the request from the title company. Then we've got to contact Public Works. Then we've got to prorate it. Then we've got to send it to the title company. If they don't settle at the time that they said, then we got to recalculate it. So this fee is to cover that additional time that they're spending on calculating those final bills. Also, the county also has that fee. So we're trying to be in the same level as the county on charging the fees. The major facility fees have updated. Unfortunately, when that fee schedule was put out, I had not completed the worksheet, and so I couldn't put that in. I've since completed the worksheet, so those have updated.
And you have, that's what we handed out to you this morning. So you have those now in your possession.
And then lastly, there's just a wording change, a water reconnect fee, which we've always had. I also added disconnect fees because now sometimes we're getting calls to request a disconnect, and that takes time for staff to do that.
Okay. And I think we're probably right at about halftime. So staff probably needs to open this up for questions and comments because today really is about the electeds. We want to try and limit our speaking role and then be responsive to your concerns. So maybe we'll pause here and open it up. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. Real quick, Karina, can you talk about the business personal property tax and how the town calculate that?
All right, so it's 75 cents per 100 assessed value. And that has been in place for very long before I was here. And we basically get a report from the state that tells us what the assessed value of the personal property tax, which is what the business owner files with the state, their year end, their annual return and their property tax return. And we bill based on that report.
All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, I'll open up for Gutenberg.
Yeah, just following on with that, and that's the assess for commercial real estate. That's the assessed value of the property and the contents essentially, or is it
Oh, no, just the content.
just the contents?
Yes, it's the business personal property tax, vehicles, equipment, computers, whatever they have. And
Okay.
it's tiered, so it's only for 5 years. So as it depreciates, that goes down. As they get new equipment, then it changes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just super high level. So I've heard a couple of the finance committee meetings. You've talked about this before at public meetings as well. Did you look back at 2008, 2009 by any chance? I understand that economic conditions change. Sounds like you looked at, especially for the investment portion, a decrease to 2.7%, 2%. Are we confident that that's going to be a number that we land around? Is it kind of best estimate? Do we look at 08 to kind of?
It depends. I mean,
Okay,
we have been over the last 3-4 years, we have earned, our investment incomes have been historically high. We have
Correct.
never
seen
and
it that
there's
high,
two
right?
things, Is the interest rates really high?
Sure.
And we have a large fund balance.
Sure. Okay, so that makes sense. Second question for you. When I look at this local tax revenue and I understand how it's all brought together, is there a concern if, again, like we obviously saw a federal change, a lot of our folks work for the federal government or agencies that are contracted by them. Is there a concern that we may not have the same tax base in terms of numbers if folks start to leave La Plata or Charles County as a whole?
I mean, it could.
Yeah.
It's hard to predict.
Yep.
I do it based on what the state gives me. We get a 2.6% of the income
Yep.
tax filed by the residents. And then I use the average collections.
Makes sense. No, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Alderman Sampson? No question. Chuck.
Okay, and then quickly, just want to hit on expenditures. And if you were staying on page 21 of your budget books, if you look, salaries, wages, and benefits, like any organization of our size, are going to make up the bulk of our expenditures, and that's true here, and you see that reflected. The increases you see are reflective of the market rate increase that we're going to propose to you, and I believe we talk about that after our break this morning. At some point, workforce compensation after lunch. So we'll talk about that in detail and what we're proposing. And then after that, Karina, do you want to talk about highlights from the rest of expenditures, or do we just want to open it straight up to questions? Because expenditures, we're going to go department by
Yeah.
department. So,
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, really, the only one I could talk to is finance.
Okay.
Everybody else has to justify.
Okay. All right. And capital, of course, we break out. So between capital and personnel and wages, benefits, those things, that's the bulk of the expenditures in this budget for the general fund. So, any other questions on the overview, kind of easing into the conversation this morning? Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll turn it over to Michelle.
McCormick?
No, thank you. Super high level. Sorry, I thought we were only talking revenue there. So just a quick question on the expense, salary and wages. I don't want to look at the percentages like you talked about. But pretty, looks like rough math, 600K, call it 11% increase year over year. I understand that there's going to be some new headcount that's proposed. I also saw something in there. I just want to make sure I got this right, that there is an expected increase for salary and wages. And I know we talked about it being potentially COLA or something else. Can you just refresh my memory? What were we calling that again?
Sure, it's a market increase,
Thank you. Okay, so it's a market increase. and
Market
it's
increase.
Roughly, do we know the percent by any chance?
3.7.
So I did have that right. Okay, so 3.6 market increase,
7.
salary across the board, right? So
Correct.
every department's getting the same thing.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Take us, George.
Okay. All right, Michelle, are you ready? Okay. If you want to get teed up, I'll find the page where you want to start, Edmund.
Yes.
So we're going to turn to page 22. in the budgets. You got only the next tab, we try to synchronize it. We wait.
Okay. Before we get into the details there, I'm going to just. Good morning. Mayor and Town Council. First, thank you for the strategic forward-looking vision in shaping this FY27 budget. It's been very helpful. Grateful to be part of such a collaborative team in putting the budget together with the steady direction of our town manager and treasurer. Our goal has always been to create a budget that truly reflects our shared commitments to the town's priorities and long-term success. This document is the result of careful planning, and as recently as yesterday, we were making final tweaks and adjustments to ensure it aligns with your direction that you've been giving us all along. Since you've already received the executive summary, I'll just highlight just a few key areas and then we can go through it, questions individually. Under the administration, the budget remains fiscally neutral, sustaining the core functions that support effective governance, compliance, and oversight without expanding any programs at this time. General services, we're maintaining consistent service levels, ensuring reliable communications, public information, and support for all town operations. IT department, this is the one I'm most excited about. Since I am not an IT person, we continue to take a professional data-driven approach, building on last year's progress in staffing and infrastructure while keeping our systems secure and resilient and efficient. And special events, we continue to support programs that bring our community together. Signature events will be maintained, but as you will see, rising costs are needing to be accommodated for, and overall quality and engagement are enhanced. So with that, if we want to start with the administration part.
So council, at the top of each department, detail accounting that you have in front of you, it's always going to start with salary and fringe benefits. Because we break that out in a standalone session, we have a whole hour dedicated to talk salary and benefits later. Just skip those when we get through the department details. So those first two lines, if you're on page 22, those first two lines there where it talks about a decrease of $98,000, and then the second line says it's a decrease of $1,700, just skip right over those. And then you can see in this, there's a reason why we started with these. Again, it was to orient you to the spreadsheets. Go ahead,
Can
Corinna.
I just point out one thing with this department is anomaly for the salary and wages. It was because of that 1% bonus was budgeted here.
Mm.
That's the reason for that decrease.
Oh, gotcha.
That's
Yeah.
different.
Yep. So as we go down it, then you'll see this budget, and there was a reason why we started with these first, not only because Michelle was here and has all the institutional knowledge and we could easily walk through it and probably stay on time. But these are really easy. There's not a lot of changes in any of these four departments that we're about to talk through. So if you look at it, contracted services is showing a moderate increase of about $3,200. Supplies and materials, we're proposing a decrease of $1,000. No other changes. The total change bottom line for the department is a net decrease of about $100,000, $98,000. And the reason for that is exactly what the treasurer just told you was last year, this council directed that one-time bonus. And so that's not being applied in this budget. That's the decrease that you're seeing in admin. Does that make sense?
Any
how we walk
questions
through
from
it?
council? No, all right.
Okay. Where do you want to go next?
IT, page 25.
Right.
Okay. All right, so on this one, you can see that there are some significant changes here, and I don't remember which meeting it was not too long ago. Councilor Gutenberg and I had a brief exchange, and I said you're going to see some dramatic changes in IT. We have a dedicated IT professional now on staff, a systems administrator, Stephen Johnson. I believe you all may have had a chance to meet him. If not, we'll make sure that happens. And we sat down, Michelle, Stephen, Karina, myself, and Data Prize, which is our managed service provider. And we really looked at the network because the network, by and large, hasn't had a comprehensive review of our assets, our tech refresh plan or cycle. And so what you're seeing reflected here in the IT budget is the beginning of trying to get this organization on a structured tech refresh, not only for end user devices like laptops and phones and monitors and cameras and things of that nature, but also the back-end networking equipment. And that's our servers, that's our routers, our switches, and our hubs. And so what you see here is the beginning of that. So we've got contracted services reflecting an increase of $50,000. We've got supplies and materials, and and do you have the detail breakout for these? Because I'm sure the question's going to come up. So okay. Supplies and materials of an increase of just under 100,000. And then of course the capital, that's the big one. This is where we're going to plan to do some tech refresh and buy some of that back end networking infrastructure at $130,000. Can you just give wave tops then of the details of what we're?
Okay, so the managed service provider, that went up approximately 12,000. The 7,500 under contracted services is the web hosting for Civic Plus is put in there. The 95,000 under computer hardware, as Chuck said, the end user devices, we're going to try and refresh 35 to 40% of the devices moving forward. A lot of our devices are 7 years plus older. And we have a lot of license and user fees. And they continue to go up as we add staff.
Well, and they continue to go up year over year. So we have Office 365 licenses, those costs go up annually. So our prices go up annually. Michelle mentioned we're going to try and replace up to 40 end user devices this year. We think we have about 110 or so end user devices throughout the organization. 40 is a little bit more than 25%. Ideally, we want to get on a 25% tech refresh annually. So every 4 years, every device is being updated. The average life expectancy of like a laptop or something like that, like what Martha has in front of her, is probably in that 4 to 5 year range. So we don't want things to break. We want to get them right at the end of their life and try and get that sweet spot. Because the town hasn't had a systematic policy around this, I'm trying to take a big bite of the apple this year and then get on to once every 4 years, everything gets refreshed consistently. So some big muscle movements in IT. Any additional questions or detail we need to provide for you? And did you pull up the detailed notes page? Okay, thank you.
Question about, not about the budget, but about the process. So I know the IT is new. We're building out the capital program for the whole budget, or maybe next year. Are we able to get an appendix to see like capital expenditures projected by year over year, or is that too fresh for IT?
So let me make sure I understand the question. Are you asking for like the 5-year CIP?
Yep, that apply to each department, not just like, major infrastructure improvements.
Okay, the CIP usually reflects the major infrastructure improvements. So if you want the capital, the answer is yes, we can give you anything you want. So the answer is yes. Let me just think about how we want to do this. So you want to see like the itemized detail of what's being refreshed in the IT department? No.
No, projected infrastructure or capital outlay expenses year over year.
Okay. So this year it's 130 in capital. So next year, what would I project? Yes, we can do that. We can do like a 3 to 5 year look into the future that says it was 130 in 27, and then next year it'll probably be less because I'm taking a big bite of the apple this year. So is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, like a projected cost.
Okay.
Capital
Yep. Absolutely. We'll do it. We'll package it for you. We'll get it before we adopt on May 12th.
Councilman Goodberg.
Yeah, just to help sharpen my my understanding. So in the IT budget, general end user devices, right? Those 110 devices. I get it that's here in this part of this budget, but there's also other IT costs in the enterprise fund. The enterprise fund for instance, the servers in the sewage treatment plant, right? Or that software, or the GIS equipment. And those are in that part of the budget, and they are part of the self-funding piece of the of that service. These IT assets, though, if there's a laptop or just a desktop IT device in those sections, those are in this part of the budget. Those aren't picked.
Well,
there.
I'll ask Karina to weigh in with the detailed response here. But so what you're getting at is going to be something we're going to probably talk about a lot today, and that's the internal cost allocation. So for internal services, finance, HR, IT, right? General administration, even my time, okay? What we need to do as a town is we need to allocate all of those expenses and figure out the internal cost allocation and charge the enterprise funds for all of that. So if the enterprise fund has or receives IT support or HR support or finance support, the enterprise fund needs to pay its fair share. The easiest way to think about that is think of the enterprise fund as its own business, and they are buying that service from the town of La Plata, and we need to charge them for that. Okay, and we do that, and that is absolutely common practice. That's probably a GFOA best practice. It is absolutely the way to do it because we need to make sure that the enterprise funds are collecting enough to cover their expenses. Remember, they're supposed to be their own business entity.
Right.
So you want to chime in?
Yes, so we do have, so I list all departments and sometimes even break it out like I may not charge all finance charges, but I 100% for the billing coordinator. 75% for the lead cashier because most of the payments that are coming in are utility. A portion of the finance system because we're managing the enterprise fund. So we do, and there is a line item that's in the code 59, which is a transfer from the enterprise fund to the general fund, and it's a revenue to the general fund and an expense to the enterprise fund, and that includes IT. So there's all those
Oh,
departments.
it does include IT?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's helpful.
And then just to follow this thread, I think in that same conversation that we talked about this when you were on the dais, and I said, someday we're going to get to vehicles. Okay, because we need to do the same thing with vehicles where the enterprise funds are buying a vehicle and they're paying rent, like leasing the vehicle from the town, so that we're paying back into a different fund so that when we have to buy a new vehicle, we've got the money there. Right. But we're charging the enterprise fund because that's where the cost needs to be captured.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions for IT from council? Councilman Sampson?
Yeah, I know you said to skip the salary, wages, and fringe benefits,
Mhm.
but I do have one question that I think would be appropriate at this part.
Sure.
And it's just more of a curiosity. Why is the health insurance zeroed out going from 26 to 27?
Well, it's not zeroed out, it just went down, and that's because when we budgeted for that position, I budgeted as the family plan because we had nobody in there. And now that we have somebody here, I'm budgeting based on the selection that they've chosen. So that's why it's decreasing.
Okay.
So that's really important because that is a budgeting philosophy, I think, that I totally support, that Karina already does, that I am absolutely supportive of. So when we budget the personnel and this council approves the personnel structure, we budget very, very conservatively. So do you want to talk about like we budget at midpoint with the worst case scenario for benefits, right?
Yeah, so if the position's vacant when we prepare the budget, I'm going to assume that they have family because I have no idea what they're going to choose. But once we have the position filled, I know what their elections are. So I budget based on their election. It's the same thing with salaries. When we have a vacant position, I'm going to budget the maximum we would pay, which is 15% above the minimum. So I budget for that because I have no idea what the experience level, what it's going to be when we hire somebody.
Good, Councilman Sampson? Councilman McCoy?
Good. Thank you.
Okay,
You
then
good?
I,
All right, perfect.
then I think we're moving on to what's next? General services,
General services.
Should be
Page
paid-
28.
28.
It's page
28.
Right.
Okay. So I'm flipping over there. So this consists of wireless watchdogs, and they're the company that manages our cell phones.
Ah.
Town cleanup and shredding. Okay, this is, I'm gonna let Chuck speak to this one. It's the,
Oh, okay, this is my Operation Clean Sweep. Okay. So I think are we talking contracted services under general services?
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you can see it's, we're asking for $167,000 in this budget, and it's a $10,000 line item increase over the prior year. So I'm just going to be forthright with the council and candid, and I think you have come to expect that from me. So in my tour of town facilities, Um, I haven't been pleased with the state of police for some of our facilities. And so I think there's a lot of work needs to be done down at the Public Works lot. And I'm talking just general cleanup, organization, inventory management, et cetera. And then also the 402 Potomac, the old Public Works warehouse, is really in a bad state of repair. It has become a bit of a catch-all storage place for the town. And like anything, if you had an old shed that you never went into in your backyard, you would, if you went in there after a year, you'd be surprised at what you'd find in it, right? Well, that's kind of what that warehouse has become for the town. And I'm just not pleased with it at all. And I'm not pleased with just the general cleanliness of some of the town properties, the weeds, the overgrowth. Again, speaking about those 3 lots, contiguous lots over in Dorchester. And then the 3rd floor of this building is also just become kind of a bit of a repository of nobody goes up there. So we just kind of put things up there. So I guess it was about a month and a half, 2 months ago. I told the leadership team that this year, starting spring of 26 and through the summer and fall of 27 and getting some money in the budget, we're going to do a hard cleanup of town properties. Okay. Because it's the right thing to do. And frankly, I said that I would be embarrassed to have council come visit some of our spaces. I would be embarrassed if we had a local newspaper that came and wanted to photograph some of our spaces, if that were on the front page of the paper. And so we're asking for some money to get out there and do the work that we need to do. So it's just one of those things. I think it's when you come in with a fresh set of eyes, sometimes you can see these things. When you come to work every day, you don't necessarily see them. Having a fresh set of eyes in Wilson down at Public Works, I think now is the right time to take on this initiative and really just tidy up some of our properties. So I called it Operation Clean Sweep because I never got to name an actual operation when I was a Marine. And so I get to name this one, and that's what we're going to do. So we've asked for a little bit of money in that to handle that.
So I just want to point out, this only has 25,000. There's also amount budgeted under facilities to take care of facilities. This is things that wouldn't fit under the facilities for the
Correct.
clean sweep. So you'll see it in 2 places.
Any questions from council? All right, very well.
And then I think our last one, we should have saved a lot of time for this.
Page 34.
Councilman Johnson had some questions earlier in the week. So just to answer some of these increases that you're seeing. We're having a significant amount of increases in service costs from our vendors and contractors. We're proposing to schedule 5 new events, not large events, but they do cost a little bit of money. Maryland 250, we're going to be doing some additions to our current schedule, adding some things to honor the Maryland 250. And a big one in here was a proposed ice rink for the holiday season. So that is a good portion of that increase.
And I apologize, Michelle, where exactly are we seeing that? We're on page 34,
Page
correct?
34.
Thank you.
Other contracted services.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no other.
Did that
no
cover?
further
Okay.
questions. Yep. Any questions from council for Special Events Committee promotion? Very well, moving on.
Okay, so awesome job, council. We got to the first 4 kind of low-hanging fruit departments and we stayed on time, and that's great. I think we should have,
Very early.
yeah, we should have legislative, I believe, is next, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
9 o'clock.
Oh, at 9:50. Okay, we're ahead of schedule. Great. Okay. So if we're ahead of schedule, that's wonderful. Yeah. I asked people to come early. And Kelly, if you would introduce yourself, please, and then brief the council. So what we have planned for you today is when department heads come in, I'm going to ask them to come in. I'm going to ask them to take the first 5 or 10 minutes. I've asked them to keep it to 10 minutes or less and talk to you about their departments, what they do. basically that presentation, that brief that was in your packet, I want them to either read that to you or talk through it, just so that you can have some interaction with the department head and understand what it is that they do and what's important to them as they look at the new year. So Kelly, would you go ahead and kick us off, please?
Good morning, Town Council. This is an odd place for me to be. For the sake of the public record, I am Kelly Phipps, and it is my privilege to serve the town as the Director of Department of Legislative Services. You have in your binders a detailed description of the activities of Legislative Services and the approximate cost associated with performing those duties. I will not read the entirety of that. Instead, I would like to take this opportunity to put that data in a contextual framework. The Department of Legislative Services is a small but mighty department playing a critical and unique role in the conduct of public business. With full complement of 2 full-time staff, the department supports the town council, all boards and commissions, and all town departments in various ways. Meeting agendas and minutes, memoranda, correspondence, and public notices may seem like routine and everyday tasks, but the work products delivered by Legislative Services are instruments that connect the town government and administration with the public it serves. The Maryland Open Meetings Act and the Maryland Public Information Act are our daily bread and butter, and they are served with statutory requirements outlined by the state of Maryland. Requests for support and public information arrive with unpredictable content and frequency, often without context, and inevitably with the highest urgency. Another inevitability in legislative services is this question: what do you do? This is a difficult question to answer, as not every municipality has a Department of Legislative Services. For that matter, every municipality's administrative structure is unique, depending on their particular situation and conditions. While there may be a number of similar structures and functions, the knowledge and experience acquired while serving as town clerk in one municipality may or may not apply directly in another. And while there are paths of professionalization for municipal clerks, there is no formal training path that includes ensuring statutory compliance with laws for government transparency and ethical governance, drafting ordinances and resolutions, facilitating an organization-wide website transition, troubleshooting audio and video connections, conducting elections, encouraging community engagement and environmental sustainability, converting decades-old site plans to archive-quality digital files, and managing a regionally recognized tourist attraction, community gathering space, and small business incubator under the guise of a farmer's market, for example. And yet, with only 2 staff members, Legislative Services does all that, and in the fiscal year 2027 budget, we are doing that with a smaller budget than in fiscal year 2026. And I understand even smaller because the Civic Plus was going over to IT, so that'll be coming out of that. Although there will be no website transition or elections this year, to everyone's great relief, we will instead pivot to digital accessibility compliance. As Legislative Services maintains the records archive and a great many of our work products, such as legislation, meeting minutes, and records relevant to the town's development, are in permanent retention, we find ourselves in a position to increase our accessible digital holdings and further improve our responsiveness to internal and external customers. As the town grows and evolves, the town administration and the Department of Legislative Services will necessarily evolve with it. If we are to continue to adhere to the 4 pillars of public administration, economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and social equity, we will need to align our resources to meet the public needs within that framework, even if that means eliminating or reassigning much-loved but ineffective programs or initiatives. Sometimes that is the cost of growth and professionalism. Under our town manager's leadership and mentorship, however, I feel confident that our organization will achieve and maintain a healthy balance of small town living and responsible stewardship of our taxpayers' dollars. So I really wanted to have a walk-up song when I came up for that, but
It's not too late.
Well, what had it been?
It's not too late.
It's probably gonna be something from Black Keys. I'm gonna be honest. It has a good bass line.
Ms. Phipps, are you done? Sorry.
I'm done.
All right, perfect. I have one question before I open to council. Can you talk to me about the National Community Survey? I know we did one within the last 2 years, and I'd like to understand what's the ask for this year.
There is not one for fiscal year 2027. The community survey is coming out of this year's budget, out of fiscal year 2026. So it's done every 2 years. And the last one came out of 2 years ago, fiscal year budget. That's going to be fiscal year calisthenics for me.
This says top priorities for fiscal year 27, so we're not going to have one this upcoming fiscal year?
It starts during this fiscal year, and then it runs over the fiscal year. Yeah.
So we're encouraging higher participation. Okay, I'm gonna get into that. Any questions for council?
Yeah.
Council.
Yeah, so one of the things that I saw in the budget that stuck out to me is that we have some things mixed into legislative services that I was expecting to see in community events. And I think when I read it, my perception is the way the work is split out between people, right? Which that's not my bailiwick, right? So, but budgetarily, it looks like we have I consider legislative services essential services for the operation of the government. But the pieces with the farmers market, the beautification commission, Keep Play Beautiful, those to me seem more appropriate in the community services portion of the budget. So I was just wondering if we could have a talk about why that is that way.
So actually, it is in the community, budget. It's not in legislation. So if
Okay.
you look at it, you'll see legislation, and then you have beautification and farmers market. That's a totally different department, but because Kelly oversees those functions, those activities, and she's prepared the budget for it, it's in this order for you guys to follow along based on
Got it.
person. When I prepare the budget, it's going to be in the same format as the FY26, based on departments, based on the activities that they're doing and what they're under. So it was more
Okay.
for this to follow the person that's coming in to talk.
Okay, so just the way it's outlined in here in the report, in the written part of the report,
Okay.
that's what made it stick out to me,
Sorry.
right?
No,
And so, okay,
When I prepared these, I ran them based on department, and this was a separate budget summary with
Got it.
detail than the legislation.
okay, then all of that concern goes away. That makes sense to me. Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other Councilman Newberg, my apologies, Councilman.
That's okay. Councilman Gutenberg stole my question, so thank you for that, and thank you for the clarification there. I apologize. I might have missed it at the beginning. When you were talking about one of the initiatives being the, I guess you would say like the IT compliance, or is that the ADA plan that we were kind of talking
No.
about, that legislative service?
No,
Okay.
The digital accessibility, this is another unfunded mandate.
Yep.
I started briefing council on this back in the late summer, early fall.
Yep.
I think we have until June of 27 or April of 27 to become digitally compliant. Is Monica here? She's going to be here. She can speak to this as well, because between these two,
Okay.
they're leading the effort for the town. And that's something entirely separate. I can speak to it now or later, but buying IT equipment, that was the IT department of the Capitol. Digital accessibility
Got
is something
okay.
else.
So IT is actually purchasing, for lack of a better term, the infrastructure needed to be compliant. It sounds like Director Phipps and Miss Kennedy are going to be the ones actually personnel leading or being the POC for it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
I feel like and I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so let's talk about digital accessibility. Maybe Monica, can you come up since you are leading that effort? So digital accessibility, what this really is governments are being asked to make information that's been routinely available to people via their websites, for example, and that's just an example, to everyone, no matter how abled you are. Okay. So imagine we have content out on our website and you don't have vision. Okay. It's not very fair for the town to say, well, it's on our website. Go get it.
Mhm.
Right. So we need to make our website accessible, which means that if it's posted on the town's website, there should be a feature where I can hover my mouse over a picture, for example, and it will give me an audible description of, this is a picture of the town hall for the town of La Plata. Okay. It should give me an audible description. Okay. There's a lot of back end work that has to happen to make sure that those features are enabled. The first thing we need to do as a town is we need to do an inventory of everything that we have, so that we know what it is that we need to remediate. Okay. What's a great example? The thermostat on the wall, right behind the dais is another example. Everybody thinks about the website when we talk digital accessibility, but it's way more than that. It's everything that's digital. So if I am abled in such a way that I'm in a wheelchair, can I operate that device? If I'm a town employee and I'm in a wheelchair, can I operate that device? And the answer is probably no, because look how high it is on the wall. So digital accessibility also encompasses that. So there's a lot of things. Marquees, I don't think Actually, the town does have signs on the road, so I don't know how we're going to address that. But things like, my fairgrounds at the county had a big sign on it that we ended up just having to ask for a waiver because we couldn't figure out how we were going to make the marquee at the fairgrounds accessible. Okay. So it's very broad, it's encompassing, and it's going to take all of every week between now and April of 27 to get this town compliant.
No, thank you. And I appreciate the context there. Final question for you. So when I look under here under contracted services, I see telephone, wireless, voice, and it's almost a 3x increase. It might be a little bit more. Is that just right sizing and we're taking that from another department that had that cost, or how is that falling under legislative services? What does it mean?
If you could just orient us to the page and line item that you're looking at, please.
Yes, so it's under legislative page 38. When you go into the actual line items itself, category 53, contracted services, it's the second to the bottom, telephone, wireless, voice. I might be reading it wrong, so I'm willing to be educated. But I see 1.2K, and then for the next year's budget, meaning FY27, 3.9.
I can answer.
Okay, thank you.
Didn't have cell phones before for the council.
Makes sense. Okay.
Now we've added them.
So we're calling it a right size, I would argue, right? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Those are all my questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Sampson.
Yeah, okay. I had a question, on the beautification commission. What are the actual contracted services we're paying for? That wasn't clear to me.
Page 40 and 41.
And we're looking at category 53 contracted services.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct. So Keep America Beautiful annual registration, that's in the detailed breakout right underneath that. Keep America Beautiful annual registration is $130 annually. Terrain 360 Purple Martin webcam support is the webcam that we have at the La Plata train station museum. That's an annual cost. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, so the budget for the beautification commission, Keep the Plata Great, comes out of, or is a subcategory of legislative services. Is that how?
So there's a
So
lot
now-
of confusion on beautification and Keep La Plata Beautiful, the various budgets that go along with that. And we're going along with the realignment of those. And I believe you talked about
Yeah,
this.
let me answer it. So to that point, council knows we're going to bring you an agenda item on the 28th. But no, so the legislative budget and the legislative director is a separate budget. Beautification has its own. It just so happens that Kelly manages that budget because I don't have anybody else on staff that does that. And because legislative services also manages all the boards and commissions, sometimes she just assumes things. So the legislative budget is legislative. Beautification commission is a separate budget. The farmer's market is also separate. And as you heard Karina say earlier, when you see it broken out in the budget, remember this is the draft, this is a budget book. It is not organized the way that you will see the final product. We'll break out farmer's market will be nested somewhere else. But beautification commission, Kelly manages the budget, but it's its own budget.
So just for my curiosity or clarification, once that function is separated out, for lack of a better term, who oversees that, or who then is that person reporting to?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's actually the very same question I asked when we met as staff about 2.5 weeks ago. I said, where does this need to, what is the right department for this? And what did we land on that we're going to put, or are we still working our recommendation for
I
the
think we're
28th?
working on a recommendation.
We had some ideas of where it's going to land. It's not going to be in legislative services though.
Yeah, okay,
I don't think.
that's all I had.
Councilman Gutenberg.
Yeah, follow-up question. So related to this comes up occasionally, but look, related to a border commission that has a budget line associated with it, who executes that budget? Is it the chairperson of the commission?
No, no, absolutely not. Those are town dollars. This council is the fiduciary. So a staff member. So in the case of, let's just use HPC, the Historic Preservation Commission, they have a budget. Don Dooley is my belly button. He's the one that will authorize expenditures. He's the one that will come and say, you know, HPC should go to their staff liaison and say, we have a budget of X. It is designed for this purpose. We would like to spend money on this. And we need to tie, and it's subject to our procurement rules. Like it is town money. And this council needs to be aware of where that money is being spent, and the staff needs to manage that. That's something that wasn't in practice, and we had a little bit of tension over that as we were cleaning that up with some of the boards and commissions. But I think at the end of the day, when we sat down and talked to them about it, everybody understood, and we'll get there. That's some cleanup that we need to do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything else from you, Ms. Phipps?
I would just like to clarify one thing. If you have any questions about website content accessibility, please do not ask me. The expert on that is Monica, and she's coming up next. I'm helping with her a great deal since I was responsible for the website transition, so I am a lot of the back end, but she is the expert on all that ADA stuff. So,
I'm sorry, I'm late to the game.
no, ma'am. Never too late.
Thank you so much for the budget, and it looks like you're coming in under, which is saving 7%. I do have one question. It may be a Karina question. Your line item, I see for our services, for professional services for attorney. Right now, we're at 26,490 through December, and we had only budgeted 20,000. Do you see that for? I'm on page 38, and I'm talking about our activity through December. We're at 26,490 for, if I'm on the right one. Yep.
Mhm.
Do you anticipate that going any higher for the last 6 months of this budget? And is 20,000 an adequate number for 2027?
I think there were some unusual activities in this year that is causing that amount to go up. That I don't see continuing.
Okay. And also congratulations on the farmer's market being part of Destination. You have taken that from in 2018 from a 0 to now to a hero, and it really is throughout Maryland talked about. So I hear that at MML all the time about our farmers market. So thank you for that, and for your budget. I mean, coming in below what was last year. So appreciate that.
Did you have a response, Karina, on the outliers? Yeah.
So 20,000 should be adequate for that. And do we anticipate any more of the 26 going up, the 26,000 going up? Is there, not that you can see?
Well, I want to see the dates that this happened. So there has not been any activity for this since September 30th.
Okay,
For this thing that pushed that budget over.
okay, good. Okay, that was the only glaring thing that I saw on there. So thank you very much.
All right, Mary Jane, before I turn it back over to you, we were on time by a lot, so.
Okay. So that means we've got to stay on budget. All right, next up.
Human resources, and I think we're going to be on page 43. So if you turn to page 43 in your budget books, please. And Monica, please introduce yourself.
I'm Monica Kennedy. I'm the Director of Human Resources here for the town of La Plata. I am a department of one, and I will say that what I'm working on and what I'm doing in my department, when I started here 3 years ago, I started from scratch. We had no HR department. So there are still a lot of things that I'm hoping to do and bring to the town. And we're just taking it piecemeal so that I can kind of spread it. It's not a huge change because people who go from no HR to having HR can be a shock if you're not used to it. So you'll see some things in my budget that are just things that are best practices and standards that I'm just trying to change or bring back or, you know, kind of adjust as the town grows and moves. So some of the things that, you know, you can see in my summary, you know, we got an HRIS system, the new handbook just went out. we're updating our benefits as we continue along and trying to make it look like a grown-up benefits guide, and offer things that we are seeing in the market, like pet insurance came in this year, and long-term care was started to be offered for this year, which are both big items. And long-term care is probably going to be mandated by the state in the next few years, we anticipate. So we're just trying to get ahead of schedule for our employees. The big things you'll see this year, as briefly mentioned, is I'm leading the digital accessibility team, which doesn't have a financial impact, but it is out there on my department. We're going to continue working with the turnover and recruiting and staffing as needed. And the other big thing that is on my agenda for this year is finding a performance management system and trying to get back into doing regular performance evals in some capacity. Probably not the traditional once a year meet with the employee, but I don't anticipate a cost on that because we are currently paying for a program through Paylocity. And I believe if I can remove the Paylocity and transition to maybe a vendor that suits us better, if that is what we end up doing, it should be a net zero, I'm hoping. So that's why that's not in, but it is something that is on my radar. But I mean, those are the big things. But not much else is changing, I think, in my budget other than the salary study.
I do have a question
Yeah.
for you on that. And first of all, thank you for all of the benefits that are being afforded to our employees. And it's just the little things like the gym memberships and the pet insurance that speaks volumes too. But I am looking at the budget and there's $150,000 bonus. I'd like to sign up for that, please. Is that across the board on there?
That is to cover the anticipated sell of leave when we reestablish that policy. That is our liability that we anticipate if everybody cashed out 100%.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, when I saw bonus, I was like, could we have a party of two there? So thank you for that. And that's why there was such a huge increase of 66% in your budget.
Mhm.
All right.
And that should be a one-time for this year, and then we will be able to better manage and anticipate it in future years.
And it might be a Karina thing too. If, so I know this is a one-time thing. Would it be spread across the departments or will it always be housed in HR?
I believe that this should be housed in HR because it's a benefit that is not based on the services the employer is doing for the town.
Wonderful.
So I use that line item to keep it away from the salary line items.
Good deal. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Johnson.
Good morning, Ms. Kennedy. I have a few questions for you. I'm
Sure.
gonna start with the pay study.
Mhm.
Beyond, at first, I guess can you explain what the pay study is going to accomplish for the town?
So best practice in human resources and just in general is every 3 to 5 years, it's recommended that you do a comprehensive salary study. And that's just to go out to market, make sure that your compensation, your salaries are aligned with what other people in your area are doing, whether that's Southern Maryland, Maryland as a whole, however we want to define what our market is. So to make sure that our salaries are aligned, council has directed me to either meet or exceed salaries and benefits where we can. So this is the first step to make sure that we're at least making, we're in that sweet spot on the bell curve. And then, when you look at compensation, it's to compare to other benefits. What are other people offering? Like right now we pay 100% of health insurance. Is that standard? Is that usual? Is that offset somewhere else? And how does that look, as a total compensation package for the town? So what that salary study is going to do is to look to make sure that we are keeping up with what the people around us are doing, because we are competing for talent with those other companies, whether it's private or public sector. We all compete against each other for talent. And then it's to make sure that, if there needs to be a pay adjustment to our staff, that we address that and we include it in future budgets.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
So I would trust your expertise on defining the market. I was reading through, I think it was the wastewater treatment plant, and Mr. Kirk mentioned the ability to retain or even attract based on the surrounding professions that offer the same service. I would just ask that we define that market specifically for those technical positions and not just a global.
And we do. We would I would direct the vendor that we pick to say, to recognize we have these specific things that we know are competition, even if they're not like Charles County market, right? And so we make sure that they address that and see if we can come up with a plan to counteract that or to come up with a benefit plan that's more enticing or attractive to keep the talent here.
And I have two more questions.
Mhm.
Well, really one. The pay study is $60,000, and then there's additional $62,000 underneath that category allocated, or am I just reading this wrong? I could be reading on page 44. And page 45.
And what line are you looking
Yeah.
at, Counselor?
Category 53, the last one, the 62. I'm assuming that's this comp study.
So, the compensation study is under,
Intangible.
56 intangible.
Okay.
The other, amount for other professional services, that is Paylocity
Mm.
for 48,000. That is the 457 administration fee for 13,200. And I might as well mention now, we are changing the provider for our 457 plan. We have Mission Square. The funds are not the best. They are very high cost to the employee. So we're going to switch to Lincoln, where there's an administration fee. Instead of it being passed on to the employee, the town's going to cover the administration cost of that plan, and that's 13,200. And then there's the employment law posters for 820. 800.
Mm.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Ms. Kenny. Thank you.
Councilman Gutenberg.
Yeah, just maybe kind of clarifying on something that Councilman Johnson said related to the pay study, and maybe this is something that we can talk about more when we get down to the execution time of it, but is there opportunity to have discussion around how that is structured, so that when we get to execution time, because I think what I'm probably the issue I want to address with it is probably less related to budget, more related to like how we scope that thing is what I'm asking, I guess. Is there an opportunity is my question, I guess, is to scope that?
Yeah,
correctly,
we'll define a scope
refine
of
it
work
later.
just like we do any other kind of, procurement or activity.
I think we have time and we're all here. And we're talking about it. So,
Okay.
I mean, I think it would be worth
Okay, so-
taking 5 or 10 minutes to
Yeah, sure.
talk about it. Just so as we go into it, if this does get adopted in the budget, we know what council's expectations are with the
Okay.
study.
Yeah, so when I'm looking like at the organization with the department director kind of construct, right? So when I look at the budget, like clearly the public works department and the police department, super easy examples of large multi-million-dollar budgets or million-dollar plus budgets and large teams. But then we have a department that is got like equivalent title and department structure name, right?
Mhm.
Where there's one employee or two employees and the budget is, $500,000 or less. Those are not the same animals in the zoo, right? So those in a pay study, but title wise, you could look at it that way and say those are equivalent kind of things. And so when we talk about like retention and targeted retention and hiring into positions, right? And when we do a pay study against industry, are we looking at it from a title perspective, or are we looking at it like equivalent size organization and span of control and complexity and budgets, that kind of stuff?
We look at both. Like if it's a good study, we're looking at both, right? They're going to go out there and they're going to look at other municipalities, other counties, other anything, and they're going to say, okay, how are they structured? What do they call their departments? What do they call their staff within those departments? We call it a public works technician. Maybe somebody else calls it a sanitation engineer. So they're going to look at that and compare not just titles, because titles are, relevant sometimes, but they're going to look at similar duties. And that's also how they determine where you fall in the pay classification, right? So if you have a highly complex job, even though there may not be a large number of staff or budget, if organizational impact is still high, then maybe that will be rated at a higher thing, whatever you call that position, maybe a director, a manager, or whatever.
Okay. So, and I guess what I'm getting at too, and that's helpful to understand and how those things are scoped, right? But like for clarity too, in a budget, it just for public understanding, to me, if we were to use a classification structure that was something more like, we understand what a department is, and if in the example I gave you with the police department and the public works department, and planning department would be in this category too, where they have a large budget over $1 million, large number of people. It clearly a department. Where we have legislative services, we call it a department, right? But it is, to me, if you structure it and just said it's an office, no other changes. I'm not saying you change compensation or anything like that, but using the terminology, human resource, the Office of Human Resources or the Office of Legislative Services rather than department gives me the impression that, okay, this is something of a different scale. It has no relevance to what its important is. These things are all critically important. Yeah, IT, same thing. Yeah, all critically important services, but it gives a sense of the scale proportionally to the others, right? Like departments would be over $1 million, multiple people. Offices would have a specific targeted function, but they are clearly in a smaller category from that perspective. I'm thinking about that in terms of that.
I understand.
Okay.
I would present that, in a lot of organizations, calling things departments are standard regardless of size. Like it is a generally understood title and phrase and structure of an organization. I would ask, maybe some clarification of like, other than distinguishing size of a department or scale of a department, what problem are we trying to solve by calling it something different?
Yeah. So in an organization, right? And this is my experience. I don't think we're going to solve this today either, by the way. But if I have a person who is running a department that has a budget of $4 million and has 38 employees, as an example, that person I would expect to have to compensate in an organization more than a person who has one direct report and might be managing a budget of $500,000. The level of experience, the skill set, the amount of risk that the organization is exposed to if that management team or person is not performing is larger as well, right? So that's really probably the crux.
This salary study will look at like exactly what you just said: scope of work, complexity of the job, organizational impact, risk management. All of those things will be taken consider in where they classify somebody on that pay scale.
And that's really at the root of what I'm getting at with what I'm suggesting is that I want to make sure that when we execute another pay study, that we're really fine tuning it. And part of why I say that is like in multiple places in the department reports, we hear from a department head in their written context that they have problems hiring and retaining, right? Like Public Works has that specifically in the sewage treatment plant, right? And like your statement here, it is true at the town level, we probably have low turnover compared to that standard. But if you distill that down into the individual departments and in an individual section within a department, it's out of whack, right? Like we know that there are specific departments that where we're going to have to assess whether we need to do something with our compensation to improve retention or reduce the long-term like planning a person that we were over a year. Like so there's different areas where we want to like really focus on. So that's what's kind of driving that question. Yeah,
So if I can real quick, Martha, I want to make sure you're jotting that down. But specific. So Martha's here to help us take notes on all the action items that come out of today's conversations. But will you take a note for me that when we get ready to do the compensation study, that we bring it back in front of council for another conversation in a different form? Yeah. Thanks.
And if I could piggyback on that, one of the things that we are so blessed to have is a great healthcare package and that many municipalities do not offer. And that is, although the young ones coming in don't realize the importance of that, it is part of a great package. And I'm sure in the scope when you're doing the compensation study that will be a factor in
Correct.
On that. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that was there. All right, Councilman Gutenberg, you good with? Okay, Councilman McCormick?
Yeah, and Chuck, I don't know if we're getting a consensus or you just want councilman opinions, but I agree with everything Councilman Gutenberg says. Just want to make sure that's on the record with the questions and direction there. Okay, two questions. One is going to be, I guess you'll say like theory related, and the other may be execution related. So first is, if we offer a benefit, theory related. So we offer a benefit that, let's say, less than 10% of the town employees take advantage of. Do we ever revisit that year over year? Is there a policy for that? Or do we just continue it in perpetuity until the council gets together and says, hey, it might be time to end it?
That actually just happened a year and a half ago.
Okay.
We had low participation in one of our line items. And the vendor came back and they said, look, if you either increase your count or we no longer offer it. And so, yeah, we ended it. I think maybe it was 2 fiscal years ago. We ended it and then, yeah.
Do you happen to remember what that benefit was by any
It
chance?
was one of the.
I'm trying to put you on the spot.
No, I know. It was
Yeah.
like, no, it was,
FSA?
no, it was like a benefit, dependent or a dependent insurance or something like that. It was like a life, dependent life or something like that. Not,
Okay.
I don't think that's right, but it was like one of those, it was like Mutual of Omaha. Yeah. Right.
There-
And then when we switched to Chubb and we reintroduced it,
Okay.
right.
And we did that about 2 years ago. So we've
Well,
done
so
that
we
before.
lost 2 years ago, and then this last fiscal year, we switched vendors and then
Got it.
had better education, part of the health fair, and then we now have significantly more enrollment now than we did before.
Got it. So we didn't have high enrollment 2 years ago. Education,
New vendor, yep.
initiative, whatever you want to
Yep.
call it now.
Better-
people
better
are-
cost.
And
And
sorry,
then,
don't mean
and
to-
then not only our interaction with vendors, but also in this budget, aren't we decreasing the gym?
Yes. Yeah,
Speak to that,
so
please.
participation, last year we budgeted the gym, assuming that
Yep.
everybody was going to take advantage of this benefit, and we wanted to make sure we had the funds for that. We have significantly less than that, so I halved the budget, which is still, I think, high.
Yep.
Based on participation, but we'll just keep looking at that every year. And then I do the same thing with tuition.
And let's say if the education initiative for the gym is super successful, and let's say everybody signs up for it, then we would
increase
reallocate that or, okay,
Correct.
perfect. This gets into, and I think you guys are already touching on it, the more specific question here. So I see like we have what, 32K, $31,500 for tuition reimbursement.
Mhm.
My first question would be, what exactly is that? Is there a certain cap? And forgive me for not knowing the exact policy or benefit that we give the folks, but I would like an explanation there, just super high level.
Yep. So the IRS allows $5,250 annually, calendar year, of tax-free education benefits.
Okay,
So we follow the IRS limit because it's easier not to manage taxes.
Sure.
We don't want them to be taxed on a benefit when we can. So we currently have 3 employees that are actively submitting reimbursement.
okay,
My budget is based on that $5,250 times 6 people, because I think that covers any additional people that may enroll
Got
in
it.
the course of the year. And if we see that more people are participating, then again, I come back and increase this. But I think 6 right now is a good number to cover. I know for sure we have 3 active.
okay. So we have 3 active right now. The reason I'm asking this question is it looks like our highest usage, again, this only goes back a certain amount of years, but call it 21K, right? $20,466. And my assumption would be that that's a time period that folks probably, and I don't know exactly what the COVID policies were, but they're probably working from home a little bit more. They probably had a little bit more free time and stuff like that. They're not physically coming to the office. There's no commute there, but then it's a radical cut down the year after that. And then even this year, I mean, we're less than 50% of the usage we had the year over that. So is there a
So,
reason
yeah,
for
so
that?
there's a couple things that are in play here. One, we had 2 people at master level programs that just graduated.
Got it.
So
Okay.
that's a
That's a
higher
huge success
cost.
story, by
Correct.
the way. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
And then the other thing is, prior to me being here, we did not follow that IRS guideline.
Got
And
it.
so we were reimbursing everything, total costs, whatever. So now
Okay.
there's some guardrails and some,
So before you showed up, blanket statement, whatever the policy was, but we're going to reimburse a lot more
Whatever.
than what we currently have now, which is IRS guideline,
Mhm.
5,000
Yep.
plus. We're looking at 6 people here.
Yep.
That makes sense. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Councilman Sampson?
Yes, I had just 2 questions.
Okay.
One in category 2 on page 44. And I just don't know this. What is the health exams that we're actually compensating for as compared to the health insurance?
So the health exams is mostly for the police department, right? So every new hire has to go through the physical, the psychological test, and whatnot. And also, anybody that is a DOT driver that has to do their regularly scheduled, review to get their licenses renewed. So that's what the health exams cover.
Okay. And just looking at the few years we had, I noticed that it's the amounts vary. So when you're budgeting for this, how do you budget for that? What is your
So I start with what our known vacancies are, right? So that's my jumping off point. And then I look at, okay, what has been our, like our turnover in that department? And then try to, guess as best as I can to say, okay, well, we usually do 2 new staff a year or whatever. So then I try to compensate for that. And then like in the case of the police department, every, I believe it's every year or every 2 years, they're mandated to do health. And so I work with Chief Norris, who knows that these officers are doing it this year, though another set of officers are doing it next year. And so we track that rolling schedule.
Okay. And then the only other question or questions I had was for category 53 on contracted services. Can you explain to me what I think I know this answer, but I just want to make sure the professional services for the attorney are, and what are we actually paying for within it?
So the attorney costs are covering when we have like an EEOC claim or somebody brings something like that to our thing. They're the ones that are helping through that process and doing the paperwork. I don't know, Karina, I don't know if this doesn't include the legit, does it? That just that line item, so it's just, I don't think it
It
covers,
should be
yeah.
like personnel that's general, not personnel
Right.
that's very specific, like disciplinary, that might be very specific to that department. It's general personnel.
Right.
So just for clarity, to make sure I'm understanding. So I was assuming it was probably legit. Okay, so put that
No,
to the
it's in
side.
a different line,
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually. Don't. Yeah, that's not going to be.
okay.
Yeah.
So the question, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So this is for human resources related,
Which is not.
internal disciplinary misconduct actions. Is that separate from our town attorney?
Well,
That we contract, it's a different service or a
It-
line item?
it's different because it's anything that's specific to my department. Like you'll probably see an attorney line in the police department, and that's for like when they do the trial boards and stuff like that, that's specific to their department. And their legal fees are different than the kind of legal advice that I would get, even though it's all the same attorney.
Okay, so that
Right,
explains. So
yeah.
same attorney,
Different
different line
services.
items,
Mhm.
broken out by departments.
Correct.
Okay, that's,
Right.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so actually, most of the attorney fees are going to be under administration, but we do break out, we have the attorney list out everything they've done, and we do break it out. And if it's related to a specific project, we code it to that project. If it's related specifically to that department, we code it to that department. But if it's for the town as a whole, it goes under 160, which is
Right.
administration.
So internal cost allocation. So that's the term that we need to use.
Mhm.
So we're trying to account for those costs where they're being spent. So that's another internal service, in this case, the town attorney. If he's, we're breaking it out,
So the
just
way,
like IT and finance and HR.
so the way I should interpret this line item is you were budgeting for your expected cost based on previous historical data.
And what I know is still out there. Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
For this particular line, but it is coming from the same service provider.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And just to point out, it's very hard to predict
Yeah.
what's going to happen. For these smaller departments, we put about 5,000 in just in case. I mean, finance even has it. There's not a lot that happens, but you never know.
Okay, and so just, and this is just one, just a question, and I think you and Karina already answered this, but I just want to make sure, because I think the answer was, it was just a good, financial practice. Doing it that way as opposed to just saying, here is your town attorney expenses and itemizing under that. Does it make a difference? Instead of collapsing it out and saying,
So we actually, for the attorney, like I said, most of it's under administration. But when they specifically say it's for the wastewater treatment plant, I code that expense to the wastewater treatment plant. If it's for one of a project that we're doing at the wastewater treatment plant, maybe a capital project that they're reviewing or something they're doing, it goes to that project so that we can track the actual costs for those activities.
Yeah, okay.
The town always wants to be able to answer a question about how much are you spending for HR? How much are you spending for IT? When we get those questions, and you'd be surprised, they come up more often than not. Like the town just needs to figure out, what are you spending on IT? Okay, we want to capture all that. So to give a true reflection of a cost to have an IT department or office, we need to capture those internal cost allocations as well. And we don't, but if the IT department had a vehicle, we would absolutely want to capture that, and same thing. So we try, as we build budgets, to assign these cost centers and put everything where it belongs. The net to council is, if this council says, Chuck, Karina, I want to know to the penny how much we spent on legal services, we will give you a single number. We will roll everything up and give you that number. And that's usually on one of your summary pages in the front. That's easy. On the backside, we break things out to great detail because it's important for us to know where we're spending our money and just how it's being spent. I mean, someday we may, well, actually, we've had this conversation already. This council's talked about, do we want in-house counsel? Right? I mean, and that conversation, I think, is going to come up, maybe not next year, but probably the year. I mean, it's going to keep coming up because we're seeing legal costs are going up. It'll be really important when that conversation surfaces again in the future, because one of you is going to ask me, where is all this legal money going, right? And we're going to lay it out for you. Here's where it's going.
Oh, thanks.
Councilman Johnson?
Thank you. Ms. Kenny, you brought it up, so and I can't find it, but the gym costs, there's 3 members participating. What is the cost of it?
So we reimburse $10 a month.
So $120, so it's nothing. Okay.
20.
And then you,
I'm sorry, 20. You're right. 20.
too much math for me.
It's early.
Page 44. And that's what I was talking to Mr. Stevens about off in the corner, just for the record. It was the hospitality and refreshment cost. That is for townwide
Correct.
colleagues.
Right.
Okay.
Every department gets $100 per person to do in their own departments. And then anything that is townwide comes under me as
Okay,
as
so
an
each
employee.
department's going to budget or has budget the same thing, but this is.
But
just-
mine is much larger, right? Because we do have a townwide events. And so that's mine.
Workforce compensation is there. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman McCormick.
Yeah, Mr. Stevens, for you. I know you said it earlier. I just want to make sure I got it right. We are going to do salary and bonuses
Mhm.
later on, correct? So-
Yes, we are.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
currently scheduled to follow lunch at 12:30, but we may flex that a little bit because we are
No
still moving very well. Don't want to jinx it.
Thank you very much.
I can get us back on schedule if you'd like.
Okay.
I don't know, that was kind of hurtful. Thank you very much. Any other questions for Director Kennedy?
I know you'll get
I-
round 2 with me in a little while.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Stevens?
I think next on the calendar or on the schedule is a break. And so with the mayor's indulgence, I think it would be a good time to take a break.
Okay, 15 minute?
15 works for me. Does that work for council? Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, welcome back from our short break. We are going to resume with our budget retreat here. Mr. Stevens, what do we have up next?
Next, we have finance department. Green could walk through. So this is her. This is the budget overall. On page 46 of your budget books.
So, the finance department, our core responsibility is fiscal management, transparent reporting, additional service delivery. Core services include customer service. We're the first contact when residents come in, door, phone calls. The utility billing, payment process, accounting, procurement, budget preparation, and ensuring we are compliant with the town code and applicable federal and state laws. Strategic alignment, good governance, operational excellency, economic prosperity, and public service readiness. For year 2025, some of the key accomplishments is the GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. That's the 7th time we've earned it. And this is the first time we've received special recognition for long-range operating financial plans. And this is the first time we submitted those. We continue to have clean audits with no material misstatements. We streamlined the procurement process. Before procurement was done by the departments. Now they go through our procurement manager to facilitate those purchases. We also implemented the accounts payable automation where all invoices are reviewed, approved, posted all electronically. There is no paper back and forth between departments signing off. Everything's done there with the audit trail. Key performance indicators, of course, we have not had any material audit findings. We continue to see an increase in online payments, and we also continue to see an increase of utility bills being issued because of the development. The utility billing issuance has grown 4.05% annually year over the last 5 years, increasing the workload, and yet we still stay with one billing coordinator. Online payments have increased significantly, 38.26% annually over the last 5 years. Again, demonstrating that there's a high preference of an online billing and payment process. Some of our major challenges is that our billing and payment processing are still manual. We get a lot of manual checks. That's why we're focusing on this online platform to have those checks, all types of payments in a digital form. And of course, we have issues with high cost printing and milling. Well, with this, when they make a payment online, they can sign up for paperless billing and it will directly go to them with reminders. So that's one of the key points for this for Invoice Cloud. Also, there's delays with the milling to the residents. So that's one of our challenges. And also the only payments that we take online is utility billing by credit card. There's nothing else. So we will get all permits, applications, all that to be paid and processed online. Our business personal property tax can be paid online. Okay, so the budget is for 1.2 million. That's 114,000 increase from FY26, which is 10.47%. Most of that is because we're looking to implement a budgeting platform. The contracted services are estimated to be 35,000 year over year, but there's a one-time cost for implementation, which is 35,000. This budget program will improve departmental budget preparation. It will strengthen capital improvement planning because there will be a piece for tracking capital projects to the budget, to also the progression of completion. Expand the financial forecasting and analysis capability, enhancing long-range financial plans, providing an interactive public-facing budget interface to improve transparency and community engagement. The top priorities for FY27's budget is the budgeting platform and, of course, the implementation of the new payment platform.
Karina, let's talk a little bit more about your budgeting application that we want to procure this year. So I think we've got it narrowed down to two, either
Yes.
OpenGov or ClearGov.
Yes.
Okay. So talk about that a little bit more, because I imagine council's familiar with one or more of those. If you've ever gone to another municipality's website, you've probably seen something like this. But talk about what, I mean, you just hit the highlights right there, but kind of dig into it a little bit about what that's going to bring us.
So what that does is it helps the departments build and put in detail of what they need, also forecast over multiple years. It also, both platforms are AI integrated, so they will look at previous years and predict what the increases are. It also will help with capital projects. Right now, we track capital projects in Tyler. It helps finance, but it's not as effective for the departments to track their progress, not only for the budget and the cost, but where they're at physically on the project. And then, of course, the public facing tool where the public can then have an interactive tool to get the information they want, kind of like Charles County. I'm sure that you've seen their website. One of OpenGov is what they use, and so that would be one that we're looking at.
Yeah, so I mean, really, the tools that allow residents to interact with our budget and find information easily is really one of the features that this will bring to us versus, putting the PDF up on the website and then you got to go search and find and look. Just that customer user experience, I think, will be enhanced. But also, we're looking at a module where we can tie expenditures to the strategic plan. Okay, that's something that's been really important to us as we've been going through and looking at the different vendors and displaying that. So think of a dashboard of some sort, tying expenditures in your budget to your strategic plan and your priorities and where we are, on the burn rate on that, those kinds of tools, I think are really important. And that's something that we don't have that we'd like to bring forward for the town.
Okay. Building the budget book. Right now, I do it very manually. Help with that.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you for that. And I want to, you're not done
Sorry,
yet?
I
Sorry,
actually remembered a few things that I
Oh.
jotted down that I forgot to mention.
please.
So there has been some changes to my budget since you guys got it. One is I realized the fee for the GFOA budget board is not in there, so that increases my budget $500. Also, we just last week had the legit kickoff meeting. I increased insurance by 5%. They're telling me it's going to be 10%. So that's going to be across different departments. And then also with new hires and changes in personnel, that will be updated as well. What's happening now, because that budget was put together, the personal budget, about a month ago. So things have changed.
So do you know, instead of $114,079, do you know how much your budget will now increase?
By $500.
Just by 500
Yeah.
and legit won't,
Well, the insurance is mostly in the other departments.
okay,
So
good.
their vehicle insurance, the liability insurance is mostly on the police side. So yeah, that's where it's going to increase.
All right, fantastic. And I just want to congratulate you and your team for the GFOA distinction again for 7 years running. So, and you have taken this department to another level. So thank you for that. I know it has been difficult in getting everything automated, but once everything is there, it is going to run like clockwork. So thank you to you and your team for really forging the path there. I have just one question, and it was contracted services right now. And I am, we budgeted in FY26 $150,000. And right now we're at 118,000 halfway through. Do you foresee that? I mean, we're more than halfway.
Most of it's the audit. The audit's complete.
Okay,
So that's
good.
where most of it is.
That's what I had highlighted that, but I just wanted to make sure. All right, I'll open the floor up for council.
Yes.
Councilman Johnson, go
Thank you.
ahead.
Thank you for the report, Karina. One question, or really, I guess it is, it's an axe, with once you all implement this program for budget forecasting, I think where you all were getting at is a lot of questions I'm going to ask today with the capital is, when do we anticipate completing these capital projects? I understand, take stormwater out of it, but like talk about like vehicle cost or certain things that's in this, like, is it Q1 of the fiscal year, or they wait until the last minute of the fiscal year to execute? As we dig deeper into the budget or become more aware of what we're asking for as a council in the following years, I would like to see the timeline of how we're prioritizing the capital projects. I understand the infrastructure design and the engineer, that's a little bit more complicated. I don't expect that to happen the first quarter of the fiscal year, but some of the other stuff, like, are we waiting till the end to execute because, oh, we gotta execute it now?
So that is a question actually for the department head.
All right,
They
great.
put it in their budget. They're supposed to follow through and do what they need to complete those.
But, okay, but as we go with this, whatever the new contract is,
So for the budget program,
yes.
my expectation is that it's implemented by November 1st. Yes. That's
Yeah,
what I've
sorry.
told every other contract.
Completely. And I saw Martha nodding and jotting down a note. So we've got that captured.
Thank you.
Yeah, fair question.
Appreciate the report, though. Thank you.
Councilman Gutenberg?
Yes, two questions. So one, with just applying like general risk kind of concepts with when you built this budget 4 weeks ago, we didn't have a war that broke out, right? In the Middle East, and that's driving huge fuel cost changes. So is that something you can apply across the budget,
Yeah,
some
I
new
can.
risk to the fuel costs for us?
Making moves
Okay.
of different budget changes that I'm gonna have to do. And yes, I was thinking about that.
Okay,
So I used to, when I used to do the fuel on, so I used to take over like fuel uniforms and prior to having a department director in like public work,
yeah.
I would account for that. But I definitely, that is something we do need to account for, and I'm going to make a note of it. Yeah, because I thought the same thing.
And I didn't go through and do this, but just generally, I mean, what are we talking about fuel costs? Just back of the napkin fuel costs for the town. Is that like 150K something or more than that?
I don't know.
I thought it was over 100,000 just for the police department.
I'm sure it's over 100,000. We'll get you a number.
But we're certainly, and what I was getting at is like, we're certainly in the tens of thousands of dollar impact, not maybe
Absolutely.
not $100,000, but we'll see, right? How
Tens
crazy
of
it gets.
thousands for sure.
For sure.
Total budget for fuel was 254,000.
Yeah.
So if we say
30%, yeah.
it's gonna.
Okay, understood. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is in relation to some of the new tool, oh, go ahead.
Let me look. So I'm looking at the total cost to date. The total cost to date is 96,000. So I might not do that much, maybe less than.
Gotcha.
Because I'm looking at what have we spent today compared to what we budgeted. And I did the budget last time and I probably did a 15%. So
Right.
So maybe there's already that risk is
yeah.
built in and then
Yeah.
there's no, so that's good to know too,
Yeah.
right? So that's, okay. All right. So related to what we're planning on doing with the new utility bill paying stuff.
Mhm.
So my perception is, and it's anecdotal just from hearing stories around town, here in town hall, I should say, is that it's quite labor intensive to like print the billing. One of the reasons that drives us doing it quarterly is how much labor it takes to do this, right? And so I can see by the look on your face, you're deeply involved in it.
Folds it for us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So assuming we do this, right, and I hope we do, how much of your labor are you really getting back to repurpose on your challenges and your major objectives, would you
Well,
say?
it's hard to say. Well, let me point out one thing. I have, with some of the changes we have made in the department, even with the growing of the town, our full-time admin went to a part-time admin. And the main reason was because there was a high payments on the online, even though we were limited, that's been increasing significantly, that there's less processing manual time. And I'm hoping that decreases that more.
Even more?
And that way, as the town grows, we aren't going to need to grow our staff because now we have a more automated process to do it.
Perfect.
And having more options like PayPal gives the resident more options, say they can't pay their whole bill. Now they can use PayPal and have 4 installments. They can also make scheduled payments every month. If they want to do $100 every month, they can do that. If they want auto pay, and it's not isolated just to credit and debit cards, or really it's even more because we only accepted what was it, MasterCard and Visa. I think Discover too, but we didn't accept it Amex. So this gives them a lot more choices on how to pay. And they can always do their ACH or e-check online instead of sending in a check.
Right. Okay. So I think probably then what we can expect, it sounds like, is over the past X number of years, we basically seen like a 38% increase in that online usage. Hopefully this just accelerates the remainders and helps get some more of that off your plate.
Yeah, and also with the online paperless billing, that when they sign up, when they agree, it will automatically enroll them in paperless. So they'll get that paperless billing. And then what we're hoping to do is instead of printing, so we're hoping that most people shift to paperless, and the few that don't, we shift to outsourcing it. So we're not sitting here look over a printer all day and printing out and isolating that. Those go paperless and the other ones get printed.
Okay. And so that I think is the part I've heard about. So it is the case today that even if somebody's using online bill payment, here in town hall, we have an employee or employees that print and stuff the envelopes and actually send those out here.
Yes.
And that's what we want to get away from.
Yes. We're very excited.
Yes. I'm excited for you, knowing that that's the way it's done.
It's a huge opportunity to expand so many different payment methods, payment structures to really cater to the resident and what would suit their lifestyle needs, as opposed to being so rigid with what we're limited in here.
Right.
And then as far as Heejin's role with printing the bills, as Karina mentioned, we are going to use the feature of the auto enrollment and paperless billing. I really expect to see some sort of tangible idea of what we're going to look at as far as the decrease in that paper by the second quarter of FY27.
Great.
We're hoping to go live July 1 with the fiscal year. Obviously, that rollout might be a little, who knows? But by that second quarter, we're really trying to see, I'm expecting to see a huge drop in our paper.
Great.
By just that.
Yeah, and Invoice Cloud, the one that we went with, actually will do campaigns to push for paperless billing.
They'll engage with our residents continuously throughout the year. They've, we did extensive research and we spoke to multiple municipalities that use this platform and had nothing but incredible things to say with the ongoing support following implementation, with the community engagement, the marketing programs. We're really thrilled to hopefully engage with this company.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Councilman McCormick?
Yeah, thank you. Quick operational question just to follow up on that. When you talk to those municipalities, and they may or may not have given you this information, that's okay. Do you happen to know what the changeover was to people that opted into the paperless by any chance?
There was one, what, 90%?
Wow, okay.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
almost instantly.
Great.
Yeah, so yes, and they're one that they're shooting for 100%. So we talked, for the ones that we talked with Invoice Cloud, their switch was very high.
Great.
We talked with the other two, not so much.
Okay. And the reason I asked that question again is, and I want to speak this to you, let me know if I got it right or wrong, but it's about $35,000 to set up the platform, for lack of a better term, and then $35,000 to have them operated, or?
No.
Okay.
That's the budget.
Okay.
So the payment platform, there is no implementation cost at all.
Okay.
We are shifting the 3% convenience fee for the credit card, debit card,
Got it.
PayPal, Google Pay, and Apple Pay to the resident. We are covering the $1.95 fee for ACH and e-check.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the paperless, it is 5 cents per bill for the paperless. We
Okay.
currently pay $1.03 to print the bill, the
Yep.
paper, the print, the mailing, to do that now.
Yeah, you're kind of like 97%. I
Yeah.
guess. Okay, that makes sense. Then my direct question, and again, I know we're not supposed to look at percentages, but it was just something I highlighted real quick. So I'm on category 52 fringe benefits under health insurance. So my concern here, and again, the overall question is why the increase from $100,810 to $122,000? And the reason I'm asking this is if you go back in the history, you see us go from 73 to 91 to 46 to 100. It's almost like a bullwhip. I'm wondering, why do we see that 22K increase for this budget?
for category fringe benefits.
So category fringe benefit under health insurance specifically.
And
Yep.
that's because of our personnel. Each person, like, our previous billing coordinator only had her and her husband. Our current billing coordinator has family.
Okay, so
So-
it's a changing condition. It's,
Yes.
okay, got it.
Yes.
That makes sense. Let me ask this, with your current head count at the start of the year, I'd call it 5, just to keep numbers simple. And it sounds like you're still at 5, but it's no longer 5 full-time, it's 4 full-time and 1 part-time. Do I have that right? From a
So-
theory
So
perspective?
right now, I switched from 8 full-time employees to
Okay.
7.5
Okay,
last fiscal year, not this.
not this fiscal year. Okay, and we have not increased the head count or anything like that,
No.
right? We're going to keep
You're-
that same model.
We're
Perfect.
trying to, as we grow, move more efficient online.
Makes
paperless
sense.
processes
Yep.
Instead of increasing
Perfect.
personnel.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Sampson?
Yeah, I thought it was a good budget, Karina. I just had some, questions for curiosity, just so my understanding. So on page 47, category 53, there's not an expenditure for it for this, fiscal year projected and last fiscal year, but I just wanted to know what it was. What is the rents? What is that for? I was just curious. Contracted services, category 53, page 47, rents. What rents are we referring to?
5360.
Mhm.
5367.
Oh, that was for the finance committee facility tour. We rented a vehicle to accommodate all the full finance committee for the facility tour.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I have a similar question. There's no expense there, but I just wanted to know what the entry was for. And this is on page 48, category 55. The very first one, you have cash over / short. What does that mean?
That means occasionally the cash short is over or under and they can't figure it out. And it's very rare we use it. You can see that there was $27.81. We barely ever use that, but that's where certain things just, there could have been, they actually gave back the wrong change. I hope not, or we end up with more. It's very rare that that happens, but that's why there's no budget for it. But back in FY24, something did happen. We just look
I was
at,
gonna say, how long was that balance
oh,
carrying?
well, there's no bound, it's an expense. So I mean, between we've only used it 1, 2, 3 times. It's so.
Okay. And then the last one is on page 49. It's activity 445, the La Plata Community Foundation. Can you talk about that a little bit? And the question I had was those grants / donations, where are they coming from?
So I can actually talk about the Lake Community Foundation. I sit as the treasurer on the foundation. It is a foundation that was established, I'm not too certain how long ago, but it's been quite a while. We look to support nonprofits that are registered within the town limits of La Plata, that are pushing forth, programs or holding events that benefit the community. We have an extensive checklist related to civic events, that kind of thing. And in past, I'll give you some of our historical grants. We've granted to the Charles County Public School System for project graduation a couple of years. The Charles Regional Medical Center will apply for grant funding for their improvements of their facilities. We've also granted funding to Faith Temple Baptist. They're in the process of putting together a mobile health clinic for their parishioners. So they sought funding for their program through us. So we don't see a lot of foot traffic. One of our initiatives this year, we're in a little bit of a board change at the moment. One member's relocating and another member is moving out of state as well. We're really trying to generate some more foot traffic this year. We do have our repeat appliers that, like, again, project graduation has become a year over year, which we love supporting that program, but we would like to kind of outreach a little bit more. So I'm also going to use this as a plug. If anybody knows any nonprofits that are registered within the corporate town limits, that are looking for some funding, looking for, to get involved in the community in some sort of way, please send them my way. we'd be happy to review their application. But that's our function, just to support, again, the programs and nonprofits in our area. Funding does come directly from the town. We do receive this year we have budgeted a $7,500 I guess you would call it a donation from the town to the foundation to keep these grants awarded.
Okay, and so when you say donation from a town, is tax dollars? Okay, all right, that's all. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Councilman Sampson touched on what I was going to talk about. I can't recall, but isn't there a code where a council member sit on that foundation?
No, and our bylaws don't designate a council member sitting on.
Not the organization bylaws, but is the community foundation in town code? Or is there a resolution somewhere?
It's a completely separate business. It's got its own tax.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that part. I thought I read somewhere.
Are you referring to the downtown
Is this
commission?
the same thing or not?
No, those are two
Yeah.
separate.
Yeah.
Yes. And I believe in Michelle, please correct me if I'm wrong, the La Plata Community Foundation was founded because requests were coming straight to the elected body, and it was putting us in a very difficult position to say, yes, we'll support, no, we won't. So and they were nonprofits. So that was formed, gosh, in 2015, 14.
Okay.
It was before that time.
Even then.
It was before that because I started here in 2014 and it was well established.
Right. Oh,
right.
and that's the purpose of that. And that's why there are no elected officials that sit on that.
Let me finish, please. So we donate money we're not donating, we're glad. Has the foundation ever given the council a report of how the funds were used, or would that
Yes,
be a
we
practice?
come to council once a year in the August timeframe to do a review of our spending and grant procedures. I believe Jen did a presentation in August, and if she did not.
No, not last August, not since I've been here.
Okay, we will be expecting to deliver one at the end of this summer. Like I said, we're also down 2 board members, so we'll have a whole presentation. But yes, annually, we expect to present sort of a summary of our spending.
Yeah, we should, Chuck, especially if we're donating, if we're funding a nonprofit organization, they should come before council at least once a year.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the understanding.
Yes, sir.
And are those considered grants? Is that what we?
Community Foundation offers grants. We just provide funding to the nonprofit.
All right, any other questions for finance? All right, fantastic. Thank you. Moving right along. We are now on with planning.
Planning. Dawn, if you want to come on up, please. This is your chair. And if you'll unmute your microphone and just introduce yourself in the planning department and then take it away.
Hi, I'm Don Dooley. I'm the planning director for the town of La Plata.
Morning, Don.
Good morning, all. Okay,
And hang on one second, Don, before you go. So we're on page 5050 of your budget books, please.
okay. Well, again, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present the planning department's fiscal year 2027 budget. The planning department's mission is to ensure La Plata grows responsibly, safely, and in a way that preserves the town's natural, historic, and community character. Staff helps facilitate this by guiding land use decisions, managing zoning, implementing the comprehensive plan, and providing responsive service to residents, businesses, and the development community. Some of the department's key responsibilities include land use planning and zoning administration, maintaining and implementing the comprehensive plan, protecting natural, historic, and cultural resources, ensuring infrastructure capacity for new development, and delivering high-quality customer service to our community. The department's work directly advances the town's 2020 strategic plan by supporting good governance, economic prosperity, and operational excellence, and public service readiness, and a strong community identity. Despite prolonged staffing vacancies last year, the department delivered significant accomplishments and is now fully staffed. However, the department did use outside professional services to manage the volume of work activity that we have in our department. Some of the major fiscal year 2025 accomplishments thus far have been the approval of 2 major subdivisions. Those are the 386 units within the Pine Grove Neighborhood C for senior living, for a senior living development, and 52 lots in LaGrange, which is also a senior living community. Staff drafted the town's proposed adequate public facilities ordinance back in December, and we're currently working on that. Staff also processed the new Charles County Library project through the Planning Commission, and that's currently in plan check. We developed a 5-year historic preservation work plan for the Historic Preservation Commission, which is their first ever. And we facilitated numerous design review board approvals for new development and building remodels. All work aligned with the town's comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. These accomplishments demonstrate the department's critical role in shaping growth and supporting the community. Turning to the 2027 operational budget request, the department requests a total budget of $1.227 million. This isn't for 2027. This is an increase of 32.79% over the prior 2026's approved $920,964 budget. The proposed budget reflects the need for continued contracted plan check and engineering support, expanding historic preservation initiatives, major planning and safety related capital projects, and of course workload increases associated with the 4 boards and commissions that the planning department is responsible for supporting. Some of the key budget components, I'm turning here down to category 56 capital projects. The proposed budget allocates $205,000, and this includes $90,000 for land use fiscal analysis. This continues work started in fiscal year 2026 by Matrix Consulting to determine whether or not current zoning and land use patterns in town generate positive, neutral, or negative revenue. The study will conclude by the end of 2026 or early 2027 as scheduled. There's $115,000 is allocated for a neighborhood traffic calming program. This provides funding for traffic calming improvements throughout La Plata. It assumes $92,000 in federal SS4A grant funds with $23,000 town match. $185,000 is set aside for the Southwest access management and safety improvements. It develops conceptual alternatives and primarily engineering to improve safety and operations along US 301 between Maryland 6 and the Old Stagecoach Road in partnership with Maryland SHA. It also assumes $148,000 in SS4A grant funding and $37,000 town match. No significant future operating costs are anticipated beyond that. Business support initiatives and activities 50, which is identified as La Plata Tourism Zone, and 051, the La Plata Business Legacy Program in your packet, allocates $9,000 to support 5 small mom and pop startups with up to $1,800 each in grants. Another $9,000 is proposed for allocation to support up to 5 qualifying long-standing or iconic businesses in town under the Historic Preservation Commission's work plan for fiscal year 2027. Under activity 435 for the Historic Preservation Commission, a total of $4,245 is proposed for the support of an oral history program, $2,500 for the development and execution of the Maryland 250 programming, and for centennial plaques in the town for this coming fiscal year. Both the HCP work plan items support the town's overall historic preservation strategy. In 2026-2027, the department will continue providing high-quality professional services while identifying ways to work more efficiently and reduce costs where possible. The key point of fiscal year 2027 will be implementing the town's future APFO, launching the HPC's Historic Preservation Work Plan, which is currently underway, and continuing to facilitate quality new development and customer service. I want to thank you for your continued support of the planning department and your consideration of the department's 2027 budget for this coming fiscal year. And I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Dooley. First of all, thank you for pursuing grants. That is a huge, that's huge for our budget. And for us to only have to pay part and it's funded by others people's money is really good for our budget. Question for you on the neighborhood traffic calming program. I know that in years past, we have tried to calm traffic in certain areas, but it fell flat when council wasn't made aware of things like painting stripes in the middle of subdivisions.
Yes.
When you have a report that comes out, is that something that you report out to us what they're anticipating, or how is that implemented?
Well, typically when we have programs that come along for major milestones, that would be something that I would normally inform the town manager for updating the town council, or I can certainly put it into the monthly reports that you all receive.
Great. And I just want to commend you on what you've done with the APFO and also with the Historic Preservation Commission. That has really grown legs and has taken off and has been very impactful for our town.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you. No questions, Don. Thank you for all the work you've done, specifically with the APFO. It's been a long time coming, and all the work that your department does to make sure we sustain growth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Gutenberg.
Yeah, actually, I'll ask you, Mr. Stevens. So I had talked to you about talking about an agenda item about a new reserve for using funds from our speed enforcement cameras for pedestrian safety, and I'm wondering if that conversation is appropriate here, especially related to how this traffic calming program funding works, because it's a mixture of grant and fund balance.
I think it's appropriate here.
Okay.
I thought it was going to come up during the police department's budget because that's
I
what
did too.
but I think it fits here. I mean, it's 6 of one, half
Okay.
dozen of the other. We can talk about it now.
Okay, so related to our automated enforcement systems, right? So we have speed cameras in the town of La Plata. And generally, they have been covering their costs, I think, mostly. There's very little revenue generated from it, but there's been some changes to state law this year that change what the fee structure is for that. And so there may be more revenue generated from that enforcement system. And I think the original intent of doing that, which was before my time, right, Madam Mayor, but I think the intent of that was for safety, not to generate revenue to the town, right? But because of this change, I think there's an opportunity here to, if revenue is generated from those systems, we could, and I think there's probably more than one right way to do this, but the particular tool I was thinking of was to amend our reserve policy so that any revenue after the costs are paid for automated enforcement systems, that revenue would go into a reserve fund that would be used for pedestrian safety initiatives, right? But that is very much in alignment with with the traffic calming,
Great.
which you are funding through a grant and $23,000 in reserve balance. But I think this offers an opportunity for us to plan to enact a policy like that by amending our reserve fund policy to use additional funds that come from enforcement rather than property taxes to fund those kinds of initiatives, which and those things, I know anytime you touch anything with a street, they get expensive fast, right? Even when we're just asking to, improve a crosswalk or add stop signs to a four-way intersection, that kind of stuff. So.
Well,
Karina, did you want to speak to that? Because I think conceptually, I'll address it. I think conceptually it makes sense. There's a clear nexus between the automated collection, right? The speed camera or potentially a red light camera, and tying it back to something like this, traffic calming or pedestrian safety. There's absolutely a nexus there, and I think it makes sense. whether we account for that using a line item accounting or create a reserve policy, I think let us massage that a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think it would be very, this is where you need to wave at me. I think it would be very easily done to track what comes in after we pay the bills, whatever's left, we could put in an account.
We currently track all the expenses and the revenue come in. There's a special activity, I think it's 212, that everything goes in there. So we know exactly how much we're spending on this program and how much revenue is coming in to support it.
Yeah, and also too for this, because of the way that would work. I don't think this is something we have to decide today or at this budget, right? But it's something, if we do it this year, that way it just helps with that.
Yeah, as far as knowing what's coming in, what's the expenses, that's a couple clicks. of
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
report.
The account,
Year to date too.
Yeah.
yeah. So the accounting's there when we can enact a policy later that to do it. Yeah.
It's just more on the topic.
I'm sorry.
Since we're on the topic, what's the revenue year to date with the new legislation change?
Oh, you do?
Yeah, our net year to date is 18,477. That's net. No, that's net. Yes, net revenue after we covered our expenses
So-
so far this year.
Last
So
year, I believe it was like 67,000.
Okay. Yeah.
Something like that.
Great. All right. Thank you.
And just to piggyback on what Councilman Gutenberg said, optically, we don't want to think that this is a revenue generator. And if we do put the funds, whatever to go into public safety, sidewalks and street safety, that's huge. So it's not benefiting one department, it is benefiting the residents as a whole. Thank you for bringing that up.
Sure.
Councilman McCormick.
Yeah, and I want to echo your comments, Madam Mayor. And again, I don't know if we're taking consensus or not, but I think conceptually that makes sense to your point, Mr. Stevens, and thanks for bringing up Councilman Gutenberg. Couple questions. I think I already know the answer. Okay, so first question for you. This deals with the FY26 budget specifically. I see this number's going from 90K to 0. Again, I think I know the answer. I just want to get confirmation here. If you go to activity 078 comprehensive plan, I believe it's on page 53. You're going to see total contracted services went from 90K to 0 in this budget. Can you just explain why? I'm pretty sure I know the answer again, but I just want to get clarification.
So we had that study, that land use study.
Exactly.
In the general operating, we moved it to intangible on the capital.
Got it. Okay,
you
so
can see it.
so that 90K moved over. So then this gets to, and this is just edification for me, right? So first time we're going through a budget like this, last time we're kind of just handed one. So now I'm going to go to category 56, capital outlay under page 52. So you gave us the breakdown of the intangible assets versus the other capital. So the intangible assets, and I'm going to speak it to you, let me know if I get it right or wrong. That 90K just moved up there, right? The fiscal use study, sometime done in 2026, 2027, and 115K for the neighborhood traffic calming program. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So that 90K just moved from one area to another, right? Okay. Has that been actioned yet? Do we have a contracted service and all that? I understand we do, right?
With Matrix Consulting.
Yes.
Yes, sir. we
Okay,
do.
so that's, okay, excellent. And then can you just explain to me for my edification, this might be you, Miss Larson. How come this 185K for the access study for the Southwest corridor? I think I know why it's not considered an intangible asset, but why was it broken down that way? I guess I would ask that question. So like instead of it rolling up under intangible asset, it's just a super clarifying question for me. Is it that the town doesn't gain something from it? What?
Well, so based on the description I have, it's more of a physical asset, not like a study.
Yeah,
Where
okay.
The traffic calming is a study to determine what needs to be done, where this is actually making improvements.
Makes sense to me. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. And the reason I was asking that question that way is I saw that in FY26, we had talked about that was one of the items that we debated on the budget. That's just a simple carryover to this year, correct?
Yes.
It's okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. And sorry, I want to echo Councilman Johnson's comments as well. Excellent. Really well done. Thank you.
Councilman Sampson?
Yes. Just to repeat what I said to Karina about the good budget, I just had questions on two things. The first one, and I may be overlooking it, I could not locate it in the budget, for the oral history program. Okay, and the 4,000, I think it's 245.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I couldn't find it. I'm probably overlooking it. Where it's located at in here?
That's a great question. So what I've looked at doing was that an oral history program to get the real basics started was looking, it's approximately about $1,500. That just kind of gets it started. And I know we were looking at initially up to 5 legacy business grants potentially. So what my thought is that if the legacy business program does not get all 5 grants, give out 5 grants, I have an oral history program I can get started. I can actually get the capital to get that started. And so that would be used in place of it. So the money is spent.
Okay, so that leads me to another question before I go back specifically to the question of oral history. Should that be listed just for our awareness then as like a unfunded mandate or unfunded liability? So it shows up so that we know for budgeting purposes.
I don't
it's an
have any,
expense, but it's
I don't have
unfunded.
any problem with doing it unless Ms. Larson's has a,
I
I'm
don't
just
think this
asking.
is a
Yeah.
mandate. This is.
Well, it's
a
not a mandate,
choice.
it's a liability.
Yeah, this is a choice that you
It's
guys
just-
want to offer this program.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is,
the,
should there be some kind of accounting that we have something that's unfunded?
It-
Because it's, right now it's in the,
it's part of the capital, it's part of, excuse me, it's capital. It's part of the HPC's work plan, the oral history program, as well as the legacy business program for fiscal year 2027. I don't see a problem by breaking that out,
It's.
but I would
funded
just
in-
reduce the number of legacy business programs to 4 instead of 5. And then I can allocate that for the oral history program so it can be shown.
yeah, no, I'm not asking
So this
to
is,
do it. I'm just saying,
this is
to make it
funded
simple.
through regular taxpayer money. This is where you're saying that you want to use funds for this program. This is by choice if you guys want to continue this program or start this program. It's general taxpayers' dollars that are funding this program.
Yes.
so, yeah, and just so I'm clear, I was just making the point that I did not see it, even though it's mentioned in the narrative. I did not see it accounted for.
And that's correct. You're correct. And that was something that I probably should have clarified more. That's the intent
Okay, got it.
of where it came from.
Okay, and so going back to the oral history program,
Mhm.
and this is probably on me. So, this is probably a question out of just me missing it. What was the genesis or the initiative? Because I honestly just don't remember it right now, and may have voted for it. What was the genesis of the oral history program? Like, why was it needed? Who's asking for it? Is it the town residents? Was it us, the council?
Yes, sir. It comes directly out of the Historic Preservation Commission's work plan for 2020, 2026, 27, actually 27.
So this,
And so how it's being used is the staff believes it's important to generate historical narrative from the community, the residents. And what staff is looking to do over the next, in a couple of years is I'm going to come back and ask you to fund a comprehensive historic resource survey. That information that we're collecting now can be used by the consultant to help identify historic sites or resources, because the oral history communicates information to historians that help us just identify if a resource has potential historic significance, because there may be no documentation other than somebody's memory of past activities or historical development of the town.
okay, so just so I'm clear, so the genesis of this request is the Historic Preservation Committee.
Yes, sir.
So they're the ones, okay. All right, yeah, thank you on that. And then, and this was just another clarifying point. I think it's page 53, category 51. So, and this goes back to the legacy business program, the $9,000. So, my question is, trying to make sure I exit the right way. If I understand correctly, I'm trying to figure out who is tracking or who is the point of entry for those legacy businesses? And is the appropriate place for that in the planning part?
That's what
Yes, sir.
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, sir. The Legacy Business Program is a program that's used in some communities. I'm familiar with it in California in some communities where what they do, it's part of its economic development, part of its historical recognition. A business has been in communities for generations or decades. In many cases, 35, 40 years is typically the minimum entry level. And what it does is it sort of recognizes businesses for their commitment to the community, to the town's recognition and support of those businesses that we have in town. And it provides an opportunity for those special businesses, and there may be only be a handful of them. Or there might be larger communities, there might be, tens of them. It's hard to say, but what they fundamentally do is we give back to those businesses that have invested for decades or generations. If they are looking to maybe repaint their building or maybe replace some broken or etched glass or any other types of improvements that help stabilize that business and keep it operating for the town in the future. And this is basically $1,800 is not a lot of money. It's sort of consistent with what we did recently when the commission, or excuse me, the council supported the tourism zone by giving a little extra money for startup businesses. Well, we're kind of doing the same thing, but we're expanding it, and we're targeting those long-term businesses that have been in the community to show our respect and support for them.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, because I mean, I support it. I'm just making sure that make sure my question is clear. I guess what I'm questioning is, I understand why it would go against the planning and zoning budget line item. What I was trying to get to is the tracking, like the point of entry. In other words, if I'm a business in the community, my first thought for any kind of incentive, grants, tax benefits, I don't necessarily think of initially, go to planning. I think of go to something else. And so that's the only part I was actually questioning is that, I understand the line item would go against you. That's what I understand. I'm just saying, I was
So Don, where is intake?
So here's how we would do the intake.
Okay.
Is as part of all of the Historic Preservation Commission's work plan items, my vision is to have subcommittees of 1 or 2 people that would go out, in this case, to the businesses that have been here for years and make them actually aware of this new program and to help encourage them to apply for these limited grants for the town. The town, if they were interested, they would have a simple application to fill out, basically identifying not only what their request is, but to sort of provide a pedigree of explain to the town how long you've been here. Maybe I'm not familiar with it. It could be businesses that the original business might have been at a different location, but they've moved, in the last 30 years to a different part of town. It's okay. It's just knowing, tracking that they can demonstrate that they have been in town. And so when a subcommittee member of the HPC says, hey, you've, I heard about you're wanting to re-roof the building or, repave your parking lot or whatever. Here's potential grant opportunity. I know you've been in town for the last 50 years. This would be a potential option for you for a grant.
So Don, HPC is going to do the marketing and outreach, but
Yes.
Intake is going to be through you.
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
we would process through the HPC for approvals.
Sounds good. I think that's all I had.
Councilman?
Yeah, so related to the HPC 5-year plan. So what we did this summer, right, and into the fall was we developed, and as a commission, we adopted that, and then we forwarded it to the council for its acceptance. But what we didn't do is fund it.
Correct.
Right. So we said, okay, we concur as a council with these, and we did it. I think we didn't have a discussion about it. We did it on the consent agenda a couple months ago, I think it was now. But so anything that we discuss. So most of what's in that plan that occurs this year is here. Yes. There's another piece, the historic fire station piece that is in the public works budget. So we'll talk about that there, I think. But anything that we as a council don't fund this year, would, to me, the way, and here's the question then. So I think what would happen is the HPC, we talked about this plan, this 5-year plan being a living document, right?
Mhm.
So if things aren't funded, then the HPC would reevaluate and would update their plan and submit that again back to the council, where we try and keep tuning alignment, right? Okay.
Councilman Goodberg, what I would proffer is that we would still follow through with the program and develop the program. If the council chooses not to fund a particular program, that's fine. We'll certainly move on. We may revisit it for a later budget discussion, either that fiscal year or at some point in the future. But the council has complete control over any funding that would require through the HPC's work program.
That makes sense. And in that way, it's not that these things are not unfunded liabilities. They're effectively not liabilities. These are just plans by a commission, and they're sort of tracked that way, if you will,
Yeah.
right? And they kind of like re-baseline priorities and submit them forward. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah.
So we're always working on preservation activities. Which ones we would decide to implement is up to the council.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, so this has sparked questions in my head. So from the tourism zone, which is funded through an ordinance, well, there's ordinance that dictate the qualifications to
Mhm.
receive those funds. If council fund it, we fund it. If we don't, we keep it moving.
Right.
What is the difference between a tourism zone and a legacy business program?
The tourism zone basically has some criteria that relates to the size of the business, the number of employees they have, that they're located within our designated Main Street area that we actually have mapped. The legacy business program, which hasn't been fully developed, and I appreciate the question, that is basically going to outline criteria such as how long you've been in La Plata. There's a minimum of, you have to have a business that's been in La Plata in one place or another at least 35 to 40 years. It'll identify, the type of work that you're looking to do. You'll have to demonstrate that you've been in the town and the documentation for it. And then if those basic criteria can be met, it would come to the HPC for review and approval.
So, go ahead, Steve.
I think, is your question, Counselor, why do we have an ordinance for one and not the other? Because they both have criteria, they're both going to be vetted, they look and sound and feel similar. Why did we do an ordinance on one? I would have to go back, and I hate to try and speak extemporaneously if I don't have a clear memory on it, but I believe that there were additional advantages to the town by adopting a tourism zone ordinance, because the state passed legislation that said that this is now a tool municipalities have. And I believe that there were some other advantages that came if the town adopted an ordinance, and it may have something to do with Main Street, Maryland, or some other programs that the town would be able to benefit from, but I'll need to go back and find that. And I think that's the distinction here. Both programs will have criteria, both will be vetted and assessed, and both are dependent on funding.
Okay, so I'm going to trust there will be qualifications, like you mentioned, to receive those funds. And my next question is more so about your workload. So there's 3 planners in the Plata, essentially, you and your 2 planners.
Yes, sir.
And then you contracted, the developer self-funds.
Yes,
How
for
does that work for
Pine
your
Grove.
workload?
So far, so good. It's certainly helped me be able to move the DR Horton project forward faster. So that having that extra power by having more staff helps tremendously. And so that's been a good start.
That's good. My one ask, Chuck, is, and maybe not soon, but somewhere in the future, can we get, I know the water and the APFO is still a very live conversation. Can we get what we're projecting by year for permits issuance, like a graph, or is that just too hard to predict right now with water?
No, I believe we've got the basis of that in the September 9th presentation. That's probably a good 85-90% solution. We could refine that based on conversations that we've had since September, but that's also something that as a component of the APFO that we've talked about, updating twice annually, where we are with water allocation and permits. So easily accomplished.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking for, like, in terms of, when growth is going to spike, and how's your workload going to react to it with having 3 planners?
Yes, that's something that I'm a little concerned about. But I'm doing the best I can to be able to get, our APFO done in time to be able to make sure that my staff's ready for it, that we have other projects that we're moving along as fast as we can, because what I'm expecting is that we're going to get several final plat maps that are going to come in, and developers are going to want their water and sewer allocation.
I think we're going to talk personnel here in a little bit, but I think this would be a good place to plug this in. We are going to request moving Crystal from part-time to full-time in this budget. So that's not new structure, so we didn't call it out in the narrative, but we are going to talk about it here when we talk about the overall compensation.
I guess my question is, is the town want to make it a practice when you have X amount of homes coming into a development, we're going to ask you to self-fund a review process?
Well,
It's sort of to what we're doing with DR work today.
I would not be shy unless the council has some concern about it, to demonstrate the success that we're having with DR Horton and ask them if this is something that they are interested in doing as well to help facilitate their development.
Yeah.
It's not an uncommon practice in places I've worked in my career, and it's been quite beneficial and helpful on staff. And the best part about it is there's no overhead for vacation, for sick leave, for any of these other types of things you have to include is when you have permanent staff. And it's a contractual relationship. Everyone knows what's expected, and when the project ends, it's decommissioned, and you just go right back to normal staffing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I only asked because I was having this conversation with Councilman Gutenberg about, is there enough staffing for the planning department? And then his response was, well, when development decreased, then we talk about a head count that does not necessarily needed. And kind of towards you, Ms. Karina, how you took your full-time to part-time, just about the risk, and because development is going to spike eventually, right? And then it's going to die down. So that's the basis of my question.
Thank you. And my question is going to piggyback on Councilman Johnson. So we have not approved a major site development plan since May 7th, 2024, because we have not been able to give appropriate, we didn't have the APFO, we didn't have a water allocation. Looking in our crystal ball, it looks like this year, probably fiscal year 27, that will change.
Mm-hmm.
And my concern is, just like Councilman Johnson said, the workload and how all of a sudden the floodgates are being opened. Do we have a process that we will have in place to not slow roll, but trickle in that so everyone doesn't rush the gates at one time?
The short answer is no. The answer I'd like to give you is that we would have our plan in place so that when that actually happens, we know how we're going to handle this. I do have, to start with, I have regular meetings with not only my staff, but the larger consulting team that I have. So everyone's quite aware of what's happening with the APFO. There's an expectation that things are going to spike when water is allocated again. And so we're expecting it. And so there's an opportunity there to sort of prepare with better organization, with better communication. And these are all things that I'm trying to facilitate doing so that no one gets caught off guard. And working smarter where, if we can get, additional help that's funded through developer to sponsor a project planner, whether it's for a few months or for a year or plus, all those things are going to help facilitate that.
Great. And I know that you have a pecking order right now, and as far as who's in the queue. So I think that there is some type of list.
Yes, there is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There is. And they would go according to when their preliminary plats were originally approved, or their major site plan was approved, or so forth. And so we would be going from the earliest approvals and working our way down.
Good. Sounds like you are prepared.
I'm being as prepared as I possibly can, but
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Director Dooley?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Ellen.
Thank you.
We've got Aaron, code enforcement. And while Aaron's walking up, I'm going to share this with you. This weekend, Aaron doesn't know this happened, so I'm going to surprise him. I actually received a great compliment about code enforcement this weekend. It was from a resident who made a comment to me that they can tell when they've left the town limits by the amount of trash that they see on the roadways outside the town of La Plata. And they were complimentary of the work that we do. And actually, that's something that when I did my one-on-ones with the department heads, when I first came on board, that first week I was here, and I asked each department head, I think the question was open-ended, what are you most proud of working for the town? And that was Aaron's response, was that this town is clean, and he was proud of that. So I use that just as an introduction to code enforcement. Aaron, it's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much. My name is Aaron Masri, Director of Inspections and Code Enforcement. Appreciate this opportunity. This is my first time being part of this process. It's been quite the learning experience. With that being said, please be gentle. I wanted to just give a quick, I know we're staying, watching time closely. I just wanted to give a quick overview of the department and the services that we provide. The Code Enforcement Division is committed to protecting the health, safety, and quality of life of the community by ensuring compliance with local ordinances, zoning regulations, and property maintenance standards. Through the fair and consistent and proactive enforcement, the division works to preserve neighborhood integrity, prevent blight, and promote a safe and sustainable environment for the residents, businesses, and visitors. I believe that the Code Enforcement Division directly supports the town's strategic goals by promoting safe neighborhoods, sustainable development, and a high quality of life for residents and businesses. Some of the things are community safety and well-being. That's obviously paramount. We address unsafe structures, hazardous conditions, public nuisances. The division protects public health and safety and reduces risks to the residents and visitors. We have one full-time code enforcement inspector. He patrols residential and commercial on a daily basis to be proactive and address any concerns as quickly as possible. And that's one of the main important things, is being proactive and not reactive. If there's an issue in the community, we want to see it and address it right away. And this proactive enforcement helps prevent the blight, maintains property values, and preserves the character and appearance of the town's neighborhoods. And that is one of the most important things to me, is that when you enter town, take it very personal as you look around. I want us to be one of those communities that's beautiful, and we have been. And if something's out of place, it bothers me greatly. Through consistent applications of the regulations, clear communication, and community education, code enforcement promotes fairness, accountability, and public trust. One of the things, our approach, much like the police department, I like to say it's holistic in nature. We go out and educate, speak with residents, speak with businesses. We try to get voluntary compliance. That's very important, is working with people, not being heavy-handed. And we're very successful at that. And it's very important to me. And some of the accomplishments is that only a department of two, we're able to go out and do, we can respond to complaints in a timely manner. We address complaints immediately. Again, that voluntary compliance is important. And we've also integrated some new software that helps us manage the increased caseload. One of the things that I take great pride in is that since the mid-1990s, inspection and code enforcement has always been the department of two. And despite the expansion and growth of the town, we're still a department of two. So we provide the service. We try to do more with less, and I'm very proud of that. One of the things we do is neighborhood inspections where we identify violations. I do evening and weekend hours to make sure that the community is looking good at all times. We've improved internal processes to address citizen complaints. One of those is the citizen request tracker online where citizens can report any complaints and concerns. That works wonderful. We monitor social media platforms because sometimes in this day and age, when people see something wrong, social media, rather than pick up a phone or something, they turn to social media. So we keep an eye on things and address any things that come up. I've included some performance indicators, just kind of a snapshot of some of the things that code enforcement does in regards to, we completed 159 rental inspections. We followed up on 170 property maintenance complaints, 134 town code violations, 77 zoning violations, 51 health and safety inspections. And again, one of the important things to me is that working with citizens, voluntary compliance. Out of all the issues we address in the town, we've only issued in the calendar year 36 civil citations. Those are to the residents or businesses that just outright refuse to comply. And that is something that we do not want to issue civil citations. And that is absolutely a last resort. And I would like to continue to see that number go down every year. I'll move on to the FY27 budget request. The request is for $353,242, and that is roughly a 45% reduction from last year. Thanks to finance, who has streamlined the process for us, the substantial decrease is because now the applicants for building permits can go directly to our vendor, Plan Check, which is the inspection agency, and they can pay and schedule direct. And that prevents us from having to accept this money and be billed for it by Plan Check and then to pay them. So finance has done a great job. And the only other issue or the other notable is $192,780, which is a 3.75% increase, and that's for salary and wages for myself and my full-time inspector.
Thank you very much. I have to say, since you became director, you have not only expanded the scope of your job, but it used to be people knew that they could put their signs up after 5 o'clock and on the weekends. And you've expanded your hours to make sure that all businesses and residents stay in compliance, even after hours and on the weekends. So thank you for that. One of the things that you look at tackling in FY27 is reviewing the town code. And that is something that has been talked about for years. Things change, and never would we thought that we would have a busker, and that that needs to be addressed as well, because it's silent in our code for that. So, and I love that it's reducing your budget. So congratulations on a great budget, and keep up the awesome job. I will open up the floor. Councilman Johnson, I'll start with you again.
Thanks, Aaron, or Mr. Marjorie, for your storytelling. A few questions. The 77 zoning violations, you investigated those. Were those preemptive from a complaint or self-proactivity?
It's a combination of both. Zoning violations, most of those are going to be sign ordinance. Those fall under zoning. So those are businesses putting up signage without the proper permits. And those violations do not count the snipe signs that end up on the highway, because they're literally in the hundreds.
So I was thinking more like, developmental, like zoning violations. So these are just basically code violations, well, all of it's code violations, but not as severe as.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Understood. You refreshing or going through and recommending updates to the town code, I'm assuming that's just more so of enforceable actions based on the trends you see and not a comprehensive code update that would align with the comprehensive plan?
That's correct. For instance, some examples are one of the big issues that we need to deal with that's been talked about for many, many years is the town's stance on burning, open air burning. Years ago, we had a burn ordinance that was removed from the code. So when the fire department receives a complaint about someone with a bonfire in their backyard, we do not have anything in our code to address that. Now we follow the state and make sure that they burn after 4 p.m. and that they're taking safety precautions. But it's my understanding that from discussing it with our fire department, they would, other than fire pits and burn barrels, no open air burning is their stance on it. And that's something that we'd like to put into actual code so it's enforceable.
I appreciate that. And I guess now, since you mentioned, I have one follow-on question, and I don't need an answer. It's just a question as we think about it. In the code, when you're talking about residential burglary alarms or commercial alarms, we follow the county standard.
That's correct.
But the county, I believe, if the sheriff office or the police department go, they leave a notice. If you get so many, they fine you. That costs, or that, I guess it is a cost for service, don't come to the town. It just goes to the county government.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And I don't, and this is just because you mentioned that, is I wonder how many are we running those in the town, and is the county prorating those costs for what's in the incorporated town back to the town? And it is probably not even worth a conversation. It's probably very small, but as we think about those things, the town should take more ownership on what our codes are.
I can say that over the last year, it's probably only 2 complaints from the fire department about 2 commercial properties that are constantly having false alarms. And then what I do is I respond out, check with them, might get the fire marshal involved, and we try to get it corrected as quickly as possible. I think we had one commercial establishment that was getting 6 false alarms in the middle of the night, every night. So you can imagine the frustration from the fire department of they have to respond to each one. And just as soon as they get back to the station, another one comes in. So, but we do try to address those right away and get that corrected.
All right. Appreciate the storytelling.
Very well.
Update.
Councilman Gutenberg?
Yes. So related to the use of the citizen reporting capability. So if I might have missed it, but do you know how many people use that capability to make reports to
I
you?
do not offhand, but what's I like about it is regardless of what the complaint is, it could be a public works complaint, it could be a code enforcement complaint. When they submit it, it goes to all of the directors. We're all notified, so everybody's on the same page. And there are some complaints that kind of fall in between departments, but since everybody's on board, we kind of talk behind the scenes and we can address it. I would be curious myself, but I know that I feel like from the number of complaints that are coming in, more and more residents are starting to use the service. I myself, if whether the power goes out at my home, I like to get online rather than pick up the phone and call someone. I like to do it online, maybe very similar to ordering a pizza. So I think that those numbers of citizens utilizing this service are going to continue to go up.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'd be curious to know, like, because that's a feature on our website. It's a little buried in there, in my personal opinion. And I'd be curious to know, how many people are really using it, and what we pay for that feature. Not for today, but that's an area. And then so related to and this is if I'm going too far off of like specific to the budget, but because you're here, right? With enforcement, I'm curious in places like there's 2 areas that I've become aware of. One is Heritage Green Parkway, which is a high pedestrian area between mass transit stops on Washington Avenue and the retail areas. That has a lot of kind of trash, nuisance trash kind of along that area, that walking area. And then also another area that comes up a lot is the area on the street between Milton Summers and Mitchell Elementary School, back there behind that sports field, right? Like that. So like when an issue comes in there, like, is it like in an enforcement action comes you or it gets on your radar that there's been some illegal dumping back there, like, how does that get remedied, right? Like in an area like that where it's not clear to me, like who actually owns that back there? Like, does the town go and actually pay to remove that, or how does that work?
Sure, absolutely. The property owner on file through state records is ultimately responsible. Unfortunately, they're sometimes the victim of the crime. So the illegal dumping, it's unfortunate, but ultimately at the end of the day, the property owner is responsible. Heritage Green, as you mentioned, is high volume, a lot of litter over there. In fact, my inspector's out there right now this morning dealing with one of the grocery store. And in that scenario, inside the shopping center owner is responsible. So they have to clean up their area. Heritage Green, our public works department, we go up every so often and we'll pick up trash. Shopping carts are a big issue over there. They're dumped all over the place. So our code inspector will go over there and make sure that we remove them from the public right away and return them where they belong, but also that the stores have to go and reclaim their shopping carts by the hundreds and get them back where they are. But Heritage Green is definitely a hot spot. It's unfortunate to go through there and see how much litter is thrown on the roadway from pedestrians walking and from automobiles.
Right. So like on Heritage Green, where the sidewalks are, if there's a right of way in the property line, how does that work between the town and the property owner? If within a certain number of feet?
Yeah, the property owner is responsible from the sidewalk to the curb area. So we do the street and in the gutter and along the curb sides. Property owner is responsible all the way up to the street.
From the curb, including the sidewalk.
That's correct.
Is the property owner. Understood. Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
very
it.
welcome.
Yeah.
Just to kind of expand upon something you just said about the grocery carts, shopping carts. I don't see them as much as I have in the past. So either people are behaving or you all are so good at picking up the shopping carts. Has your workload gone down a little bit on that, or are you still seeing the same amount and just your team of two is just pretty good at picking them up?
It has gotten better with the help of the police department. We actually stop the offenders as we see them pushing the cart southbound 301. We actually stop them, confront them, educate them, and let them know that it is theft. And there are certain stores within the town that will charge you for the theft of a shopping cart. So I think through, in conjunction with the police department, we've gotten the handful of people on board. So there's been a great reduction. Now, in between grocery store, Walmart, Weiss, the constant shuffling of the carts that don't belong on the property, that's ongoing. But as far as from the town's perspective, in our right of way on our street, much better.
Oh, yes. Thank you for that, because they're not as obvious as they have been in the past.
Absolutely.
Councilman McCormick?
Yes, thank you very much for this report and great work. Really appreciate the narrative. Love the explanation as to why we're having a $300,000 reduction in professional services and inspection services. Makes total sense to me, and appreciate the streamline there. Great partnership. My question is, what is the $50K still in the budget for? What service are we still keeping contracted?
So that's actually the residual amount that's going to happen because plan check is still, we're still collecting and they're still billing. There's going to be amounts that come over into the next year that we've got to cover. And that's what that is.
Okay, so if I speak this to you, just let me know where I go wrong. This is a plan that is not actioned yet, but will be actioned sometime very close to the passage of this budget, but not quite on that date. Perfect. Okay. Second question, I'm going to break a rule, Mr. Stevens. I apologize. It's less than 5,000, but it's strictly for edification. Okay.
I know I said it was a suggestion.
Yep. I'm going to break it. Category 55, other expenditures. And the only reason I'm asking, it's a 10x increase from the second highest number. And it deals with registration, $2,420 expected for this year. What is that registration for?
That is for my inspector and myself included for training and certification renewals. My inspector is certified as a property maintenance inspector.
Okay.
We have fire inspector certifications, and part of that is you have to earn CEUs to renew. So that figure is just based on training and certification renewals.
So it sounds like they're renewals. Anything new in that 2,400?
There is.
Okay.
My inspector needs, as part of his job description, needs to get his Fire Inspector 1 certification. So that is rolled into that amount.
Got it. And then I would assume this is similar to like SIP, for lack of a better term, but I see like 400, 200, 100, 0, 2,400. Are we going to kind of see, Mr. Stevens, every 3 or 4 years a heavy hit? Because I don't know if it renews every 4 years and it's kind of the culmination of this is the year you get hit hard and the next year it'll only be $150 or whatever.
It is.
Okay.
Most of them are every 2 years.
Got it. Okay. So every 2 years you should expect some sort of increase in the expense, the next year lower because you're not renewing.
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Councilman Sampson?
Yes, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring it up, but because it's a budgeted item for personnel, but since you're here and Karina and you, so my concern is that when it comes to inspections and code enforcement, it has a strong public safety component, and it's not appreciated until something goes wrong. And so it seems to me, and this is just my opinion, that it's unrealistic to ask 2 people to do the scope of the job they're doing, especially when we just sat here and had the same concern about the planning division has a much bigger department and they have a public safety interest. So I don't know if this is the appropriate place or not, but I would like to consider adding at minimum a part-time person as a floater. I mean, if one of them gets sick or something happens, and that would do, in my mind, 2 things if we could fit it in the budget. And I'm not saying, whatever the will of the council is, but in my mind, 1, it relieves some burden, because I think it is an unrealistic work expectation based on the scope of their work. 2, it benefits the police department because that can free them up to do things they should be doing as opposed to helping out with them. And 3, we have an expectation that their workload will go up because we know that there will be an increase in development. And so in my mind, doing that would be proactive, and it's a proactive expense. So my question is, could your and I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but could your department use a part-time person, number 1? 2, is it something that the budget could sustain, and 3, would the council at least consider that? That would be, like I said, I don't know if that would be better addressing the personnel section of this.
I think if it's okay, council, what I'd like to do on that is maybe just take the temperature of council to see if there's general support to consider looking at a part-time position. But really, when we want to, when I go through the process of adding a new position of any kind, I really need to talk with the HR director, and we really need to do like a desk site audit. And I was going to say troop to task, but that's not the civilian term. So I don't know what the right term is, but we've got to look at the workload, and we've got to make sure that the work is there. But what you said is the most important thing is sustainable, because the last thing I ever want to do is ask for a new position and then in 2, 3, 5, 6 years have to cut that position. There's nothing worse than having to reduce structure and tell people you don't have a job anymore. So that's a really hard thing to do. If there's general consensus amongst the council to take a look at this and come back to you with an answer on this at a future date, I would like to do that, so that I can huddle with Monica and Aaron and Michelle and really talk through it and then get the price point. I think the price point is probably going to be in that $50,000 to $55,000 per year range for a part-time. So I don't think that's going to be we could certainly afford it in the 27 budget, but it's the budgets after that are the one that I'd really want to take a hard look at.
And I think we need to hear from the director to see if this is something that you want or need. What is your take on that to expand? Are you looking to expand? Would that help you? Or are you fine where it is?
I really appreciate your support and acknowledgement of what we do. And that means a lot to me. I understand that I am getting older, so all the gray. And if my inspector is sick, 75% of what I do is out in the field, boots on the ground. And if my inspector calls out sick, he just recently had a child, so he was out for a lengthy period of time, and then I am by myself. So I do understand that having an additional person kind of eases the strain on the system. But with that being said, I am quite proud that we have not had to add any staff. We stay very, very busy. We still meet all of our timelines as far as how quickly we can respond and how quickly we can resolve cases as they come. So I'm torn on that, just because I'm a fiscal conservative in many ways, and I like to stay busy, but I do understand the concern.
Is there a possibility? I know with Public Works, they have people that they can call, they're on call that may not be associated with the town, but they are there in case we need them. Is that something that they even have out there that you could contract out as an on-call should you need that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yep.
My feeling on it is I personally, I think it's bad form to ask a department manager in front of his boss whether he needs new help, more employees, right? It's particularly right. It's a really loaded question. Whether we do it in a council meeting to you on the record with a camera going, or we do it out in the field if we're just like visiting your work site. I think as council people, we are better kind of helping the residents in the process by saying, what is the outcome we think that's needed? And then let you have those discussions in the background, because there's a lot of things to consider, right? To Mr. Stevens' point, if we're going to do that, it's easy to project onto you what we think your workload looks like, or how you cover on sick days and all of that. But at the end of the day, I think we put you in a bad spot by asking you that in this kind of forum. So I'd like to more address it personally as what is the problem we think we're trying to solve, and then if the problem is solved in your best judgment as the town manager with an additional staff, then I think we should listen to that.
Thank you. And the fact that other departments have asked for personnel, that's what this budget is for. And it wasn't in there. So we just want to know, I want you to know that we respect what you do. And
Thank you very much.
as Councilman Sampson said,
Are we
Any other
wrapped with
questions?
any other questions?
Yeah, I appreciate. I'll support the analysis done by you for the personnel.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're gonna call an audible then. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Because we're moving a little bit ahead. We were gonna do the personnel conversation after lunch, but we've got some time. I think lunch was literally just being delivered, right? So if it's okay, I'll bring Monica back. We'll turn the page. It's literally the next page in your budget book. And this will be a great one to talk about as we go into lunch, because this is the fun part of the budget. I don't know how else to say it, but this is where we get to really talk about where we're investing in our workforce and making recommendations on how to recognize the work that our employees do. And so I guess I'll just kick it off, or no, I'm not going to. I'm going to introduce the HR director and let you kick it off. I do want to talk about it because this is the fun, but this is the fun part of the budget and the part that I'm most passionate about, but I will keep my mouth shut and let the HR director talk.
No, it's
Go
not.
ahead.
I love this too. So we can share this. So, I did provide the quick brief about what we're looking at from a personnel and benefit kind of standpoint here in the town. The first is always the one that everybody asks about the first, and that's the market increase to make sure that we're keeping compensation equal with what's going on in the world and inflation and the market and the workforces. So we are proposing a 3.7% increase to all salaries, and the classification table, of course, will reflect that increase across the board as well, so that we stay and maintain in the right brackets there. We're requesting 5 new positions, well, 4 new positions, and then we're adjusting one kind of as a reclass. And the first one is an administrative personnel in the police department. That's because we have 2 current vacancies in the police department that are about to be filled. We're making great progress on those, and we've got a couple officers that just came back, either from the academy or just got their certification. So now they're in patrol. So once we get those 2 vacancies filled and with the officers back on the streets now, their workload is going to go up for the administrative staff duties. So I think it's time to have to look at having an administrative person in there to start taking that so that the guys can focus on patrol, and ladies, not just guys. So that's what we're asking for in that department. We are looking at adding a director of engineering. We do have a lot of stuff out there that hasn't been done, hasn't been addressed. I know the council has already had conversations about that. We feel like this director of engineering is long overdue. We've currently contracting it out. So we're looking at making it a permanent position, maybe realigning some staff into that department so that it's, comprehensive to cover all of these projects that we need. And of course it is in the code, right? That says we probably should have one. So we want to try to, honor that as well. The third position, crew leader down at the wastewater treatment plant, and that is to help him stay in compliance with the needs of the plant and kind of maintain a second shift. We've been talking about that for a long time. So an extra person will help us transition so that we have greater coverage on the ground at the treatment plant for longer periods of the day, just to keep up with everything that's required to keep the plant up and running consistently. The fourth one is more of a reclassification, and that's the facilities manager position. We have somebody that has been a 1099 contractor for over 10 years. Yeah. And, I audited it and I looked at, the rules of the 1099 versus the W-2, and I really believe he's misclassified. And I really think because of the scope of his duties and, his work schedule and the amount of control that we have over what we need this person to do, that it does make more sense as a W-2. Donnie, we've talked to already, and he is open to continuing in that role and transitioning over. So really what this transition would be is bringing him on full-time with benefits, and then we would reduce his contracted services, that line item, so that it should balance. And then the last is the planning department's administrative assistant. Because of their increased workload and the way the department is structured, we want to move her to a full-time position. And she's also open and amiable to that. So we're going to keep her knowledge as we flow into a full-time position to help them. The other big thing we have coming in for this year is the service recognition program. We're looking at a structured, and we can get into more in this as we dive into the individual sections here. But it's to recognize, first, I want to do it for the one-year employee because we want to recognize, somebody right away that says, hey, we appreciate you being on the team. We recognize you. We don't want that first touch to be at the 5-year mark, because modern trends is that person doesn't stay for 5 years. So we want to make sure that we're touching them earlier with that positive reinforcement. And then on the 5-year service anniversaries after that, of course, the more years of service, the greater the recognition and the cash benefit. And then we talked briefly in the HR section about the leave sellback program, bringing that back, having a transition year so that the ones that have the high balance that are at the cap will reduce that balance to a lower, but they won't, we're trying to give them opportunity so they don't lose that cash incentive there. So we have some options there during a transition year to reduce the cap and then not have them lose leave. Obviously, we want them to take leave first, but some people just have a lot of hours that may be unreasonable. So we have a little bit of a sellback program for the first year as we transition, and then we'll be able to maintain it a little more efficiently.
Yeah, I want to expand on that a little bit because this did come up as a question from the dais last Tuesday night. So differences between what we're proposing now and what the town had historically that was taken away a few years ago. The program that was removed really didn't have any side rails around it, and employees could accrue their leave and then they could just walk in and sell it all back, and they could do that multiple times throughout the year. And so that's a liability that the town has to carry and had to pay out in cash. So leave sell back, I want to be really, really clear on this point. This is something that the employees have earned, that the town has this liability, period. We're going to pay it out at some point. That is a guarantee. It is something that the employees have earned. Okay. So this isn't new leave, or we're not adding anything there. What we're proposing is to offer a way to allow employees that are at max accrual, okay, to come in and reduce their leave balance. Okay. Right now, the town allows for, is it 360 hours?
Yes.
That's 45 days. That, in my opinion, is too much. Okay. That is incredibly generous. And over the next 2 or 3 or 4 years and budgets, I want to reduce that total accrual amount down. Okay. In order to do that, employees need to take their leave. We give them leave because we want them to take leave. We don't give them leave so that they can accrue and keep like the secondary savings account over here. That's not what it's for. We want you to take your leave. So I want a leave sellback program so that we can tell all the employees like, hey, that 360 is going to drop. And I think we were talking about 240.
Probably, yeah, it's 240.
Is what is our ultimate target. That would be 30 days. Okay. So we want to give you time now to start taking your leave over the next couple of years and using it the way it was intended to be used, or sell it back one time a year with a max of 40 hours. Okay. So we've put controls around it. And so the town will not be in a position where we're going to get stung because multiple employees walk in and say, I want to cash out all my leave. And now all of a sudden we're in a cash flow problem, right? Because by defining the program, we know what the worst case potential liability is. And that's the line item we have. I think it's listed as bonus. We need to change that. Okay. As to leave sellback
It was to
program.
put it somewhere,
Okay.
I think, to.
Right, just to be clear, so when someone looks at the budget, it is not a bonus, it is the leave sellback. Okay, so that's what this program is, and I wanted you all to hear it, and I know that this is a public meeting, I know it's being recorded, I guarantee employees are going to listen to this, so it's okay, I want everyone to know that 360, I think, is incredibly generous. I think it's beyond best practice, and it's something that I want to start walking back over the next couple of years. We're not going to do it overnight. We're not going to have people losing leave because we're going to drop 120 hours, all of a sudden. But I'm going to give you a tool to start using it. But at some point, we are going to get to a use it or lose it, because that's what leave is for. It's not to have this other secondary account that you're going to cash out someday.
And to piggyback on that a little bit, we still have a policy where they can sell excess leave and roll it into their sick leave, which then of course counts towards their retirement credit. So even if they're over the cap and they have more than the 40-hour sellback, they still have the opportunity not to just lose it. They can choose to roll it to the sick leave so that it is still being accounted somewhere that it will still benefit them in the future. So.
And Mr. Stevens, you said it, use or lose, and that's industry standard, I believe, on that. And that is, yeah. So it's not happening overnight. It's a slow roll out, which is great because our employees have, they're hardworking, but they do need to take time off to reset too. All right, I will open the floor up for, I'm sorry, Director Kennedy.
That's it.
Any question, Councilman Johnson, I'll start with you.
Welcome back from round 2.
All right.
All right, indulge me for about 5 to 10 minutes. Sure. Maybe not a 10-minute mark. All right, so the market alignment, which I think 3.7% is really healthy. Just for my understanding, what is the recommended market rate this time of year? Like, are we above that or are we below that?
I mean, I think the way we calculated that we're pretty consistent. I mean, because there's organizations out there you can find that don't give any kind of change year over year. And it really depends on how each organization chooses to calculate that number. Like we don't want to just look at like the Social Security Administration, right? Because that they have a totally different one. I think we're actually above them this year anyway, if you wanted to use that as a benchmark. But I think the way we calculate it is as fair as we can get.
Okay, I guess, let me ask this a little bit better.
Yeah.
How did the town calculate that market rate increase?
I can
Yeah,
answer that.
you're better at it, yeah.
So there's 2 parts to it. There's the gross product index, and then there's the labor statistics for governments. So it's a combination of those two and taking those two numbers as an average. So I look at the last, so for the labor statistics, it's by quarter. So I go and look at the last 4 quarters, and then the gross product index is every other month. And I
Consumer.
take that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's every other month. And then I take the average of that, and whatever the increase is that's the amount that we use for the salary increase.
Very well, thank you. I guess, and you made this comment earlier about the performance, or how you want to do those. I'm assuming in the years to come, based on budgeting constraints, the town would address merit increases or accept.
Let me answer
Yep.
that. Okay, this is me finding the silver lining. So the town doesn't have a performance appraisal system across the organization. Okay, and that's a good news, bad news story. Coincidentally, I wanted to do away with the performance appraisal system at the county I came from entirely because it was so broken. And I've done a lot of research on these things, and there's a lot of pros and cons with them, and you need to be really careful. Turns out I couldn't in that case because there was a statute that said I had to have a performance appraisal system, so we had to keep it, but we tweaked it. Here I come in, it's like, okay, we get to build something from scratch. That's awesome. And so we're going to do that, but we are going to be innovative, and we are going to really make sure that we nail this thing, because one of the biggest pitfalls of performance appraisal systems is when you tie them to merit, because now when you tie something to money, now those things become very personal. People get really passionate about them, and they can, I don't know, they can really derail a conversation, and they can quickly turn into something that they're not intended to do. Like, so why do we want a performance appraisal system is the question we need to ask to begin with. What is it we are trying to achieve? And is it productive to do it once a year annually? Absolutely not, in my opinion. And we are not going to do that, right? So, and then do we want to tie it to merit? I don't think we want to tie it to merit. I think we want to have other indicators of what we want to use to bring to council and say, here's how we want to move the wage plan. But I'm really hesitant to implement a brand new performance appraisal system that ties your performance to money. Because I just, in all the reading and study I've done, it just seems fraught with conflict and just getting sidetracked. I'm not saying I'm 100% against it. I'll be open-minded, but we are going to, I mean, this is the fun conversation of the budget. And Monica and I have talked, this is the fun part of the job, because we are going to bring something that I absolutely want Monica to get some kind of award for at MML, because I want this town to be innovative and creative and to set the standard for performance appraisal for a small town in how we do this. And there's a lot that I'm going to go on a rant. The performance appraisal system right now that is in use in most places, you're looking at me, probably not Amazon. You guys are too cutting edge, but in most institutions were born out of the World War II U.S. Army appraisal system, trying to screen and vet people to be commanders in a combat unit. That doesn't work in local government. It doesn't work. And so we're going to do something. It's going to be great. I don't know when it's going to be, because we got to fit it in, but we're going to take a hard look before we tie merit to it.
Sounds like you knew that question was coming.
No, I'm glad. I'm glad you asked
He
it. We
was
finally,
like this a long time ago
Okay,
too.
all right.
Like this is just a
You're very
continuation.
passionate
Yeah.
about that. All right. That's a good conversation on it, and it sets the record straight of what the expectation is.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm excited to have a clean slate.
I appreciate you outlining the need for the new positions, and I can't remember the word you said you was using today. The cost, like when you talk about personnel, what's the cost? Yes. So the data in general is really important to me. So as we continue to add to the workforce, the analysis that's used to justify a position is critical. So I appreciate you outlaying the axis of the departments. All right, on to the service recognition program. Can you outline one? I appreciate it. I think it's amazing, and it's a start towards enhancing the culture in La Plata. What is the grid payout like for year one? What do I know I'm going to get year 5, 10 as a colleague?
So my tentative, I think this is the one that we put in the cost, and it fluctuates every year based on where these people are in their particular years. Here it is, the color page. So we're looking at, starting out with like year 1 and 5 at like $100 and then scaling up to year 40 to 800. And that's just like cash. And then, we're looking at, doing, certificates and plaques and stuff too, but
Okay, I guess my question is, now,
Mhm.
would the town cover the taxes for that bonus payout?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
yeah, we want that to be in their pockets.
What's the total liability that we're projecting, worst case scenario for the
Um,
27 budget?
So I went out to
Mhm.
FY31 just because those are people that are existing here that would still be here, and the highest it ever got was 5,300.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the
So
program.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah. So it's not a huge impact, but from a financial perspective, but from a emotional, much.
All right, sorry, council, I might have to get some new questions by the time we get to you. But let's talk about leave sellback. All right, so today is 360 hours capped.
Mhm.
So I understand the intent is to make sure employees take their leave to separate from the workforce, or whatever those hours are. So what you're proposing to us is you got to use 120 hours before you're even eligible to sell any leave. Am I reading that correct or no?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah. So right now the cap is 360. Anything that's over the cap is what they can sell. So they can get to the cap anytime during the year, but they can only sell back what's exceeding the cap.
Okay, so year one, we are talking about implementing the 240 cap year one, the way this reads.
No, well, we'll reduce it, but we're gonna allow the rollover at least for this first year through January 1. Because that's when our leave sell happens is on January 1.
All right, yes.
So, so from now until the end of the year, we're gonna start talking about like start taking vacations, start using your leave. December 1, you're gonna be able to sell up to 40 hours. You can roll over to sick leave. And then next year cap goes down, but you're still working down that number so that by the time we get to December of next year, hopefully they've reduced their balance and then the amount of they're much lower than that. They're closer to that 240 number than the 360 number next year.
Okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
So really, like, if you're looking at it from today, we're talking over 18 months before.
It's an 18-month rollout
Right.
because it gets confusing because we're talking fiscal years for the budget, which run July to June, but leave runs
Annual.
January to December. So we're mixing two different calendars, but it would be an 18 to 24-month rollout.
Okay, so what I'm reading here is not necessarily what we're recommending. So it says the town roll out the 240 vacation cap effective January 1, 2027. That's not the case.
Right, it'll be effective, but the cap will be there, but we're allowing the rollover that first year. So as of January 1 of next year, new accruals over 240. We're looking at for future state, but we realize they're going to have that extra 100 and some hours. We're going to have to manage a little bit. So think of it more like this way. January 1, you can have 360, January 2nd, you have 240. But you already have the leave accrual in calendar year 27 to do something with, either use leave or roll it over or potentially sell at the end of the next
I
year.
won't go too far
Yeah.
down to it. It's a new program rolling out and I'm sure we'll hear it again once you implement it. I guess my question is, the town is going to encourage you to reduce what you have today to get to the 240 cap.
Correct.
Okay. Very well, thank you.
Councilman Ginsburg.
Question, so I appreciate the detail in here. This is really great. Question though, did you look at, or is it even possible to do it this way? We did talk about the potential in previous budget discussions on whether or not if there's areas that need focused attention. And what I'll draw attention to is what the department leads talked about, like in Public Works as an example, the retention specifically at the wastewater treatment plant. Is there in budget space and in HR space, is there an ability to target just to a specific activity code, right? Like for the employees in one area of a department, if there's a retention issue there because of certifications they carry and the job market for that specific department or that specific work group's skill set that makes it hard to retain them, that you could target a different number than the 3.7 that's being spread across the entirety of the town. Because of the way I'm understanding that is developed, right? Like that's an average like across the whole organization.
So
That's how it came to it.
if I understand kind of what you're asking, and then maybe looking at like what we already have in place.
Yeah.
Maybe looking at something like we do in the police department, right? Because they have a sign-on bonus, right? So the day you walk in the door, let's say you're a brand new officer, 21 years old, straight out of school, you have no prior experience, they get $2,500, but we break that up, right? So they get like 500 right off the bat the day they start. Welcome to the team.
Mhm.
And then when they finish the academy and FTO, here's another $500. And then when they finish their probationary period, then they get the rest of the balance. So, over the course of, depending on when they start the academy or whatever, potentially over 18 months, they'll get that full amount, but then that keeps them through the stages. Now, obviously wastewater treatment plant doesn't have an academy, doesn't have FTO, but maybe we can, look into something like, certain certifications, benchmarks, and then also maybe implement something like that. We could look at something like that.
Right. Okay. And so in context of this budget, that labor pool looks to me like about just under 900K. And so if there is, in order to apply some number to that would be incentive worthy, right? Then we're probably talking, just 10%, right? And so like that's a number that would have to be found, or maybe it's 4%. I don't know, but it's an easy way to just kind
look
of
at
like,
what makes sense.
yeah. And so I ask not because I have a specific proposal of what to do, right? But in the kind of planning for the budget, what if there's opportunity to find ways to help those targeted issues that are within specific groups in town staff, I would like to look for those if there's an opportunity for it. Yeah. Okay. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman McCormick.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Johnson Gutenberg. I just want to expand on a point a little bit. So, Councilman Gutenberg, I think, brings up a very interesting thing. So I'll ask you first, Mr. Stevens. I understand that Mr. Pounds isn't here. I think I know the answer to this, though. If we wanted to, that 3.6% across the board, call it 900K lump sum, that's going to change or whatever. If I wanted to, or if the council wanted to do 400K for this department, 100K in this department, $0 in this department for an increase in salary, is that legal? I understand it may not be best practice, but first, could we do that to establish that?
I think the answer is it's legal and you could.
Okay. And then obviously the next question would be like, probably not a best practice, right? So get that. Yep. With that being said, I guess I'll bring this up because I think Councilman Gutenberg brings up a good point. I may just offer a little bit of a different proposal idea, if you will. So Councilman Gutenberg brings up a good point. Hey, there are specific job codes or departments that are struggling with retention, recruiting, getting the folk to actually take the job. We've seen in this council alone, we had positions that were open for nearly the entirety of our tenure and just got filled recently, right? And has put the town in a precarious position in some of those areas as well. I speak only for myself, but one of the things I would look at here is departments that are doing well from a retention standpoint. And I'm sure we're going to do this study this year at some point when it comes down to the actual monetary impact. But I don't think it's out of the realm for us to look here and go department by department or office by office or job by job and go, hey, for this one, if we got this blanketed number here, it makes sense for this job to maybe receive a higher percentage of the money available versus maybe a department head in this role that is not having the same recruitment issue. So again, just something to throw out there for food for thought. My individual opinion does not mean the council feels that way or has to action that, but I appreciate that. So I want to get a little bit deeper into Councilman Johnson's question. I apologize. I may not have heard it correctly. You may have already answered it. The 3.6%, did we use an outside agency to come up with that study or did we kind of look internally?
Yeah, it's 3.7, and this is how we've calculated it since I've been here from 2014. And we look at two variables. One is the labor statistics for government.
Yes.
That's the salary and wages. And the other is the consumer price index. And we take the average of those two numbers, and that's what calculates the percentage that increases the pay scale.
Understood. And that makes sense. My concern here, and I just want to make sure I bring it up for the record since we're going through budget, is obviously everything the town is funded through, some sort of tax revenue or fee introduced here. But for the general fund specifically, we've talked about this, a majority of it, correct me if I'm wrong, is property tax, right? Like that's where a majority of our revenue comes from.
Yes.
And I just think it's something that we should mull on, in my opinion, that we're going to do a 3.7% increase in salary across the board without going department by department or silo by silo or job code by job code in a time period where we're all recognizing the economic climate that folks are going to face. So just something that, I would hope, doesn't mean that we have to do it, that we would go a little bit more department by department instead of doing a peanut butter spread across the board. So let me get into a couple of questions here. This is why I asked for the salary discussion if we're going to do it now or later. It sounds like we're doing it now. I see some departments where there is no increase in headcount, but their salary percent is actually higher than 3.7%. Let me pull up an example that happened early. So I apologize, I'm scrolling through here. But there was a 4.5% increase in salary and wages for a specific department, but they didn't have new headcount coming in. And I was just wondering, is there a reason for that? And if you can answer that while I scroll for the
No,
specific
sure,
example.
I got this. So when we do this 3.7% increase, it's going to be on the midpoint of the pay bands.
You did
Right.
say that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You did
So,
say that.
but what happens is if that pay band, let's say you're an L5 and it goes up $5,000. If you are if you're on the high side, closer to the maximum, everybody's going to go up that $5,000.
Yep.
So if you are lower in towards the minimum of your pay band, that $5,000 is actually going to be a greater impact to your percentage. So it's actually going to be more than 3.7%.
Got it.
Right. And
Okay.
if you're above closer to the max, it's going to be more like maybe 2.5%. I don't know, depending on where you are. So if you've got a lot of employees on your staff that are lower in the pay bands, it is going to seem like a greater percentage.
Nope, that makes perfect sense. And again, the examples here is you have one department going up a little bit more than 3.76% with no
And that's why.
headcount, and then some are a little bit below that. So that made
So
perfect
it's-
sense
it's
to answer
just
both
where they
questions.
fall within their pay band.
Okay,
Mhm.
great. Thank you. Yeah, I want to keep it high level again. Both of the council members that spoke before me answer or asked a lot of the questions I had. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilman Sampson?
Yeah, I had brought this question up before. I would like to know the one, the director of operations. We took that out.
Mhm.
Why? Two, the reason I'm asking is because we have two individuals that would normally report to the director of operations. And so I know I had talked to Chuck about it. It seemed like that would be a position we would fund because those two technical personnel would report to that. And then three, is that something, if the council considered it, that we could fund? So the questions are, why did we pick out the director of operations? What purpose did it serve? What did we accomplish by doing that? Two, if the council wanted to consider refunding that, do we have the ability to sustain that? And I know.
Ooh, what's the tackle?
I can start the first part.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have, I don't have knowledge of the specific reasoning of why that position was eliminated. And so this is the hand that I've been dealt. And so I can't speak to why it was eliminated. As to the workload, and I think a lot of the job functions that are absent with that position not being staffed are what led me to think, like, I need to add a position. And then I landed on a town engineer for a number of reasons. So there were some of these functions that you're describing. We did used to have Public Works and Wastewater that reported up through Director of Operations, and now that's gone. But there were other functions as well throughout the town. So in this budget, what we're presenting to you is a town engineer and not necessarily a Director of Operations. It was a conversation that we had was, do we need to bring back a director of operations? But because of the other duties that I think I want and envisioned with this town engineer, that's why I landed over here. Would those two positions report to the Director of Engineering? I don't think so, not on the org chart as we drafted it. But as to your first question, I can't answer the why behind the town chose to do that. I just know that this is the hand that I've been dealt.
Yeah, I know we had discussed this before, so I'm just making sure. So the town engineer, as I understand it, for this, that position, will not supervise those two individuals that the director of operations would normally supervise. Those would still be supervised as they currently are by you, is that?
Correct. I think that's what I'm envisioning now with the org chart. Do we have the draft org chart?
I don't have it with me.
Okay,
but I
can we
can
get
get
it by
it.
this afternoon?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we'll give you what we're drafting as the org chart. We'll bring it back to you after lunch and we can look at it. No, I would still maintain Public Works and Wastewater's direct reports to me, as well as the town engineer in what we're envisioning. Now, that said, I really think that the relationship between the town engineer and the director of public works and the wastewater treatment plant, I want them to be very, very familiar with each other, because I really think that just from a technical standpoint, having someone, a resource that Wilson or Kirk could go to and talk about things, I think would be incredibly beneficial to the town, even if he's not acting in the role as a supervisor.
So and just make sure I'm clear. So the role of the town engineer, that position is for the whole entire town.
Correct.
So they would service public works, code enforcement. I'm just making this up. I mean, I think it's kind of ridiculous, but say the design review board or something, if something came up or something, anything, they would service the whole town.
Yes.
For any issues at the wastewater treatment plant specifically, do you envision that town engineer being able to service them specifically with their specific questions, or
Yeah.
they're a generalist?
Okay, that's a great question. So let me be really clear. Absolutely would be a resource. Absolutely. Now, if we hire a town engineer, that does not mean that our contracted engineering services is going to go to zero. Okay, we have work that's being done by right now. We have MK Design, we have CDM Smith, and we have McCrone, 3 contracted engineering services, all doing various projects on behalf of the town, whether it's reviewing planning, designs, forest conservation agreements. MK does that for us, roads, and wastewater treatment. So we are still going to have contract engineer services. And that's actually what led me to think, boy, I could really use a town engineer. Because what happens right now is I will get a very technical document from MK Engineering or CDM Smith, and it will come to me, and I will do my very best. And I will put forth my best effort to read it, understand it, and give the go, no go on it. I really would love to have an engineer on staff that I could say, you read this, you tell me if the technical piece makes sense. So absolutely, a town engineer would be a resource to planning, wastewater, water, public works, yes, code enforcement, and I could probably think of others. But we will still have contracted engineering services.
Okay, and so the only other question I have, and once again, this is not to put you on the spot or anything, but I mean, I'm just, as I'm thinking through this, at some point in the future, would it make sense then to have a director of operations? Because I see that as a technical person that's dedicated just to that could work with the town engineer. So I support the town engineer, but I'm saying it would seem to me you would want a technical person so that they're not bringing technical persons to you, and they have somebody that could focus on that and supervise.
Yes.
To me, I mean, from a budgetary standpoint, it seems like some, not all, even if you had a director of operations, I understand we would still need to contract stuff out, but it would seem it would mitigate or cut down, and you would have somebody focusing on that, because each one of those types of things are specific to that field of engineering. And so it just seems to me that that would be something.
Yeah, Counselor, I agree. I think that there's probably a need for some single entity, whether you call it Director of Operations or call it something else, to oversee public works and water and wastewater. I did not introduce that in this budget for a couple of reasons. One, it was all of our first budgets together, and I didn't want to come in and bite off too much. Two, the sustainability piece. And you already heard me say this, boy, the last thing I ever want to do is have to do a reduction in workforce because those are the worst. And so I want to tread lightly and I want to move slowly and intentionally. And so I have great confidence that if we can get a town engineer in for this first year, that it can be sustainable and it will pay a lot of benefit to the town overall. I will absolutely look hard over the next year at that Director of Operations position. I think that there's a need. I need to sit down with HR. I got to make sure that there's 2,080 hours worth of need because that's a threshold for a full time.
Yep.
And that's the piece I don't know. But I do think that there is a demand, maybe too strong of a word, but absolutely a need for a person for those people to go to. That's not me.
Okay, all right, thanks.
And I just have one remark. You know, the 3.7% increase is, you know, we've got to keep our good people here. But the council is approving the budget. We cannot tell you how to divvy out that 3.7%. That is going to be up to operations and how you feel that. We're only approving the amount on that. So that's, I want to make clear that we're not giving you direction on you should give, you know, Department A more and Department B less. That would be very bad practice on that. We hired a town manager in charge of operations to make sure that you keep our good people. And by presenting this, this fun part of the budget, you're doing just that. So thank you for taking care of your staff, our staff. And they are what makes, they're the backbone of our town. So thank you very much. All right, with that.
There's more.
Oh, you have, you led off with
Since you
10
made your
minutes.
comment, it opened up Pandora's box,
All right.
but I'll leave it alone. Back to Director of Engineering. I think this kind of answered my question earlier about the capital projects and moving those along and, you know, the timeline. I would imagine once you figure out the job description or how you want to fill the role is that council will start to see, back to my comment earlier about the capital budget, the timeline of what we anticipate projects move along. Question about this is we're on personnel. When we talk about this, we had a lot of easement issues in the town, right? When we try to do projects and there's easement stuff. Do we foresee the town engineer taking care of that, or should it be an easement coordinator, or the town attorney does it, or how does it work?
It's a mixed bag. It's kind of all of the above. So we have talked to the town attorney about this already. So the easements, we're working on a strategy. The staff needs to do our due diligence first, but when we've run everything to ground, and I'll use Jamestown, I think, or Martin's Crossing or Kings Grant as a great example of where the developer never conveyed the land or the easement, right? And we know in that case, the developer is defunct, the entity doesn't exist. And we are just at a point where we cannot move forward. I've talked to the town attorney and we're strategizing a legal strategy to go to the courts to try and clean that up. So the direct response to your question is all of the above, because yes, the town attorney the town engineer would help me reviewing plats, doing research, part of the due diligence so that we could then say, we have done everything we can. Okay, now Todd, town attorney, you need to do whatever you need to do to file this in court so that we can clean this up once and for all. That's part of the problem. The other part of your comment about projects moving is the biggest deficiency that I've seen in the town since I've been here, is that with some of these projects, there's an identified need to do something, whether it's stormwater or anything else. We need to do this. And so it was put into the budget, but there's not a single person. There is not an entity or a point of contact that I can look at and say, you are the person coming to work that is leading this initiative. And that's been the biggest challenge. And I mean, I can give a couple of examples. The fiscal impact of zoning was, I think, talked about for a couple of years. That's exactly what happened was, well, okay, there's money in the budget. That doesn't mean that it happened. It just, there was nobody coming to work on any given day saying, oh, my job is to push this project forward. The facilities master plan, again, money was in the budget. So what we've done to move in those instances is we've taken a team effort and, I've led, Michelle's led. We're doing things that we're doing them because they need to be done. Like they've got to get done. Some of the projects on stormwater, the 3 that we got in, everybody looks at Melinda and says, well, stormwater, so these are all yours. Not really. I mean, she's responsible for the MS4 permit, and that's a full-time job, right? So if she does her job, then that doesn't leave capacity to run all these other projects. So again, we've kind of divvied that up across the team. So I really see in the draft position description that I've already reviewed from the HR director for the town engineer, boy, we've got project management listed in there. And we've got, that's definitely going to be a core component so that some of these projects we can say, okay, these are in your lane. You're going to come to work, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. And some of those hours, you're going to move these projects along and you're going to give me updates on them so that I can answer to the council in a public meeting. This is where we are.
Thank you. I think it's time for lunch.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Oh, wait, there's more. No more lunch.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Councilman Sampson reminded me of a question I had, so I apologize. Technician 1, Technician 2 under Public Works. Is it as simple as e-commerce where the difference between a level 1 and level 2 is just tenure? Or does a Tech 2 have a different certification than Tech 1?
We, it's a certifications is what we've moved it to say, okay, to get your Tech 2, you've got to get your CDL.
Okay.
And then with the water license, the sewer license, stuff like that.
Is that a job code that we've imposed or is that like a standard for Public Works across the state?
It's a little bit of both.
Okay.
It was I went back when I first got here and I looked at it because for a long time it was fluid and they all had the same job requirements for all levels. And I was like, well, how does an employee know?
Exactly.
Right, when they can get promoted. And so I sat down with the department and we cleaned up a lot of them and said, okay, here are some defined goals that they can reach to then reach those. And the faster they can get through them, the faster they can go up.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, I do understand that money is fungible. I've been educated on it twice now. Thank you.
All right. So 30-minute break for lunch because Councilman Johnson's ready now. All right.
Through what looks like.
Lunch is a box out there. Grab. No, we set tables out here so you
All right, welcome back. We had a quick lunch here and we're ready for our second half of our budget retreat here. Mr. Stevens.
Okay, next up for you is the police department. We have the Chief Norris is here to speak about his budget. Chief, take it away.
All right, so first off, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, town staff. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to present the police department budget for FY27. Just a little bit about what we do. I know you guys have seen the budget briefing. I tried to be as concise as I could on everything, but I think it paints a pretty good picture of what we do and why we need specific budget items that we do. So aside from proactive enforcement, emergency call response, which everybody knows police officers attend to, we do a lot of special events, management, and we really kind of double down on our community policing initiatives. So it takes a lot of staffing, takes a lot of budget funding just to make these things happen and to, stay connected to our community. The PD's largest asset is our people. So a majority of our budget does support the officers who respond to the calls, investigate crimes, and protect our community every day. As far as that goes, we have 28 sworn police officers right now. Two of those positions, that's what we're allocated. Two of those positions are unfilled right now. We're this close to hiring 2 more sworn officers, so that's looking promising to put us up to full staffing finally. And we do have 4 current civilian personnel. That's 3 administrative staff and 1 cadet. We're handling approximately 18,000 calls for service annually. That doesn't include, specific calls that we put in or trainings or assists to other agencies. That's just 18,000 calls from citizens, business owners, or travelers through the town of La Plata. So basically, our operating environment is kind of trying to balance our service demands, which are constantly increasing. Our complexities for our calls for service have kind of grown with the town, as well as the police law enforcement mandates that the government puts out in Annapolis. We have a lot more stricter standards that we have to follow, a lot higher level training that we have to conduct, and there's a lot more reporting on our end to the training commission and to the state government. So that takes up a lot of time on the back end as far as administrative personnel, myself, and command staff just to gather these reports, run these numbers, and get them to the people that they need to go to, which I think in the long run helps when we get that police funding from the state anyway. So it's definitely in our best interest to get that information to them. So we're constantly trying to adapt to new mandates, whether that be locally, state, or federal. But our main goal is to maintain our strong relationships with the community. I think we've done a job of that just through our participation in events, holding events of our own, and just trying to participate with our allied agencies, governments, and other responders. So, which brings me to our budget. The budget focus is more to ensure our response capabilities. We need the staffing to be able to respond to calls. We need the staffing to respond to the calls in a timely manner. That's what's one of the big things that I kind of want to prioritize is getting to calls quickly. One of the good things about having a local police department is that they're not waiting 5, 10, 15 minutes for a call like you would have to on a bigger agency that's coming from the outside or a state agency, because they're all over the place. We're specifically for La Plata, so we really try to get to our citizens as quick as possible. The budget also focuses on officer readiness, so that's providing the equipment, tools, training that they need to do their job efficiently and effectively. Some of the budget items strengthen our community engagement. It's through funding for special events, kind of hospitality type things, officer recognition, things of that nature. And it also sustains our professional policing stature, which a lot of that involves our CALEA accreditation, our focus on following policy, revamping policies, and doing things that make us operate professionally and able to handle anything that comes our way. I can go into a little bit of the numbers. I know you all should have the numbers from the briefing, but just to touch on a few things of our realignment, I tried to change up our organizational chart a little bit to better reflect the policing that we do and to get people in the right places to where we can optimize our performance. So I created the majors position, which helps me manage the command staff and kind of keeps me out of the weeds as much as, you know, I can, just so that I can do some of the things that are required of my office. CALIA reaccreditation will be happening before you know it. So we just finished our 4th year, and we're kind of knocking out some of the things that we have left to finish. And then we have our reaccreditation hearing in July, I believe. So there's also some upgrades to our infrastructure that we're working on as far as IT related things. As you know, policing is very technology focused nowadays. And we're trying to get up to that speed that we need to be at. We just have a little bit of a lacking infrastructure that we're trying to build upon and kind of correct some of the things so we can run a lot more smoothly. Just to go over some of these crime metrics, enforcement metrics, our adult arrests and juvenile arrests were down this year, as well as the Part 1 and Part 2 crimes, which is a good thing. I don't run for political office, so it's not something I have to like kind of hang my hat on that, you know, we got this down, we got that down. Our calls for service pretty much remain steady these past 2 years. Like I said, it's approximately 18,000 calls, and that's on top of proactive patrolling, enforcement, and the events that we do, as well as training. We stopped almost 1,800 vehicles. I feel like that's lower than previous years, and I think that's because just some of the staffing issues that we've had. Some of our more proactive traffic enforcement people were missing in action. And also just because of the call complexities that we're experiencing. There's a lot of mental health issues that take a lot of time, and we've been taking on more in-depth investigations because we can handle them and it's good experience, and I'd prefer to do those things ourselves rather than pulling them off to other allied agencies. Our reports were up 13% from the previous year. We ended up taking 611 crime reports, which may not seem like a lot, but those are pretty in-depth reports, and I expect them to rise this year with the growth of the town itself. Our collision reports were down 15%, which is good, and I think that helps with the proactive enforcement through our traffic. So it indicates a reduction in crime and collisions while we're still been able to maintain our consistent service demand. And I think the arrest declines mirror the crime declines in themselves. So to me, it suggests proactive prevention and deterrence rather than reactive enforcement alone. So just to be brief, a couple great achievements we had throughout the year. Officer Roy's was named, he's Lieutenant Roy's now, but he was named one of the 40 top international award recipients by the International Association of Chiefs of Police. It was the 40 under 40 award, which to me, it's pretty incredible out of the entire world that he was chosen out of those 40 people. We acquired the Faro 3D technology for crash reconstruction, crime scene photography. It's a great laser scanner that documents scenes. It's great for investigations, great for court case preparation. So that's something that's a little bit of technology we added to our repertoire that's been working well. As you can see, the town camera initiative has been moving forward. So that's Major Payne has done well with that. I know it's a lot to work on with all the different moving parts, but he's done a good job with it. Continuing promotional processes for the department just to get people into the positions I need them. We've had no active lists for about a year now. So now this gives us a list that we can pull from so we don't have to do promotional processes for the next 2 years. We can pull from the list of eligible candidates. We passed all of our major compliance audits and all that stuff. So everything's been going good with that. But some of our major challenges have been staffing. So we're working on that. Like I said, I think some of our recruitment efforts have been getting better now that the word's getting out that our benefits are coming up to speed. And the only other thing that I wanted to really touch on was just our headquarters is significantly, we've significantly outgrown our building. We're not big enough to be a decentralized police department, so I don't really agree with moving people into random buildings because it kind of takes away that span of control that we need in a smaller department, especially with the basis of community policing. We all got to kind of be on the same page and kind of have a game plan, a roll call at the beginning of the day and go from there. But I just wanted to say that I appreciate the support of the council as well as the other town staff for the police department. This budget ensures we maintain the level of service our residents expect while ensuring our officers have the tools they need to safely serve the community. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to switch it up on you. I'm going to start with Councilman Sampson first. I'm going to go backwards for the second half.
Okay, I only had one question. I think I know the answer, but on page 66 in category 55, I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure. The expenditure for the University of Maryland Medical Center, what specifically is that expenditure?
Those expenditures are, it's agreed upon contract that we have with personnel that we have detailed to the hospital. It was 2, we'll be going down to 1 officer there now. But it basically takes a percentage of what it costs us to train them, to give them the equipment they need. And basically any costs, they take a portion of it. So it's just kind of, I think finance separates it out so they can kind of monitor how much that officer technically costs and what their share of it would be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so based on the change with 1 officer, we budget that. We budget the amount for the full officer, but there's a percentage that's in revenue that offsets that cost.
Okay, got it. That's all I had.
All right, Councilman McCormick.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Just on that same token, I apologize. On page 59, Miss Larson, I see under the police department that goes from 2 to 0, but I'm hearing 2 to 1 now. Which is it? Yeah, page 59 under personnel, police department, University of Maryland's medical center. I see here we went from 2 to 0. I'm hearing 2 to 1. So see where it says UMC RMC? It says 0 head count there. Yep.
It's still police officer, and I've updated her HR to coordinate with the police on how they want to put those officers.
Okay, so got it. And I'm assuming that increase is going to like PFC officer or something like that, one or the other. Okay. Makes perfect sense. Thank you. And I appreciate that, Chief. With that going from 2 to 1, what's our expected benefit or increased, I guess you would say, like cost or liability there? I know, and correct me where I'm wrong, part of that contract was that they would help subsidize or pay for a portion of that salary or benefit that they were getting for that service. Now it's getting cut in half down to 1. What are we expecting in the town for that?
I want to say, do you remember? Go ahead, please.
So one thing you'll see an increase is this overtime. And
Okay.
that's the per hour overtime. So that's gone up because they've lost an officer and the other line item goes down.
Okay, and that, just for my edification, page 62, you see the increase, and then on 65, I think you see the decrease rate. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, sort of sticking with the same topic for a second, I'll ask it a slightly different way. Do the call metrics or volumes over there at the hospital justify or support the reduction from 2 to 1?
In my opinion, yes. I know when Chief Schinner left, he was trying to get a 3rd officer over there kind of to give them round the clock. But what we did is we kind of reworked the scheduling so that they were there a little bit earlier and stayed a little bit later, which kind of eliminated that. But at the same time, I think we should be fine with one over there during prime times. It does alleviate our officers from having to respond there while out on patrol to handle a call that may have happened in Waldorf. And then we're there wasting time trying to call a county deputy or a state police officer over there to handle the call for us, where if we already have someone there and they know it's not our call, they can, have whoever come. There's a lot of benefits to having someone there, but going from 2 to 1, I don't see it as being a problem.
Okay, good. Yeah, and the reason, so one of the reasons why I was asking that too is as I understand it, if I understand it correctly, the hospital is not part of the property tax pool, right? So is that not correct? Are they exempt from property tax, or are they? Okay. Yeah, that would be good to know. Yeah,
We asked the state.
okay.
Because they're the ones who.
Yeah, and it's just in general, it's like trying to understand for the amount, like effectively, are we subsidizing the hospital, but in this case, if I think they came to the table with the town, not knowing the full history of it, with supplying the funding for 2 officers to satisfy a need. And then, but what you're telling me is that we think the metrics drive this reduction. So that sounds good to me, because what I would worry about is if the metrics didn't support it and they wanted to reduce the funding they were supplying in half, then effectively that's coming out of another area of the town where we would be having to effectively shift services away. And then how do we adapt to that? I mean, that
Right.
reality.
And this was at their request. They've had new turnover in their executive level. And they have requested that it just be brought back down to 1, which would be the original contract we had with them. And I think, was the original contract 50-50 or 75-25?
2.5% on the hospital and the remaining.
Because of the 2, because one of them was 75-25, the other one was 50-50, and with the combined, they just made it 66 2/3. So,
And I assume, does the hospital also have a like a contract security force that's
they have
there as
their
well?
own internal security. Yes.
Okay, so like the way I think of this end too, it's
And they've also been building that up. They have a new
Okay.
security director who's been trying to build up their own
that all
in-house
plays into it.
security.
Yeah, okay, that all makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate that context. Then the other thing I was going to ask you about in the metrics, I would benefit from understanding more how the metrics for the metrics you report for the town overlay with the metrics that the county sheriff puts. So for example, right, if we say adult arrests are down in the town of La Plata, if I was to look at Charles County Sheriff's Department metrics, and if I could pull out specific arrests in that the sheriff's department may have done, is really to understand how many arrests occurred in La Plata. I have to add those 2 together, or are your metrics really the sum total of it?
You would have to add them together because theirs would be completely separate from us. And one thing you have to take into account is their arrests that are done in La Plata. That could be someone turning himself in on a warrant for a crime that happened somewhere else, but they did it here at the District 1 station in La Plata. So they're technically getting an arrest in La Plata for that. So theirs can be kind of skewed, I would say, just because they have the whole county. I wouldn't expect them to have a higher arrest rate than we do in the town of La Plata, considering we are the first, primary agency for everything, unless we have more than what we have on the road handling calls and we couldn't get to it. I mean, I'm sure it happens, but not as often as you might think.
And then the way the crime statistics are reported. So like what I understand about county crime statistics is they're reported up through the state and the federal, and they go in. So when you go look at those databases and look at statistics over the years, they're there. Are ours also reported into that same thing?
Yes, that's UCR, the FBI UCR database. Yes.
Okay.
And moving forward, they have changed from UCR to NIBRS, which is a new version. Which in our budget, you'll see that we're upgrading our Cody reporting system, which is where we write our reports. That's where we gather all our data and send it up. There will be a NIBRS module in that'll send it directly to the state for those numbers. So it's kind of clean in a report straight to them. And I'm sure when I get that and we have it training on it, I'll be able to supply some pretty detailed numbers to council as well.
Okay. And then For, I think with metrics, so as we go, one of your priorities, this will be the last thing. So in your priorities, we're talking about, you know, watching how the town grows, right? And we know we are looking at some relatively significant growth over the next 10 years, right? Based on planning and how water agreements all settle out. And with what we just did with the retirement plan, right? I think it's going to be more important than ever to manage those costs. And so I think that as we look at staffing going forward, when we talked with HR earlier, you know, she had some verbiage in there about managing overtime, but another area that I think we need to look at, and you've clearly been doing it, but is the split between what sworn officers do, which are covered by the new retirement system that we're funding, and what non-badged officers or non-badged police department personnel can do. And I look at, you know, like the mix, the ratios that, like the sheriff's department is a good example. You look at their staffing and they have hundreds of employees and maybe half of them are sworn officers. So somewhere, off the top of my head, I'm trying to pull that number out.
Support staff is definitely necessary.
Right. And so, like, I'm not suggesting that ratio to you, right?
No,
But the concept of how we help manage the cost, because like our ability, my perception is looking at the numbers, is our ability to ramp up staffing based on growth, right? It has to be metrics driven, and it can also be augmented by appropriately finding solutions to staffing that make that kind of a split where does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is my last comment and question. Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Johnson.
Lightning round 2. All right. So one, I appreciate the overview in the budget. So in December, Maryland Municipal League released the municipal delivery or government delivery services through the Safety Shafters Center for Public Policy through the University of Baltimore. So while not every municipality in the league participated, this budget comes in average across the municipalities that gave the survey. So I appreciate that. I got quite a few questions for you. And let's start. I know we just got the tax differential stuff, but this is going to touch on the calls for service. So the sheriff office, and I may be wrong, I don't have the explanation, but from my understanding is the sheriff office have a 38% cost to La Plata as they decide the tax differential. And that's not from the county government, that's from CCSO. So my ask is, I understand the way you calculate calls for service and the way they calculate calls for service are completely different, correct?
It's hard to say. I've gone back and forth with the person that I talked to over there, and they've made spreadsheets for us of way that we can basically query the information that we need for the way we do stats. They do have an old way of doing it, but I think Chief Schinner had kind of like moved them towards where it takes out, I think, patrol checks and transports and all the calls that really aren't calls for service by town citizens. They're internal sheriff's office calls that they create call sheets for. So I'm not really sure how they work that the differential, but I know that there was an improvement done at some point when Chief Schinner did bring that up. I think the town was able to get more of that pot than original.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If we could just get a definite answer. I know we got a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks on that, because I guess my concern is, like, I understand there's going to be a cost to the taxpayer regardless. The sheriff office exists. It's going to be. I don't necessarily agree with how they're going to do the tax differential if they're going to charge 38%. And that might be wrong. Just from my understanding of reading it is, if the town is not available, sure, you run that call as the primary agency, but they're just tagging onto a call for service. I don't believe that's subsidizing the town's response.
I agree.
If you got a 4-shift working and they're subsidizing and say, oh, well, we ran X amount of calls in the town, now we're going to decrease that tax.
And I understand it, but at the same time, I also don't want to not have them assist us, because you never know when you're going to a call. If we only have 3 people working and, it's a crazy call, the more the merrier, sometimes, because they may need backup. You never know what you're walking into. So I don't want to kind of make
Yeah, no,
them
not
shy away from that.
I was just looking at how they calculate our calls for service in
Right.
town particularly. And although the tax differential is not hundreds of dollars to the resident, it is something on the tax bill. All right, the second question is, as you talk about the hospital police officer, I know it's reduced to one. What is the complexity of calls for service? I know there's a lot, because like you gave the example of something occurred in Waldorf, or also got to come out and they don't free up a patrol guy. But what is the difference between their calls for service and the commercial-based calls for service, like a Walmart or a Target?
Typically, most of your commercial base, they're going to be theft calls or loitering or, usually something dealing specifically with the business. Whereas with the hospital, I mean, it's almost like its own little community. We're going to deal with, 10 to 15 different types of calls from here, whether it be some kind of assault, it could be a shooting, a lot of mental health crises, sex offenses. I mean, you never know what's going to show up to the hospital. So it's nice having somebody there that can actually figure out all that base information to pass it along to where you can get the right people there rather than waiting for a response of somebody to get there, figuring out what they have, then saying, oh, well, this isn't our call, send somebody else here. So a lot of it has to do with response times and just the fact that we have someone there because, as you've known, we've had people try to go in there with firearms or armed, and the security at the hospital has done a better job of monitoring that. They have a new camera system. They have metal detectors, weapon wands. So I think they've done better on that side of it. But yeah, I think it's just more of the unknown and just the added actual law enforcement officer there rather than just security. So.
I guess my last question, and this is more towards you, Karina. When you look at the Cody RMS system, it's only from capital. So how do we? I guess what is the justification for capital expenditure, whether it be a survey or something that's not $1,000?
So it's there because it's the one-time cost, and that's the implementation cost, and it's an intangible implementation cost. Then you have the subscription cost, which is under the contracting services.
So that come out of the okay, all right.
Yes.
Are you talking about the 9,800?
Whatever it is for Cody, I just wonder why it's a capital
Yeah.
versus
If I think a rule that'll help everyone with that as we go through budgets in the future, whenever I say capital in my head, if I say capital out loud in my head, I'm saying and one time.
Okay.
It's capital and one-time expenditures. And so if you think of it in that context and then think of Karina's response, it's like, oh, the one-time expenditure to get it, and then the recurring operating expenditure is carried over here.
That makes sense. Appreciate that. All right, my last question is, I think, just for it's not this one here. Can you define part 1 and part 2 crimes for the county?
So part 1 crimes, put me on the spot here, man. Part 1 crimes are typically like your murders, rapes, aggravated assaults. Believe it or not, theft, just simple theft is a part 1 crime. Vehicle thefts. Yeah, vehicle theft, stuff like that. But then part 2 crimes are like your disorderly conducts and your more minimal crimes.
All right, very well.
The part 1s are your more serious crimes is the better way to look at it.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions. Just going back to calls of service, and I know that I've spoken with Chief Schinner about this, and he had described how a routine patrol call of service for the sheriff's department, if they went down over to where Ace Hardware is, and they went from A all the way down to B where the liquor store is, that would be 12 calls of service.
If there's 12 businesses, yeah, they could say that.
Where we log one. And where I have a really hard time with that is that it directly impacts our differential.
Right.
Because it looks like the sheriff's office is doing 12 times the work that our
Right.
sworn officers are doing. And it sounds like that may have been addressed, but still our differential is not, in the last 8 years, has not changed as far as that big shift where, the 12 calls of service versus 1, if it has been, if it has changed, it should have been 1-to-1, where it would show that the sheriff's department is not doing more than our police department.
Right.
Is there a way, as our new chief, that you can address that? Either they come to our way of logging calls, or we go to their log. The data.
I don't see a problem with that. The only thing I don't like about it is then I'm basically starting over as far as the data collection, because it will skew the numbers, because patrol checks and calls for services, in my mind, they're different.
Right.
Patrol checks it's your proactive, your community caretaking part of it, whereas your calls for service are, your thefts, your emergency calls. So I understand what you're saying. And yeah, I do have a meeting with the sheriff's office on Thursday. So that's something I can bring up and see if we can kind of meet in the middle and try to figure out a way that it's kind of like a universal data collection way of doing things. The problem is they use different reporting software, but we do have access to that. But we don't really have the expertise to be able to build these queries that show exactly what we're looking for. And I don't know how to kind of quality control it myself, so, but I don't think that's out of the wheelhouse. I think it's something we can work on.
Because it does impact our residents because of duplicity,
Absolutely.
And I don't think it's accurately portrayed, especially it just kind of, with that skewed numbers, it looks like the sheriff's department is doing a lot of work in the
Right.
town, which I know that may not be the truth. But going to that, the part one, I know you have an MOU that has with the sheriff's department. Our officers are very well trained. They go to training for reconstructive, incidents, and they've gone to riot control and all of that. And as our department grows, are you lessening back your reliance? I know there's partnership. There's a difference between partnerships, but to my understanding, when there's a part one, sheriff's department handles it, and we are secondary to that. Has that changed?
We revised the MOU years ago that didn't strictly just say part one, part two. Because if that was the case, they'd be handling every stolen vehicle that happened in town, every assault, where typically I would say a majority of the calls that they handle that we just, and when I say we can't handle them, I don't mean that our people aren't trained and I don't have the right people to handle these crimes. What I mean is we don't have the resources for it. So if we were to have a murder or a rape or a commercial armed robbery where we don't have a suspect in hand, these type of investigations take a lot of investigators. Right now I have 2. So, and typically you're sending 2 people to every different area you can go to do follow-ups, knock on people's doors, get video. I would say on a homicide case, the sheriff's office is probably sending 25 to 30 detectives out to it. So, some things we just can't handle resource-wise, and I can't expect my people to do that. Now, I do have a plan, and we can talk more about it at some point, but I was hoping to do some type of investigative task force where our people would work with them on cases in the town that I'd like my people to work, but we just don't have the resources to really handle it, because most cases like that, we're going to be calling out their forensic science unit, possibly their canines. So it's just, there's certain things that we can't do right now. I'd love to get there, and that's my goal, is to build those specialties up to where we can become more self-sufficient in those things. We're just not there yet.
It's always good to have a partnership.
Absolutely. And that's what they are. And we have a really good relationship with all the other agencies around here, whether it be emergency services, the fire department, state police, the bridge, Maryland Transportation Authority. I mean, there's a lot of good networking done between law enforcement in this area. So, we are definitely blessed to have them to assist us. I mean, I'm sure you see them at the events. They pretty much help out everything we do. We help out with them. So.
And thankfully, we aren't heavy-handed with part one crimes that we have to, or the real bad part one crimes.
Right.
When you're talking theft, that happens. You mentioned that you're about to have 2 more officers come on the
Fingers
force.
crossed.
With that said, looking at your, on page 62, with your 26 budget, and you're looking at salary at time and a half. Right now, you're right on track, 65,000, and you budgeted 110, but you're asking for an additional almost 41,000. Can you explain how adding 2 more officers, so you're completing your force, how why the overtime would go up. I would think the overtime would go down by adding police officers.
I think I had my overtime like 20,000 higher than that when I ran it today. When was the run date for that?
Oh, I'm not concerned about, it's for the end of December, but I'm not concerned about, you're right at halfway in that tracks for 110, yet your budget for 27 is asking for an additional almost $41,000 in overtime. And I'm just trying to understand how, if you're adding 2 more officers, which will be your full-time, why the increase of almost $41,000 for overtime?
It's mainly due to special events. That has hardly any special events built into it.
So if we're duplicating, we've got to make sure, let me find 420. Okay, here's 470. So your special events, you have budgeted 14,808. You kept the same budget in FY26 and FY27.
I don't think I was aware that that was overtime. I thought that was the cost of like getting the inflatables for the block party and.
No, so you have different, so under the special events, you have your overtime, which is 14,808. The FICA is 1131. Other contracted services is 3,550, and then special events supplies is 9,130.
Okay.
So special events total budget is 28,621.
Okay. So like I said, it's a majority of the budget, but you're talking about court time, training, and honestly, it's not necessarily, if we have more people, it creates less overtime. It just, I mean, there is a way that you can do that formula. I don't have it in front of me, but if you look at prior years, I can almost guarantee you that we're going to go over on that 110 budget, because I think the year before we cut it like $120,000. So I was adding a little bit back into that because we're going to go over it. I can almost guarantee it. With court time, investigations, special operations, training, it's just something I can't really control on that, especially when officers get held over for calls.
Okay.
Does that also incorporates the CRMC overtime as well?
So each of your activities have a separate activity code within your budget. So the overtime here would be your general overtime, has nothing to do with the speed cameras, with the hospital, with the event. All of those have their own separate activity.
Even the part-time part of the hospital that we do?
Yes. So on page 65, under activity 213, you have salary overtime. We have 52,000 budgeted for your overtime for those officers at the hospital.
Here's what I'd like to suggest, because I think we're going to get a little high-centered on this. So if it's okay with you, Madam Mayor, what I'd like to do is have Karina and the chief get back together, refine these numbers, and then we'll follow back up with council on this. Because I understand the question. The question is if we're adding 2 full-time equivalents, why are we also seeing an increase of $40,800 in overtime? Those two are incongruous. We need to come back to you with an answer on that.
I just want to make sure we're not duplicating it. That's where he was centering this overtime, and
Yep.
we're already capturing.
Yeah, I just don't want to make the sausage here.
Right.
So we'll go back and figure it out, and then we'll provide an answer to council.
Thank you. All right, and looking at the budget too, if looking under, and this might be getting into the weeds a little bit, but I'm looking at past performance and then looking for our FY27 under insurance liability, insurance vehicle, and licensed users. We are already 2 of the 3 have already surpassed what you budgeted for FY26, with one of them $2,000 less, and we're only 6 months into this data. It's only 6 months into the budget.
I can answer that.
Thank you.
So insurance is something I budget for, and that is done at the beginning of the fiscal year, because that is the legit insurance, and we pay it as of July 1st. So there wouldn't be any other costs within that insurance line. And then it's basically on what we anticipated it to increase and what it actually increased. Police increased a little higher for the liability, but those items on the insurance are not gonna, those are the actual numbers for this year because it's the expenses as of July 1st.
Okay, so even though they've exceeded the
Yeah.
budget, approved, adopted budget, that is,
And I
okay.
accounted for that. And actually, like I said earlier, after the legit meeting last week, it's actually gonna go up. So I'm gonna have to go back and increase those numbers again.
Okay, good. All right. That is all I have for now. Any other further questions for the chief?
Just a comment, if I could, not necessarily about what the overtime, how it's located, as I guess because I guess the major two departments going to see overtime is Public Works and the police department is, how do you track it? So that way, when we look at the data for budgeting, we know what the true need is. And I do a good job at like speed cameras and university or the hospital, but from a general standpoint is how that being tracked for like the upcoming fiscal year? Or if excuse me, Monica has it, are you tracking for court costs?
Yeah.
Are you being held over?
There's designations in our payroll that where you can set, court, late calls or arrests, hospital. Yeah.
I think that'll be helpful to tell the story.
Yeah.
As you justify your need for overtime.
And just a follow-up on that one. If you see an officer going overtime, isn't there a way to adjust? And I know with patrol, my father was a police officer and my son was too. So I understand that you can't always keep it at 40. And if they are on salary, it is comp time. So where is, just kind of when you're looking at that, you should be able to maybe modulate saying that, okay, this one's going to go over. So we've got to switch out a little bit.
I mean, we try, but I mean, most of the causes for the overtime is because of court or a late call, and you can't just substitute a new officer in to take over this call. Like this person's already like the lead investigator. So I understand what you're saying, but then we run into staffing issues as well, because you have people that are already expected to work and we can't take hours away from them so that the other, officer can work overtime on a case. If that's what you're asking, to kind of balance it out, like bring in a substitute, and this is a different line of work than what you're thinking.
When you have the overtime, is that comp time? That's what
The officer, so anybody that's not salaried employees don't get comp time. The only people that get any kind of overtime compensation would be your road officers, anyone below sergeant and below. So they'll get the option of comp time or overtime pay.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Stevens had a perfect solution to that for you all to get back together and do that. So thank you. I will not belabor the point anymore. All right. That's
Okay.
it.
Thank
on
you.
that
Thank
one.
you, Chief.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Wilson, why don't you come on up? The chief has warmed the seat for you.
Between him and Don.
Mr. Stevens, are we going to?
I was going to skip the break for now
Okay, we
because
will
we
skip the
just we're not even an hour out of lunch. So I
Yeah.
thought maybe we could do Public Works, then
You let
see
me
where
know
we are.
when.
Okay. Okay, so Wilson, if you'll go ahead and introduce yourself, and give your opening statement to the council, and then we'll open it up for questions, okay?
Hey, cool, great. All right, that's what I thought. All right, I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Wilson Cochran, Director of Public Works. All right. Let's do our little department overview here. Our mission: enhance community quality of life by providing safe, sustainable, and reliable infrastructure. Our core services: road, parks, water distribution, sanitary sewer collection, stormwater, fleet services, snow removal, storm response, waste removal, and anything else under the sun you can think of. So we kind of do it all. Our strategic alignment is to Public Works to strive to be good stewards of the funds, getting maximum value and eliminating waste. We have worked with HR to train our staff, recruit qualified individuals. We strive to maintain public facilities at the highest standards and present the best public image to the public. We are developing plans and procedures to ensure safe systems and infrastructure continue to function in the future. Some of our major accomplishments for the last year, Wills Park Playground, we're about to start construction on that. I know that's been a long time coming. We had a really good meeting with the mayor was there and our Parks Committee chair, and that seemed to go very well. We really look forward to getting that project done this spring. I think it's going to be a great addition to the park. Our AMI system, this is the system that reads all our meters. As at last check was 94.37%, which I'm being told is one of the highest it's been since it was installed. One of the things when I came in the door from Mr. Stevens was to start getting these meters reading so that we're not going out, we're not getting estimates. We're actually getting into the point now where we're having to send kind of letters out to say, hey, you haven't responded to us. We got to come in and get your meter to fix it. We actually had one that hadn't worked for 2 years just start working. We don't know why. Maybe it heard the news. I don't know, but it did start working for us, and so we're happy to have it. Another thing coming the door that Mr. Stevens asked was the Public Works yard. When I first got here, I don't know if anybody saw it, and I know he came by and we walked around, was not very good shape. We've taken a lot of stuff to scrap. We're starting to now, we've identified vehicles and excess equipment that we can sell. Want to start doing the putting it up for sale on the different boards to try to get it out of here. If we can't, we'll probably end up having to scrap it. But we've made a very concerted effort to clean up around the yard, clean up in the building, clean up out back. And I think in the spring, we're looking at maybe bringing the council out to actually do a tour of the facility. So we had the meeting with the evaluating committee that are the people we hired just the other day. We walked them around, so it's looking pretty good. Something I didn't put on accomplishments, but when I asked my staff what we should put for accomplishments was we hired a really great public works director this year. So I didn't put that down there, but they were like, you should have put that down. All right. All right. These are our performance indicators are basically just through March. 485 trash containers delivered, 575 bulk trash pickups, 12 water main leaks, 330 utility calls, meter leaks, checks, low pressure backups, et cetera, like that. 1,194 missed utility locates, 9 stormwater projects, and I'm sure you'll talk about it more when Melinda gets up here. We have a lot more in the works that they're out there doing right now. 112 vehicle maintenance work orders. Our major challenges so far, culture change. Some of these guys, they let the yard get the way it was. Let's just put it that way. So we're trying to change the culture now to when you see it, don't step over it, pick it up. You know, keep it clean as you're going around. Let's put the trucks back where they're supposed to be. Let's start lining things up. Take pride in your work. Make sure we're doing the job. It doesn't matter how hard you're working. If the product you put out isn't good, that's what people see. So we're trying to kind of change that culture within Public Works to where when they walk away from a job, we don't have to go back and double check them. And they leave it the way it should be left. So, yeah, that's one of my fleet modernization. Luckily, I guess last year before I got here, they put a lot of stuff in the budget. We got a new excavator this year. We got a new Bobcat that you just approved the other day. We got another trash truck coming. I actually put one in, you'll see later in the budget for this year because we have 2 trash trucks that are very old that really need to be replaced. And then I want to do every other year we buy a trash truck. That'll get it on. We have 5 trucks. That's a 10-year rotation. Trash trucks normally about 10 years, they're ready to go. That's how I like to do it every other year. That way you kind of know projecting forward. That's how we're going to do it. And then staffing. I didn't put any new staff in this budget because frankly, I haven't had a full staff yet. And it's hard for me to come to you and say, I need more staff when I haven't gotten to 100% with my staff yet. So as of this year, we haven't asked for any more staff. Well, we did one, but we're converting one over, but we didn't ask for any more technicians or anything like that in this budget. Coming in the door to tell you how important this was. At my interview, Mr. Stevens asked me if I came to you and asked you to cut your budget 10%, what would you do? I said, I'd cut my budget 10% because if I don't, you will, but I know where I need to cut, and you don't. So my mother's husband is Dr. Holler, who used to be the county administrator for Calvert County. And he said that to his public works director when he was the county administrator. And he said, I can't do it. There's no way I can do it. He said, don't worry about it. When you come back Monday, I'll do it for you. He said, well, you don't know where to cut. And he says, exactly. So he managed to do it. So, but in that vein, I was very conservative with this budget. So when you if you go through it, you'll see that, our admin budget actually went down. We did away with, there was a project manager, $90,000 for a project manager in there that we didn't spend. I can tell you from experience, you're not going to get a project manager anywhere for $90,000. The county has, I ran utilities at the county. We had 4 or 5 actual contracted project managers. They cost us about $300,000 a piece. So you're just not going to get anybody worth anything for $90,000. So we yanked that out of the budget. We took out computers because frankly, once we spend $4,000 on computers for public works, that's pretty much, we've replaced everything down there. So we shouldn't need that again next year. Registration and training, we actually went up because we have some more people taking their CDL test, and that's an expense, a high expense for us. 15,000 decrease in equipment because that was for a trailer that we're going to buy this year. It'll be the last thing that'll come before you. We haven't gotten all the paperwork for that yet, but that'll be the last thing we buy this year is a trailer. We don't need another trailer. We'll have already bought it by that point. So that's coming out of the budget. Facility operations, we only went up 1.43%. That's due to the addition of a facility manager position. Most of you know, we already kind of have a facility manager who's contracted. We're making that an in-house position because legally it probably should be. So I sat down with Monica and Mr. Stevens, and we decided that probably should be an in-house position. And with that, it needs to have its own vehicle. So there's a vehicle in here. There's 150,000 in for building improvements at 402 Potomac. Frankly, we need more space. We don't have enough office space. We don't have enough storage space. So what we want to do is go back to 402 Potomac, put the power back in it right, get the water back in it, fix it up nice enough to put the utilities department there. We want to centralize utilities in that building, hopefully get rid of some of the stuff that's stored in there now and be able to park some of our water and sewer equipment in there. The big truck won't fit, but the other, some of the smaller stuff will, and put our inventory over there, which will free up some warehouse space and things at our own facility for 301, which will really help us out. Fleet maintenance actually dropped almost 20%. And it says we attributed to the hiring of a new mechanic. And you might say, well, how'd you hire somebody and drop it 20%? Well, because Danny was the mechanic, and Danny makes a lot more than the new guy. So really, when you comes out of the wash, it's because Danny's my assistant. So when you put his salary up against that, it's a big difference. Streets went up, but it's mostly to the capital outlay and payment, which is kind of done around me. I don't have a control of that one. That one's done by Katrina and Karina, sorry. I had an OAHR director that was Katrina, so it always kills me with Karina. I said, sorry. Parks, 1.98% increase, 1,500 increase for mosquito spraying. That's just the cost that we have to pay through, 77,900 increase. Other site improvement and bikeways that we have scheduled. 700,000 in playgrounds and neighborhood parks other than Wills Park. Some of the other playgrounds that we're going to go out and try to do this year. And then we took the 750,000 that was in there out. That was what's in Wills Park now. That's going to be spent this year, so that we don't need that again next year. Sanitation was down. We have a $10,000 increase in small cap other equipment, bins and dumpster purchases. And we still have the a trash truck for next year that we have put in because, like I said, we have 2 trucks really that need to be replaced right now. But it wasn't in the budget this year, so we went ahead and put it in the budget for next year. So that'll come through pretty quick as July 1 if this gets approved. Our top priorities for 27 are to continue that culture shift that we've already started, keep getting the momentum going, continue to get the AMI improvements. I don't think we'll ever get to 100%, but we want to be as close as we can. Fire hydrant repair. We have some fire hydrants around the city that, or the town that have been out for a while. We've gotten to some of them. We got to the one out on Route 6. We got the one in front of Gregan's auto glass down the way. And so, but we want to get as many of those working as possible. My old mayor, when I was in Chesapeake Beach, when they had that house burned down in DC because none of the hydrants worked, Roy got on me about hydrants. So I've kind of been that way ever since. But you know, our fire departments know they go a mile out of town and they have to have water. So it's not like DC. You probably won't have a house burned down because of it, but it's still nice to be able to have that hydrant there. They know they can hook to. We're very active with the fire department and letting them know what hydrants are working and which ones aren't. And we have to take one out of service. We always call them and let them know immediately that, hey, we took this fire hydrant out of service. So they know when we put it back in service, we call them and say, okay, now it's back in service. So they should have a running list of everything we have. Then just the recruiting, we want to get to 100%. I want to make sure that we have all the people, and then we can evaluate hopefully next year whether we need more people or whether we don't. As the town grows, of course, we're going to need to add more people, snow plows, things like that. One of the things I do have in the budget for next year under admin is a new truck, a new plow truck. It's a 3/4 ton pickup. I want to get a V plow and a spreader for it. It was very successful in New Carrollton. When I was there, the smaller trucks with the smaller spreaders can get into neighborhoods that these big trucks just can't. Most of what we have spreading salt right now are big dump trucks that, or, you know, dual wheel dump trucks that some of these neighborhoods get real tight with those because you got to have a 9-foot plow on the front of a dual wheel truck in order to, if you don't, it won't cover your back wheels are in the snow. So starting to get some of these smaller trucks with the smaller spreaders on them, you can get in, and they're much more accurate with the salt. You can control how much salt you put out, and you control how far you throw it because it's dual motors. These trucks that they have right now, you turn the spreader on, it throws as fast as it can throw. So you kind of got to control by how much you're putting in it and raising the bed, and you can be much more precise with what you're doing. With these smaller trucks, V plows are, I think every department should have at least one V plow. The small trucks have trouble, like the ice we had, you know, the snowcrete. Our small trucks were really useless towards the end because that 8-foot blade, that truck just can't push it. But the V plow, the way it works, because it sits at the center of the truck and pushes out either way, can break that kind of stuff a lot easier. And they're much more useful, in my opinion, than they're a little bit more expensive, but they're much more useful. So, but with that, I think we're ready for any questions you might have.
First of all, I would have loved to be in the meeting between Mr. Stevens and yourself because you cut that budget almost 10%. And I don't know what Mr. Stevens said, but boy, did you take that to heart. So thank you for a really nice budget.
Okay. Just to be clear, that was a hypothetical during his interview. That was not the guidance or direction to the leadership team for this budget.
Well,
I did not
listen to you.
I know, but I'm just saying, we did not ask. I asked departments to be conservative and to be thoughtful, but we did not ask or direct for any reductions for this budget.
No. He took that hypothetical as a reality there, but a very nice budget. Yes, very nice budget on that. I will reserve my comments and compliments till the end, and I'll start off with Councilman Sampson.
No comment.
Councilman McCormick?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. First, let me start with that, with everything to include the absolutely crazy ice storm that hit. Everything that you and your department did does not go unnoticed. So I want to make sure I say thank you, and please let everybody know how much I appreciate it. This is one of the more straightforward budgets, so I do appreciate that, and I appreciate your narrative here. A couple of questions for me. You already touched on this. We talked about the 90,000 paid position for a project manager. I think that was in last year's budget. It was removed in this year's budget.
Yeah.
However, there is a left and right limit that I believe the former council and maybe this council, when we first came in and adopted the budget, because I think we adopted it 48 hours or whatever after we were in. But there was a vision for that. And that vision was to ensure that projects don't fall through, the proverbial, slip of your fingers. Do you see that being a concern or risk going into 27, removing this position or removing that 90K? Do you have a game plan for that?
Wilson, let me answer that.
Yeah, please,
because you're asking the question of Wilson because it was in his budget.
Sure, but I think
It was placed in his budget because it had nowhere to go.
Got it.
Okay. And so that was part of the problem with this.
Okay.
And as Wilson even talked about, and we didn't talk about that in advance. I love his commentary.
Yeah.
When I saw that $90,000, I said to myself, who in the world am I going to hire on a 1-year term that's going, it's not a job.
Yep.
It's 90,000. So I'm going to try and get a project manager to come in and spend $90,000 and then walk away.
Yep.
Like, are we even going to finish a project with
Yep.
that? And so that's why that money, I think that's probably why it didn't get spent last year. I wasn't here, obviously, but I mean, we're not done with this year yet. If this council says, no, Chuck, it's in the budget, go spend $90,000. Okay, I got a quarter. I'll go spend it. I'll spend it in a meaningful way. But I don't think we're going to get a project through start to finish. We might move the ball a little bit for $90,000, but that's really, it was that line item amongst that was really the trigger to say, how can we do this different and better? And that's how we got to the town engineer, and you got the org charts distributed during the lunch break. And if you see in there, we're proposing a department with a town engineer that has project management contained within it, along with our GIS team.
Okay.
I hope that answers
that. Does. And for the record, it's not that I'm saying that it's something that I'm fighting for. I hope that's not what all I'm asking is, hey, there was clearly a vision for that, whether it was the old council, this council. I just want to make sure that, do we have a game plan for that? It sounds like yes, it was just put maybe in the wrong department. We already addressed it with the town engineer position. So that makes sense to me. Thank you. Operation Clean Sweep. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier. Is that anywhere in this budget specifically or no?
Yeah, a big chunk of it is what Wilson talked about, 402 Dorchester. Okay, that's when he was talking about turning that warehouse. So right now it's sitting vacant. We're using it for storage. I think we got recycle and trash bins down there, maybe some other small inventory, water meters and some stuff like that. The beds from what I hope are a distant past memory of the bed races. I'm hoping that council doesn't tell me that they want to bring those back. They take up a lot of space and they're down there. And so that it absolutely is. And what number did we finally put in on that? 150? Yeah.
Okay. And then I apologize. Where in the line? I was not able to follow during the conversation.
Okay.
Yep.
It's under facilities, right?
Okay. No, you're okay.
It's under capital outlay category 56.
The activity code.
Okay.
909-5611, 310-909-5611.
It's 100,000.
Okay.
Wait, is
Got
it?
So
150.
150.
Yep.
So I apologize. It might be me. 150 or 115?
150, 50.
Okay.
39, it's, yeah, zero. So
What page are you on?
So I'm on page 70 right now under capital outlay. I see 115, but that's for vehicle and other equipment,
it's
which I don't think is correct.
01-310-909-5611.
Page number, you got Wilson.
I don't,
So actually, it's in the amount that's totaling 1,400,000. In that amount, there's 150,000 for the rehab of the old Public Works building. And then there's the capital improvement for the Dorchester Community Center at 1,250,000.
Okay, that was the confusion. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Sorry for taking some time there. Okay, perfect. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Councilman Goodberg.
All right. So with the metrics are impressive. There's a lot of stuff going on here, and I have some questions about those, but I kind of want to go into kind of a bigger idea here. So when one of my areas of concern when I look at public works is our operations in the wastewater treatment plant, and specifically, there was a comment, and it comes later on, where there's a comment within that area that recruitment or retention, right? Retention is a challenge. We know, my understanding is, right, in particular, the certifications are pretty valuable that those employees have, and they're portable, right? And there's other needs in the area for those kind of infrastructure specialties, right? And so what I'm wondering, and I kind of asked this a little bit earlier as well, is there a way that we can target some extra incentives in that area to retain people? So that's one piece of this sort of bigger idea that I wanted to discuss with the council and staff, is that that's one way we can help do retention. But another area of retention that has been talked about for years, right? It kind of marching along for years with what was done with the police department is also retirement benefit upgrades for public works. And so when I looked at this, what the county does versus what we do, I don't think there's an easy way we can get exact parity with the county. The county has its own system that they fund and manage themselves, and their costs compared to us, their employer costs, are much lower than what we're going to be able to achieve with the state system that our employees are in, right? But a way we could move towards it is if the town paid a matching fund, or excuse me, a matching amount into the retirement. So my understanding is that our employees have to pay 7% of their salary into their retirement plan. Conceptually, if we were to add 3% matching into that begins to move much closer to the kind of outputs that you could expect to achieve in the county system, right? So it just offers a better retirement plan that moves significantly towards what is in the local market that they could achieve elsewhere. And so I go, okay, so how much would that cost us to do, right? So if you walk through the various activity codes for labor in public works, it's more complicated than looking at the police department because it's not all in one fund. In the general fund, the 5 or 6 activity codes that have your pay in them add up to $1 million. If you look then into the enterprise fund, it's basically 1.9 million. So the two together, $3 million. So 3% of that, and you split it between the two funds, but a 3% match for us to provide it, aside from what it would cost to administer it. This is outside my area, but just the 3%, if we just look at that in terms of the cost related to their salaries, it's $91K. And when I did the math on that, I go, geez, $91K. Is there an opportunity here for us to, in this budget, come up with a way to fund a program that's either like a 401A or what's the other 579, right? Is that am I using the right number?
It would be
457. I always, yeah. So a fund like those where there's no back end liability, right? The town would pay into that at the beginning, but then the fund is responsible for the payout. Is there for basically $100,000, could we conceptually get to a place where we find that? And it's complicated because you can't do it all with just eliminating something from the general fund, because the split between that money is basically $32K would have to come basically, right? And I know this is the tune, yeah, you have to tune this up, but basically $32K is in the general fund, and 58K is in, 60K is in the enterprise funds. That's also further complicated though, because in the enterprise funds, because they're self-funding, those would have to lay into the individual funds, right? And so when I looked though at those individual dollar amounts, because the way the activities are here, you can look at that, and it effectively is about a 0.5% increase in the rate that we would have to charge, would have to go up to absorb that, or we could find a 0.5% reduction in the way we're calculating the costs of those enterprise funds. So that, I mean, and I recognize none of that is trivial, right? But the scale of it, when I looked at it, I was like, boy, it feels like it's not impossible though.
So I think the mechanics of how it would work is something that the staff would figure out and sort out. I think what we would need to hear from you is maybe Monica first, just to talk about. So conceptually, what you're talking about is adding an additional contribution to the Public Works employees, whether it's through 457 or some other mechanism. So maybe you talk about that first, and then we'll see if there's.
And if I could add just one other thing, because I'm not trying to stress people out, because I know we're right here at the end and we're doing this, right? So as we think about this, right, whether it's possible or not, another thing potentially we could do, and this, you might tell me you're crazy, you can't do it mid-year like that, but could you just go, we don't have to do it at the exact beginning of the budget year. You could do it 3 months in or 6 months in to make it, and then, adjust the numbers to fit that. That's all I was looking for a conversation around.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we could identify an amount and then put it towards 457 because all employees have access to that. I just want to clarify, one, you said matching, which typically implies that there's an expectation that the employee is also contributing.
Is it the case? My understanding is that in the system that we have, they already pay in 7%.
Right, and we already have a matching contribution to that. The employees do 7%, we do 14.
Okay.
So, and that's in the state pension, right? So if you're talking about putting money into a contribution plan, which is the 457, then is your intent to truly match up to 3% for an employee, or just to give them 3%?
The way I calculated it was 3%, and where I was looking at that number, where I pulled that out of is I was looking at the multipliers in the state fund that our employees use versus what the county has is significantly higher. So if you forget about how they get to the end number and just go, we want to get them to be somewhere near the output parity in the retirement plan. Like, that's a way to move towards it, right? I don't think you can achieve exactly what they have, because they've built their own thing that we would have to go build it ourselves. And because we're so much smaller, we're never going to be able to do it, right? So this is just a way to do it with what's commercially available.
Right. So my understanding is you want to do 3% in addition to what we're already doing to the pension for them.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. And then the other question I had, because I did see your email, when this whole conversation started a couple of years ago, just for your background, this was not, the intention was not to have a plan for the entire Public Works Department. It was very specific employees. So to clarify, are you now talking the entire department, or were we looking at just the same boots on the ground, physically demanding roles that we did before?
So the way I was looking at was the entire Public Works Department. However, if there's already been some logical, encapsulation of the staff that would apply to, I'm open to that as well. I'm
just saying, for historically, that's where the conversations are before, but that doesn't mean that has to be what it is today, right? I just want guidance.
Right.
Yeah.
And what I would say back to staff is like, if what we're having is we want parity, and we want retention in specific areas, like the folks that are out, digging up main water lines in the middle of the night, and the folks operating the facilities where we're having retention issues. Like we could also, it would just make it more cost effective or easier to achieve if we targeted it, in that way too, if that's what staff thinks is actually going to achieve the goal.
Okay.
And maybe another way to look at it too, though, is in the county, are they applying it to the entire Public Works Department, including folks that don't have, the outside jobs, as I think you just described it? And maybe that's a way to look at it, because conceptually, what I was trying to do is think of a way we could move towards what that long-term kind of goal has been, right? Which is, in this marketplace, the county is the thing to look at, probably as the gold standard for total compensation for Public Works employees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Martha, we jot that down, and Monica, so we need to come back to council, and I this is something that I think we all knew was coming, because I think Public Works was tied to the LEOPS conversation for the last few years. So we need to come back to you with some ideas and recommendations. And I'll just leave it at that. So if you jot it down and then we'll I guess as I say that, is it something that we want to try and get into the FY27 budget that's adopted on May 12th? Or is this the start of a conversation? Maybe we do a mid-year adjustment if that's possible, if we can come up with some kind of solution. Or is it something like you just want it built in, baked into this budget?
This is a walk-on idea. I get that. So I would not try and, impose that like this has to happen like right now. But I think we can, if we can reasonably move towards this relatively, faster than what we maybe thought before, that would be great. Yeah.
I do want to point out one thing. We are changing our 457 plan. And if we're going to do something like this, we should incorporate that into the plan, because right now there's no employer funding or matching or anything into the 457.
Right. And I guess we'd have to check too, because I think we are doing the numbers based on current enrollment. So if we have additional people join the plan, that may change our administrative costs, because now we only have like.
It's going to be significant, but when we calculate that administrative cost, it was based on the current enrollment and the percentage there.
We'll look into it. We'll factor that all in.
And then maybe the last thing, just to make sure I'm asking at the right spot. I want to quit while I'm ahead. But with the facilities stuff. So when we, not facilities, in the capital improvement plan, the buildings and things like that, are we talking about that right now, or is that going to come up? Where's the appropriate place for that?
That's coming up.
Okay.
What I'd like to do is once we're done with this round of questions with Wilson, maybe quickly bring up Melinda for stormwater, because I think that should go very fast. Then we'll get Kirk up here, do wastewater. We'll probably do a break after maybe Melinda, and then we'll get Kirk up here. We'll do wastewater and then capital. And we need everybody in the room, Wilson and Kirk, maybe not Melinda for capital, but then we'll close the day with capital.
Thank you.
Hey, Councilman Johnson.
All right. Thank you, Wilson. A couple questions. Some impressive numbers. When you talk about the water main breaks, not necessarily looking at what performance issues there are. Are we see a decrease in those because of infrastructure upgrades as you all replace when you do the main breaks, or are they up over the year prior?
To be honest, I'm not positive from the year prior, but we do. I mean, as the system gets older, things start happening and you start popping in different spots. It's just the way it goes. So we had, I know, I'm not sure where the state is now on Charles Street. But we were partnering with them trying to get that line replaced when they do the street, if they end up doing the street. I know there's some opposition now to that. So, you replace it as you can in some of the older systems. The weather hasn't helped us this year. We've gone 80 degrees to, you went 80 degrees one day to snowing the next. It was just, when you get a 50-degree change in weather, the pipes start jumping back and forth and popping. The ground around here will eat away bolts. That's what happened. We had on Oriole, we got done one water leak and they came walking up and were like, hey, there's water running down the street. And we thought, oh, it's just the residue from what we just did. We walked up, there was a whole new water leak. So we were out there till 2 a.m, 2 in one day. It's hard to predict. You can go a year and have 1 or 2, and then the next year have 30.
No, I understand that. My question was a little bit different, but I get where you're going with it.
Yeah.
In terms of parks, I think I tracked that 751 is not in the budget. That's being removed from the budget. Or other site improvements at Wills Park? I think from your
751 was what was in the budget for last year. So when this budget was.
So that's not going forward.
No.
Okay, all right. That's why I couldn't find it. I was very confused.
Yeah.
But the 700,000 for playgrounds is in the budget.
Yes.
Okay.
So basically we said, okay, we got Wills Park done. We haven't gotten anything yet on the amphitheater or kind of doing anything else at Wills Park. So we thought, well, we got other parks around here. We're also trying to identify what parks are actually ours that we can do and what parks aren't. So there are some parks that we just don't own, so we can't can't mess with them. So,
Two parts to that question. I'm going to argue we are not done with Rose Park, and I want to turn to
Well, I-
Councilman
no, I-
Axe
yeah.
for,
but
part of the conversation when we approved the RFP or the work to upgrade the playground, I put a little tune in that, there was conversation during the Parks and Rec Commission about upgrading not only the basketball courts, but the tennis courts to do something that's usable. And I will ask, how can we build that into this capital improvement plan today for this budget?
and I'm not sure if that 700,000 is saying that we can't use it, but yeah.
It's coming.
Yeah.
I was going, okay. All right, and then, okay, my main question was the 751,000. That's my error. I see the
Right.
2 dash marks on here, so, all right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will close this out, hopefully. First of all, I have to compliment your public works employees there. When people are having low flow at their house, they are out there. Usually it's just that little clog, that little valve, I guess, that gets clogged. And I have had a lot of people compliment your response time. And it was as simple as cleaning it out. So good on your team for doing that. And that is one of those things that at least they call. Sometimes it does hit social media first, but
We had one on Oriole Lane we missed, and it was because we were supposed to go back to the guy's house, and at 2 a.m. they forgot about it. It was just, they had just done the second water leak, and they were supposed to, and it was the guy at the first water leak and it went to the next day, and I had to call and apologize and say, they forgot you at 2 a.m. Sorry, we got some angry phone calls and things like that. But we always try to be as responsive as possible, try to get out there as quickly as possible, because and when you don't have water, people get very upset very quick.
Oh, very much so. And I know, see, you're just hitting a lot of firsts. This snowstorm, ice storm that we had was one for the books, and your team handled it very, very well. Of course, everyone wanted to see, blacktop on that, but you weren't able to do that anywhere you went because that ice came in at 2 a.m. You were mentioning about your trash trucks.
Uh-huh.
I don't know anything about trash trucks, but I do know that there's some automation there that helps with the lifting of the trash cans.
Yeah.
Do you foresee any advancements on that? Because I know I watch our great team out there. Sometimes they're actually lifting it and not.
They have them, we can't make them use them.
Yeah.
And we provide them. All the trucks we buy have the tippers on them. They're hydraulic. We make sure they're all working. A lot of times it's just a matter of they're trying to get done as quick as possible, and they grab the cans and tip them. I prefer they not, but they are there if they want them. And
Good. I always just worry about throwing a back out.
Yeah.
But they're still so young. Great that you're getting more of your employees to get certifications, especially CDLs and all of that. And that takes time, and that takes a lot of effort and dedication for them to pass the CDL in order to have that specialized license. Is there a time that they owe back to the town once we pay for a certification on that?
Yeah, we just talked about this actually during the break, so I'll get the HR director to come up and answer that.
For general certifications, we do not. We do have clawbacks for tuition reimbursement, and the police department has clawbacks for the academy.
But not for CDLs.
But not for CDLs.
Okay. That was just, did not know that answer. And the last question I think I have, and you have not been privy to this. There has been a long, I don't want to say that, ongoing conversation with SHA, and they've been very responsive, but there's this one spot in front of Burger King on 301, and I just drove by it this morning. That is always a low spot there, and they have fixed that from what I understand before, but there's always standing water there, and from our rain last night there's standing water there, and that's a turn lane, which seems to be a little bit hazardous. Is there anything that we can do towards that. Is that something that's a partnership with us that we end up funding some of it, even though it's on a 301?
Normally when you're dealing with the state, they won't let you touch their roads.
Yeah.
They don't even like us dropping our plows on their roads. I got, during that last snowstorm, my the connector came loose and I couldn't raise it back up. So I'm running down 301 and I had the looks of the state guys go, because I had my plow down. I was like, I can't, if I raised it, I could. But yeah, the state's very, very funny about who touches their roads because it has to be to their standards. And I don't think they would let us come in and do anything to it. Personally, getting them to do anything when they don't want to do it, it's like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
So we can, I have some contacts at the state. I can, try to call them up. And I said, I've been with the county. I was with MML, for many years on the board of directors. So I have some contacts with different people around the state. I can try to work it from my end. And
Oh, that is just a conversation that probably needs to be had in the future, but I didn't know if it was something that we could work on. I'm not, you and your boss can work that out, but that is just one of those areas, especially since it is pooling today, especially.
And I don't know, that's, I'm not sure. I know when at the conference every year, they used to have the secretaries come down.
They still do.
They still do it. That would be something when you to go to the transportation, and say, hey, we're having this problem here on 301 and it's and sit and talk to them and get in their ear. And,
Yeah.
That'd be a good, and I'll go if you'd like. I'll go with you and we'll sit down and talk to them. And
I'll let Chuck do that one. I will sit there and smile a lot on that, but thank you again for a very thoughtful budget, and your first one, and you have done very well for your presentation.
This is
So
one of
thank you.
the, and I think this is a tribute to Karina, that this is one of the easiest budgets I've ever done, to be honest with you.
Congratulations.
And I've been through, Chesapeake, New Carrollton and the county. So.
And the easiest elected body, especially if you're talking about Chesapeake Beach. Yeah, well, we're good. My
Hey,
body's
if I could just offer a comment, I think what you just discussed has come up on APFOs, actually, when we talk like the whole of government kind of way of solutioning things. And so I think what I believe is that it would be beneficial if we as a council built priorities that we communicated both to the county and to the state, because that carries more weight than either just you or the town manager coming, right? Because it shows thoughtfulness and preparation and durability of priorities that we can try and work on together. Yeah.
I do have one more thing. Since you're sitting here, dealing with MML, we see a forecast of what the budget is, and we have been told time and time again this year that our HURs are going to be cut. And you, I'm sure, have lived that nightmare when they were cut from 80% down to 20%. And based on the budget that we're $1.3 billion, there's a gap there. For the state budget, they have told us, I mean, they're not hiding anything. They said next year, you're good this year, next year, we are probably cutting HURs. That's going to impact us greatly. Do you have a plan?
The way the roads are being done currently, is kind of through, Donnie. And so I need to sit down with him and Danny and kind of figure out how are we grading our roads, how are we making it. And so the way I did it in New Carrollton was I did a road grade, and I would come to the council and say, here's all your roads, here's the worst ones, here's how much, because you can get from any asphalt company what kind of the price per square foot is or square yard. You get a price per square yard, you figure out how big a road is, you say, this is how much it's going to cost. Here's what I think is number one, number two, number three. And then you all can say, we have $1 million to do it. These are the roads we're doing. Or we have 500,000. These are the roads we're doing. And you can kind of see, and then you can look at them yourselves and say, oh, well, maybe we need to do a little bit more funding because these really need to do it. But that's how I like to do it. I didn't have time this year to kind of get that done. So now that we're kind of switching how this position is going to be for facilities, I want to sit down and get that under control And that way you can forecast out. And then what you do is every spring is when I usually do it, just because it's winter's when you get your worst potholes and things like that. So, but you grade them for, when was the last time it was done? How many potholes are on it? Is there a lot of alligator cracks in it? Or there, and you grade them out that way, how long they are. Do they have connecting? Are they a through street or are they a dead end street? Dead end streets don't take as much wear as like, Oreo that you're going to get everybody going down or, so, and then, like I said, it come to you with that list and then you can decide how much money you want to put to it by how many of those roads you want to do.
You lived this before when they reduced it, right? So you were working there.
Yeah.
Is there, when you have that reduction in funds, do you just patch the potholes and not grade the street, which seems like a Band-Aid?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually on the board of directors for MML when they were cut. So I remember, I was part of the Blue Ribbon. I don't know if you all remember the Blue Ribbon Commission.
Yep.
I had to testify in front of them about, and the state saying to the municipalities, why didn't you have a rainy day fund? And then the municipality saying, why didn't you have a rainy day fund, And in my testimony, I said, look, I'm just a worker bee. I said, I watch what the elected officials do, but I'm just a worker. I do what I'm asked to do. I said, but I can tell you right now, trying to convince 5 people that it's raining is damn impossible.
Right.
I mean, and if it ain't raining now, it'll never rain, and at that point, because I said, if they're not using rainy, because, it's political suicide to touch a rainy day fund. Everybody thinks if you touch the rainy day fund, whoever's running against you next year that's going to be their leading point. They spent our rainy day fund, So, yeah, you do your best. You patch where you can, maybe instead of doing all of, right down where we just did, Glen Albin, we only did a section of it because, it didn't need it all the way. So maybe you do a smaller section where it's really bad, or you do patches of potholes instead of doing the whole street, and you can stretch your money as far as you can. So,
Right. Yeah, that's just
Yeah.
something that we will have to deal with
Right.
next year.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. All right,
Right.
good job.
Thanks, Wilson. Melinda, can I get you to come up real quick? And this should go pretty quick, and then I would recommend a break after this, and then we'll wrap up. Okay, page 98 in your budget books, and this is the Stormwater Fund. And Melinda, if you want to give very brief introductory comments, and then we'll open it up for questions from council.
Okay. Like I said, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Melinda Adams, your stormwater manager. My position and department basically manages everything stormwater, cradle to grave, everything from initial planning on through construction, long-term maintenance, and permit management, implementation of our NPDS permit, retrofits to all of our ponds, inspecting all of the ponds, basically anything doing with drainage, any of our ponds in town falls under my purview. Just briefly kind of going through like what we have accomplished or what I have accomplished or tried coordinating in the last year. We've got the final permit approvals for all of our NPDS retrofit projects. We've got a notice to proceed issued on one of those Redwood Lake retrofits, which you guys approved back in December. I'm waiting on a schedule from the contractor. I actually talked to them today and they're like, oh, you haven't gotten that yet. And I was like, I'm waiting on it. I've got to get other stuff I've got to get done and coordinated. So I'm glad that that's finally rolling forward. Over the course of the winter, we got approximately 50 boxes parged or patched that had been kind of outstanding for a number of years, including replacing the sidewalks, which is ongoing. The biggest kind of challenges generally with the NPDS project are trying to get easements. 4 of the 5 projects that we have require some easements to be able to do the work, and we've gotten some pushback from some of the property owners, but we're trying to get that. I'm trying to get that moving forward for you guys. As far as the overall budget is concerned, it's about a 16.5% increase. The vast majority of that is the Heritage Green Parkway extension and drainage improvements. Contracted services were balanced. Supplies and materials were basically balanced from previous years. As I said, the capital outlay, the 1.05 million, 750 of that is for the Heritage Green Parkway extension that's currently under design. And we're hoping to have that under construction, at least hoping to have shovels in the ground by May. And then $300,000 just generally in maintenance. And the vast majority of that I expect to be included in the Kent Avenue drainage improvements, which should completely eliminate the standing water that we always have in front of social services and has been there for many, many, many years. I've been fighting for this project for many years. It's replacing like 900 foot of pipe and all the associated sidewalks. So it's a really large project, but should really help the drainage in that area. Beyond that, we've got our GIS support, which is not only helpful for kind of day-to-day what's going on when we have a call, but also as a part of our required reporting for the NPDS permit. We're required to have like a map and have our whole system mapped out. And so the support is for a lot of that is supporting me and trying to get our requirements for the permit together. And then we've got 1.25 for the MS4 projects, the NPDS/MS4 retrofit projects. 2 of those we shifted into next year just because of the permitting, easement issues that we've had. We've kind of pushed some of those off. They're going to give us a little bit more time to try and get those easements, some of which we're probably going to have to potentially go to court and condemn because we've got a property owner that is as outright refusing to even consider donating or even negotiate the easement that we're required to do that project. Beyond that, one thing that was not in the original budget, but we do need to make sure and budget for is Mason's Law, which is, I've been involved with all the discussions with the MAMSA organization, which is the Maryland Stormwater Association. So it's all the people like me in the state of Maryland. And that first year, based on it's going to pass in some form this year, is everything that I've heard from the state. And we're going to be required to do basically a survey of every inlet in town to make sure whether they're secured and do any, evaluate if they're viable in their current conditions, what needs to be happening. Beyond that, we'll have to plan prioritizing the list that we get together. And then the way the law is currently written, we have to, at our own cost, upgrade everyone that needs it in the town, minus municipal state property. So they'll be like going on private property, like going on the Target property and upgrading their ponds or any inlets that may be on there that don't meet the criteria. Long term, though, we won't have to maintain any of those private ones. We'll just be responsible for the ones that are under our purview. So the kind of the next steps of what I'm going to be working on moving forward is trying to get those 4 easements. 1 or 2 of them, I think we should be able to work through. There's a couple of them that are going to be a little more difficult. As I said, we've got the Mason's Law study. The nice thing is we shouldn't have to put that out to bid to get that study done because the county just put in a big contract for all NPDS permit stuff. And the study for Mason's Law should fall under that. So we should be able to pool one of those contractors and piggyback on their contract to be able to do that, saving us a bunch of time and trying to get that study done, because this has to be done by July 1st, 2027, as is the way it's currently written. Like I said, the Kent Avenue, Oak Avenue drainage improvements, trying to get some of these ponds and BMPs moving forward. And holding all 4, the 3 departments, because ultimately stormwater falls not only in the Public Works Department, kind of maintaining our infrastructure, it falls in the inspections department and all the construction inspections that our inspectors are doing. Illicit discharges that the codes department are involved in, as well as, the permits and trying to get the stuff through the planning department and get those approved along the way. So, and I'm open for whatever questions you guys have.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for mentioning about Mason's Law and your MS4. Those are two things that are mandated that you cannot help to do, but it is quite an expense to the municipalities.
Yeah.
So I
You actually got really lucky in the last round because a lot of it was funded through the ARPA funding.
yeah.
And moving forward in future years, we're going to have to relook at that because this retrofits are going to be ongoing and probably going to have to spend more money and get less credit. But that's a bigger, more long-term conversation.
Well, something catastrophic had to have happened in order to get this law, on the books, which is sad with that. But if it's a safety issue, we're all for safety.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think a 12-year-old boy died up in Mount Airy. So
Yeah.
if you're not familiar.
And I want to commend you for working with Public Works also to get that fencing in around the Caroline Drive. That was a long time coming, but again, that was a safety
And that is one
issue.
of our retrofits. If we just need to get easements downstream of it. So that's one of our projects that pond will be completely rehabbed and brought up to modern standards.
Oh,
So-
good. It was a very big eyesore on there and now, it was not safe. So thank you for that. I will open up the floor to Councilman Sampson. No question, Councilman McCormick?
Yeah, first a comment, then a couple questions. Thank you very much. I've gotten a ton of positive feedback on responsiveness from your department from a couple of specific HOAs and HOA leaders. So thank you very much for that.
Yep.
Okay. Two questions. One might be better directed at you, Director Larson. So I'm gonna go under legal services here. I know we talked about this a little bit. Yes,
I
go
would
ahead.
say I might be able to answer that. 'Cause
Okay.
I put the item in the budget.
Okay, so let me start with the question first.
Okay.
Because no, you're okay. It's gonna be super high level. And I think I know the answer. I just want to make sure. We talked about the legal services basically being spread across where that service can be provided by department. Is there something specific that your department is looking for this year from legal services? Okay. What is it?
Ultimately the easement, trying to get the easements for the NPDS project specifically. We put in approximately about 40 hours of work requesting getting easements, not only for those NPDS projects, but also for, some of the other projects in Kings Grant and some other neighborhoods where we need to get
Got it.
easements. And there's been some kind of pushback and it's all directly related to easements.
Yeah, unfortunately, very aware. Thank you for that. Okay. The reason I asked this question is if you look at legal services 2 and 3 years ago, it's almost, in one case, it's 10X, another one, it's a little bit less, but it's still significantly more than 8K. Do we have any historic context why? And the reason I'm asking this is if that was just easements, is 8K enough?
I was not directly involved with the budget as much at that point.
Sure.
I can answer that. That is actually due to the Magnolia Gardens activity that's been happening. We're tracking that in a specific project, but it's a stormwater related item, so that's where it's being coded.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Final question for you. So I want to make sure I pull it up so that we can all reference it together. Just give me a second here. But there was a line item under capital outlay. Yep, here it is. Storm drainage, $1,050,000. You may have said it. I apologize if I missed it. What is that?
That is a combination between the Heritage Green Parkway
Got it.
expansion and drainage. There's about 750,000 of that. The other 300,000 were for the Kent Avenue drainage improvements and other kind of generalized drainage maintenance. Catastrophic, fail. We've been actually really lucky this winter with the crazy weather that we haven't had any big failures because this time of year, January, February has been when we had our big catastrophic failures.
Sure.
96 by 69 inch pipes collapsing, roads collapsing. Like we've had some really big major ones, completely unexpected.
Sure.
That we've had to do over the years. So we got lucky.
And I understand that we can't always plan for an issue or a concern or a break or whatever, right? But would it be fair, Mr. Stevens, to look at this as kind of what you were talking about earlier, a one-time cost once that $1,050,000 is spent? It's not like there's going to be something guaranteed for next year on those same projects. It would just be we move on to the next area to address.
That's correct. It's
Okay,
capital
perfect.
or one time is how we like to say it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I'm asking that strictly for the record. Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe just one thing on the Mason's Law. So the study has to be done by July 2027. Do you know how long compliance is that once we?
It's shifted a little bit. The law hasn't been passed yet. But the way it currently is looking, July 1st, 2027 for the study, sometime in early 2028, if I recall correctly, for the prioritization of the list and which ones are in like the biggest safety concerns. And then 2031 is the most recent
Okay.
for the actual final construction modifications or whatever fencing or whatever we need to do on
Okay.
these facilities.
All right. All right. Thank you for that. And this is a completely unfunded mandate, right? Is what this will be. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
No questions other than thank you for a comment. Thank you for the open.
Thank you. Great job. Keep it up. All right, we will, a 15-minute break.
If it pleases the council.
Yes, it pleases us very much. Thank you.
So 15 minutes then is a weird time, right? 2:32, 2:35, 2:35.
Okay. Thank you and welcome back from our short break. And we are
Okay.
gearing towards that finish line.
All right. Council, we're going to be on page 102 of your budget books. We're going to do water, we're going to do wastewater operating. They're fairly straightforward, so I don't think that'll take too long. And then we'll transition the rest of the afternoon. We'll talk about capital. So Kirk is here, and we're going to talk about water first, and you can give an introductory statement and then open it up for questions.
Sure. So my name's Kirk Parks. I am in the wastewater superintendent. I handle pretty much all the water and sewer in the town. For the most part, we work a lot closely with Wilson and his department on a lot of things. The water and sewer department, we're tasked with protecting public health, preserving environmental resources, and supporting the community growth here in the town of La Plata. All water for town of La Plata is generated in the town of La Plata. All wastewater, we only handle town of La Plata's wastewater here in the town of La Plata. Some of the highlights from this last year is that we were presented this project by SHA for Route 6. Part of the EPA's lead and copper removal program is to be lead-free by 2034. So one of the oldest, if not the oldest water line in town is right down Route 6. And so we went to SHA and asked if there was any way we could combine our project to replace that water line with theirs. They said, yes, we're almost at 90% completion. How quick can you get it to us? So we started design in November. I believe the beginning of this month, March 4th, we presented our 90% design completion to SHA. So as the last time I talked with SHA, everything's good on our part to get this project moving forward with SHA when they go to actually do the road work. Another big project for us is we upgraded the pump station in the southern part of town called the Southwest Quadrant Pump Station. And when we did that, we needed to upgrade the force main as well. So we split that into two projects. That second project of putting in a new 10-inch force main it's done design. We're in the process of trying to get that out for bidding process now. We're going to get that project moving on as well. A big project at the wastewater plant is the new tertiary tank. We're hoping to have design done by the end of this month, which would hopefully get us to move forward quickly with the work on that. We're at about 60% design completion on the tertiary tank as of today. Some of the issues that we face at the wastewater plant and in the water system and like everywhere else in this country is aging infrastructure. We have to fight growth along aging infrastructure. And so it's really hard for us, there are a lot of capital projects to upgrade the infrastructure. And so we're fortunate enough here in the town that we have a lot of mechanisms in place to work on this. And so over the years, we have been slowly upgrading as much of the infrastructure as we can. Last year, I think we upgraded 3 pump stations that were over 40 years old. My budget for this year, which we're currently working on, is we're upgrading 2 pump stations that are over 30 years old. So we're getting a lot of this older infrastructure upgraded to help support the town. One of the other issues, well, I was hoping this was going to be a highlight, as I was going to say, we're finally fully staffed at the wastewater plant. The day we got our last our employee to be fully staffed, another employee put his 2 weeks in. So this has come to a difficult thing that we have is retaining staff at the wastewater treatment plant. And so you mentioned earlier Charles County. Charles County is not who we fight with. Charles County we don't fight with Charles County, St. Mary's, or Calvert County. Those really aren't the people we fight with. It's WSSC, DC Water, City of Alexandria. Years past, I've worked for the state in Southern Maryland, managed 20 plus facilities for the state in Southern Maryland. We had the same issues there. We had the same issues in Calvert County when I was there. You train up staff, they get those licenses and they can go. Well, a lot of the municipalities that are paying more aren't even requiring those licenses now. So we lost a lot of staff last year to like the City of Alexandria. They're paying over $10 more an hour than the town of La Plata can. And then within a year, they're getting almost $20 more an hour. And so we're losing a lot of staff that way, and it's really hard to retain staff. But in the past, we had about 3 years grace before we would lose staff. Now we're losing them much quicker. They're taking people with 6 months experience and putting them up there. In regards to the upcoming budget, the thing with water and sewer, you've essentially got 4 big things. You have electricity, you have chemicals, you have staff, and you have maintenance and repair.
Those are the four things you pretty much have. Can't really do anything with electricity. The rates go up, we have to pay it. Same thing with chemicals. Maintenance and repair, we can kind of adjust those budgets a little bit, but it'll come back and bite you later. And so it's essentially only really salaries the only thing we can really play with. You can see in my budget that we're pretty much even along the board. You know, a lot of our contracted services and the chemicals have gone up between 3 and 5%, and there's not a whole lot we can do about that. We just have to pay those costs. Well, what else? I guess that's really kind of about it. It's, you know, I think you guys talked earlier about adding a second staff member, like a kind of a crew lead, because we're going to try and start having a second shift at the wastewater plant. I was telling Chuck before this, because of the wind last night, we had issues where the power was going out. And so we had staff at the plant last night till 1 o'clock. So you'll see in like my last year's budget where our overtime is a lot higher. That's because we weren't fully staffed. So we had staff staying later to accommodate the not being fully staffed. So I'm hoping we get this second shift going. That should lower overtime costs throughout the year. And there was no issues last night. It just staff was on hand to make sure everything was fine. Just to reiterate that everything was good. And I guess that's we'll talk about capital, which is a big thing for me next. So we can shuff that until later. But other than that, I guess is any questions, comments, concerns?
Thank you very much. I noticed in your budget, you have an increase of 17.25% for your operating, but your sewer fund is down almost 32%, 31.75. What is for the sewer fund, why is there
Is that the depreciation? Capital.
The USDA loan, so both the revenue and the expense decreased.
Okay, good. Okay, that was my question. I'll circle back afterwards. Councilman Sampson.
Yes. There's a few questions. How much in a normal, say a quarter, does overtime consume of your budget? So this last year, it was, it's not a fair amount. I mean, you know, I think we're at like 40 some, we were at 40 some thousand in December, which is far more than what was budgeted. But like I said, we weren't fully staffed. So in terms of actual salary, we're still kind of on pace. We add this second shift, it should cut back on it a lot. There shouldn't be a lot of, it's not going to, we don't get a whole lot of issues in the middle of the night because water consumption goes down, wastewater use goes down. So everything's kind of running much slower at night. It's usually earlier to later in the evening or weather events. And so, you know, this year we had all the more extreme weather, the cold temperatures, so that increased over time as well.
And then in the budget, the cost of materials, the chemicals and all that is what you're building for your projected costs, correct? Or it's a direct correlation.
Yep.
And does that carry over to a direct correlation for the rise in cost of the residents?
Well, it's part of, so when we did the Baker Tilly study, the suggestion is 4% to continue that cost and cover capital. So yeah, it's the rate is covering that increase of that cost.
Okay, so it's a direct correlation. And then the last question is something I did not understand. On page 105, category 55, the interest, and it says state loans. Can you just explain what that state loan is and what is it doing for us? I didn't understand that. On page 105.
Activity 25.
Oh, so that is one of the loans. I'm trying to think. We have several loans that is for previous projects that were done. This is also covered by the major facility fees. So that revenue from that covers the cost of these loans. There's several of them. One is for the Willow Lane. I'm trying to think which one this one is. 11. I'm sorry. I don't know exactly which. Actually, I can tell you.
Yeah, I was going to say, look it up, please.
Let me Oh, that's the meter upgrades.
That's the meter upgrade?
Yeah, meter upgrades, yep.
Okay,
That's like back in 2011.
okay. And just looking at the title, which says interest hyphen state loans. I mean, that's principal and interest we're actually paying.
Well, yeah, we
Not just
separated it
the-
out. You got your interest for the loans and then you got the principal. So the interest and the fees for the loans are totaling for FY27, 5326, and the principal is 27,356.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I had.
Councilman McCormick?
Thank you. Thank you, Kirk. I really appreciate it. Straightforward. Two questions for you. They're going to both fall under category 54, supplies and materials, and 104. You talked about the big four to start. So I got two questions for you. First is under chemicals specifically. So I see $0 in FY26. I see $40K in FY27 for this year's budget. I did see $17K in FY26, or excuse me, $27K in FY25. My assumption here, Ms. Larson, is that we were budgeting that under probably supplies other. Do I have that right? Or did chemical actually increase $40K?
So it was being budgeted activity code. I think it was being budgeted under 355 and should be
Okay.
350.
It was budgeted under distribution.
Same assumption, just different area. Okay.
Instead of production.
Makes perfect sense to me. Okay, thank you. Second is repairs and replacements itself. So, I see 2K, 18K, 12K, but then I see 110K for the FY26 adopted plan. I see the same exact number for FY27. This might be for you, Mr. Stevens, I don't know, but is that because we didn't action something in 26 that we like to bring over to 27, or is this a new 110K of repairs on top of, in theory, 110K that we replaced this year in whatever parts? Okay.
So, we budget that because we never know what type of repairs are coming up, and we budget it under the general activity 001.
Okay.
But it could go under different types of activities depending on which pump station it is that needs to be repaired. So we actually record the activity under whatever pump station it is, but we budget under 01 because we don't really know what pump stations are going to need.
So let me talk this back. I think I got it. So for 25, for example, you had 110K in the plan, but when you actually executed the repair, you put that under the actual code that it went to repair.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Because we don't know where it's going to be, so we keep it under the general.
A good
Makes
example
sense.
is
Yep.
well 10. We had major issues at well 10. I had to come to you for
Sure.
$50,000 for repairs there. So
Okay.
that's where that went.
And that's where that money would come from, and then we would just reallocate at the end of the year. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councilman Gutenberg?
So looking at in particular, the sewer fund, just conceptually looking at it and thinking about areas that there are opportunities to reduce enterprise fund costs. What I realized, I came to this kind of realization going through this, that it was hitting me that, when we, because we have so many investments that have to be made here in particular, and this fund is already so expensive in terms of its cost as a user fee, right?
Mhm.
That what I was in my ideal version of the world, right? We would be able to look at the budget for that particular enterprise service and find opportunities to lower the cost. And what I'm coming to the conclusion of is that, we can do things to control the cost of that, but because there's so many investments that it is likely that it will still be perceived as, not perceived as, it will still literally be year over year cost increases, right? As we're doing this year. And the benefits of what we're doing is that we're keeping it as low as we're keeping it, but it's hard to kind of tell that story. That if we were to avoid some of these capital expenses now to try and hold things back, that springs back even worse a couple of years down the road.
Correct.
And this is part of the, it's less a budget thing, but when we communicate this to the community, I guess what I'm kind of just putting out there for hopes that we can address this in the future is that we figure out ways that we can communicate the value of what we're doing in terms of cost avoidance, because it feels a little hopeless when I look at the mountain of stuff we have to do for both capacity and infrastructure improvements there. And it makes me feel like, but gosh, how are we going to get in just, to a place where we actually reduce the cost of this? It's really daunting, right?
I know one of the good things about La Plata is that, we're hitting, two birds, one stone kind of deal through here, is that we have this growth that's happening in the town, and then we have this aging infrastructure. Well, because we're going to help fund this growth and replace the aging infrastructure from the major facilities fees. So this isn't being put on the residents of the town, it's being put on new development in the town. So we have a fairly large amount of money, some money in the major facilities fees. And so I'm financing a lot of the upgrades. So the Route 6 water line, we're upgrading the capacity of that to better provide water to the residents of the town. We can pull some money from the major facility fees to help fund that. So it's not going to come out of the general funds for the water. And so it shouldn't impact users' fees for that. So we're able to help keep costs down that way, because we can pull money from different funds.
Yeah, that's just part of the narrative. I think we have to all get better at like understanding and simplifying so that people understand what we're doing and what's driving costs and what's actually benefiting us too. Because what you just described, right, is a benefit of the growth that we have. Because if the growth went away, we still gotta pay to improve all of that, right?
Things that are 20 plus years old still need to be replaced.
Right.
And then that would have to come out of the rate fees.
It would have to come out of rate fees, or we would have to hit a one-time cost to property owners, right? So, those are the only two levers we really have to pull.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilman Johnson.
Good afternoon, Kurt. Thank you for the overview. I just want to touch on something that we talked about earlier with the study, and you said it a whole lot better than I said it when I was speaking about defining the scope of how we look at what we charge is it a pay study from Human Resources?
The wage study.
Yeah, so I think, comparing WSSC with the study for the Southern Maryland area is not going to do us any benefit, but how you laid out is targeting those specific areas where we know they are providing enhanced compensations up front. How can we tailor the study to really give us the impact by department? I know it would, but more specific to help with the retention issues across the organization.
And there's other things we can do in town. We can, an example is maybe offer like a take-home vehicle with somebody, some other type of benefits other than just salary or a benefit, a retirement thing. We can look outside the box a little bit for some things, but ultimately a lot of people just look at the dollar sign. So
that's the reality.
Yeah.
I think, at a macro level, to really solve the problem, you need to have an abundance of capable people. Right, because right now they're in demand, and so if I'm a commodity, I can shop myself and go to another municipality or to another service. So if there's a way that we can get a pipeline of people to come in that will do the job, we might be able to stabilize it, because there's a lot of intangibles. If you live in the town of La Plata and work here, it's great because now you're not commuting, and that's a huge benefit. Because I think the operator we lost was moving. Not only because of pay, because it's rarely just about one thing. It's usually multiple things leads someone to move on, but that was half the distance to his home, as I understand it, right? Okay, so it's a little bit more pay, but it's a whole lot less driving. Okay, that makes it attractive, because the other side of that is I got to start new in a new organization, and that can be a negative. So where I'm going with this is I had contact with College of Southern Maryland. They run an operator's course out of their Hughesville campus or so. I think
there's a organization in the state too that has an apprenticeship program that I've talked with about. It didn't align with us a year and a half ago, 2 years ago when I was discussing it with them. But they've expanded it to wastewater as well. So that might be something to look back into.
Yeah. And so we've just restarted those conversations because maybe we can partner. And I love partnering with higher education, because I firmly believe, and we can talk about this offline, I don't think everybody is destined for college and a 4-year degree, right? So there are other pipelines, and if we can tap into that or cultivate it or have a partnership where we're getting trainees or apprentices, sometimes sometimes those folks hang on. They're like, I like this place. I like the people I work with. I like that I'm not commuting. This is a great job for me. And we only need one or two of those to stick. Because the reality is we can pull a lot of levers for retention and for raises and for retirement. But the bottom line is local government, we are a stepping stone. And that's not Town of La Plata. That is local government. People come here, whether it's your entry-level planners. Hey, I come to a small town, I get 3 or 4 years of experience. Now I'm a planner too. I move on to my next big thing, right? We are a stepping stone for a lot of different disciplines to move on to either bigger governments or other private endeavors. I mean, land use planners in the private sector will never compete with those salaries ever, right? So it's a balancing act. I mean, local government, we are a stepping stone. It's a bitter pill we have to swallow, but we do the best we can. And we only need a couple of people to stick and stay. And if we can increase that pipeline, maybe we can get some of that. So we are working on that.
Right, thank you. Couple questions on the budget on page 103 under contracted services. It shows that to date, we have spent $75 on attorney fees. I kind of know there's a lot going on down there at the wastewater treatment plant, and I was thinking that that one's underwater.
It's water. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, oh my gosh, where has that gone? So with water, we don't, that, I have that under our sewer on that. Oh.
Attorney fees under we were probably showing more wastewater treatment plants.
Yeah.
Page 110.
Okay, okay, good. I'm just making sure that we have that one covered. And something that Councilman Gutenberg had said, and I wanted to just expand upon a little bit, as it has been said previously, the last major site development plan that we have approved was May 7th, 2024. There's still building going on because the building that is going on, construction going on now for residential and if there's any businesses going on, they were in the pipeline. Major facility fees. So you're not getting those. Have you planned on, once we have the allocation and once we open up the gates again for construction, on planning for?
Yes. So there's 7 major projects we do at the wastewater plant. And so those are planned out over the next 5 to 6 years. But then there's also other projects that we have in there, other water projects as well. Specifically because of the LCR, which is the lead and copper ruling, we're probably going to have to replace the water line on Hawthorne, probably going to have to place some water lines on Washington Avenue. And so we have projects. I've given Karina 5 years, but I have 6, 7, 8 years down the road projects for not only the wastewater plant, but the water systems as well.
And it seems as though that wastewater treatment plant is speaking to planning, and you guys are working in conjunction with one another, which is really important because that hasn't always been the case. It's been in separate silos on that. So just as long as we are planning for the future, which growth is necessary in order to pay for the aging infrastructure, as you well said. All right. Any other?
No, if it's all right, let's transition to capital. That was a great segue because we were practically talking about capital projects anyway. So Wilson, if you want to come up, Council, it looks like we'll just go in the order of your budget books, which starts with general fund, and it's on page 119, I believe. And throughout the last 9 months, we have put a pin in a lot of these conversations, and we kept saying, we'll talk about it during the budget. Here we are. Today is the day. So what I'd like to do is, once we're oriented and we're on page 119, I'll just step through the capital projects. The staff is here to back me up and answer questions as we go. Starting at the top of the page, we've got the Dorchester Community Center. We had a conversation about this a few weeks ago. We are actively soliciting partners to address the operating side and the programmatic side to see what kind of interest might be out there so that I can answer that question for council and come back to you. And then I'm working with a local construction company and a local architect to get a very basic site plan done and a rough order of magnitude cost to bring to council the answer on what it would take to actually develop on that site. So not a lot of new information on Dorchester. We're leaving it in the budget because we need to leave it here. We have the grants, so we need to leave it in the budget. That number will change. Hopefully we get all of the data and estimates back, and I can come back to council before the May 12th meeting when we adopt the budget so we can refine that one a little bit. But other than that, I don't have anything else. Putting your questions on Dorchester.
I do have a question. So with the facility down there that is hosting all the beds and all of that, that was at one point. Now, remember when they were talking about Dorchester Community Center, it was big. It was the Taj Mahal, and that's the 5 acres there that encompasses that. When you are speaking to the local architect and the local construction, are you leaving that area alone and concentrating specifically where the old police station is?
It's the latter, your latter statement. So we're only looking at a building envelope to put approximately 15,000 square foot building. And this would be what they're referring to as a white envelope building. So this wouldn't have the solar roof and and all of the other things that were envisioned during the neighborhood design collaborations. This would be just a cost of a base building that I can bring back to council and say, okay, just a plain building is going to cost this. And then we can look at the grant money, and then this council can have a informed conversation about whether or not we want to invest in this project.
Are you talking about it's only the outside walls and there's no offices on the inside? It hasn't been built out? Is that what?
It wouldn't have been. What I believe is going to come back is the shell of a building without any what we would call tenant improvements, which would be the interior design or build out. I imagine that they can work up some rough estimates for typical office space kind of construction. I think I'm going to give you as close to a realistic number as possible. That's what I'm striving to do.
And I know that you are speaking with possible organizations that may be able to do operations on their own. Are you collaborating with them to say, so we have the shell and they say we need 4 offices and
Not yet. Not yet. That's a little cart before the horse, because that conversation could happen once this council's decided, okay, we do want to move forward with this project. And then we'll move ahead on construction. And then we can really dial in the partnership for the operating and figure out who's going to operate it. And we can have those conversations, because then we might be able to accommodate a little bit of design build.
That's what I was going.
Right.
Right.
But that's down the road. Right now, my focus is just coming back to you quickly with some rough estimates that they're rough, but we can have confidence in those numbers.
Right. Any other questions on the Dorchester Community Center? Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, I apologize if I misheard you or if you said it and I missed it. That May date is obviously the date that we have to approve the budget. Did you say that we're going to get this information before that May date or after that
I
May
hope
date?
so. That's what I'm striving for.
Great.
Yeah, because I want to have a realistic budget. And so I mean, I think I've said this. I don't believe this $1.8 million is a realistic number.
Sure.
Right? And so I hate having to carry this forward. We will, if I don't have a better estimate, we'll leave it at 1.8 because that's what was there. But I just don't see how you build that out at 1.8. I'm just nervous about it.
And let me ask this more for edification than anything else, right? I don't know which way it's going to go, what info you're going to get, anything like that. But let's say you come to us and you can't get the information by May, right? Or you do get the information by May and it's 50 million, just to use a crazy number, right? Or it's way less. The impact to your current staff I would assume it's going to be close to that May 12th date. Is it realistic that if it's a crazy number in either direction that, forces the hand of a definitive no or definitive yes, what's the pressure on the staff if it's really close to May 12th or whatever that date
I'll
is?
let Karina answer, but this is capital in one time, so.
Got it. Okay.
Because this budget is built within our finance system, it is very easy to update.
And the reason, perfect. And the reason I'm asking that question is I don't want staff to feel rushed to give us an answer by May if it may be as simple as we carry it into 27 and then make a decision in 27. So that's why I was asking the question that way.
Absolutely. Right. So yes, I would love to have a nice, clean, buttoned up budget.
Sure.
But we're going to make sure the council makes an informed decision. So I'll get you the information and that's on its own timeline.
Yep. No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think Councilman Gutenberg has.
No, actually, that answered my question on that. If everyone's done asking questions about that, there's something adjacent to this that I think makes sense to talk about now. Because it's a similar thing, the historic firehouse museum. It's similar in the following way. It is a capital outlay for improvements of a building, just like the Dorchester Center. And just like the Dorchester Center, we don't have an operational path forward, right, of how that's going to operate if we make that investment. And so I think my view is we should handle the two consistently in the following way. If we don't have an operational construct, either town staff is going to operate a museum, which we have never done, or we don't have an agreement with a nonprofit that wants to take on that part of the task that we can enter into agreement to, then I think we should not be laying in a capital cost where we're committing to that infrastructure build out if we don't have a community need matched with a resource to perform the function for the community inside the space that we're going to invest in. And so that's on page 80. It's in facilities cost. So I don't see it in this capital piece here, but it's back on page 80.
I don't.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is on my list. You just hit it. So Firehouse Museum was destined for this afternoon. So
gotcha.
Got it. And no, and it fits perfectly here because I understood your argument and it does dovetail nicely with the conversation on Dorchester. But kind of the same answer. I think that's 144,000 that's in that one. My preference is to leave the capital in the budget. And then we find that partner, because what I would not want to do is go out and find that operational partner that can run a museum and then not have it already in the budget. So I would prefer to leave the 144 there so that if we come back to you during FY27 with a plan, here's a plan, then we've already got the money to affect the capital improvements at the firehouse.
I recall when we had the conversation about the firehouse, direction was given to staff to come back with what will it cost, and we haven't got that analysis yet. But we're predicting 144,000 in capital outlay.
That came from a agenda item summary, that amount.
Yeah. That
the concern though, the concern was at the time, right? Like what we got in the agenda the night we had it presented to us, unfortunately that essentially represented the work of the HPC and some, what I would call some rough estimating kind of numbers, right? And I think the concern we all have is that like based on the architect who reviewed the site, right? Like I felt like that there is some uncertainty or risk in the amount that it's really going to cost when we, in a building of that age, start breaking into walls and seeing what we find.
Yeah, I remember the conversation was come back before. It's not necessarily funding the upgrades of the facility. I don't know. It was a conversation starter, not necessarily that the council was interested in completing the upgrades.
Yeah, right. The concern is if it's going to turn into a $250,000 project, that's another piece of the, yeah, gotcha.
Okay, so Martha, here's what I'm jotting and you're jotting. So we owe council some kind of estimate on the Firehouse Museum for construction, and then we also need to figure out a partner to operate it. Okay. All right. Okay, all right, understood. So then moving on page 119, the rehabilitation of the old Public Works building, this is at 402 Dorchester. This is the $150,000 that we talked about earlier. So I don't know if there are any residual questions on that one. Okay, and then I'll just move on. And then the next two items under parks and other sites, $250,000 and $450,000. That totals the $700,000 for other park work that we're projecting. That's at Silver Linden. Are they both at Silver Linden?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Parks. Are there any questions we can answer on that?
Yes, talking about I know you said it was coming up, my ask about the improvements to the Willows Park courts, basketball. Is that built in or how that going to be worked in? If there's a consensus of council to fund.
Okay, so I don't think we have anything in here to address that, but if that's, I have two Wills Parks conversations that I wanted to hit on today. That's one of them, the additional improvements beyond the playground that's underway. I think there's a desire, at least by the Parks and Rec Committee, to improve the basketball courts, and was there something
Tennis
else?
courts, pickleball.
All that, okay. So we don't have it built into the budget. We certainly can, but the council's never talked about it.
Yeah, when we did the playgrounds, I mentioned to council, they're in really bad condition. The basketball court, for one, I can speak to, is heavily used throughout the warmer season. As recent as 2 or 3 days ago, you'll see a crowd. So I'm asking for, we did the playground upgrade of $800,000. Why would we not upgrade the basketball courts and that? And I guess my other question is how are we deciding when to upgrade playground equipment? I know a lot of it had to do with, do we even own the land of where sad playgrounds are versus what we're just going to upgrade them? So I guess the first part probably should answer my ask about the course upgrade, and how would that be addressed?
Have we looked at public-private partnerships with that? We're spending $850,000 on playground equipment right then for one area. And it would be great to do everything at once, but that's not realistic without reaching for grants or for public-private partnerships with that. I think, in my opinion, putting a $850,000 playground, which is going to be state of the art, should be premier. It should be our number one focus. The others may be next year's budget on that. It would be nice to have them all done at once, but that is a very large expense for one area when we have several parks that we own that might need a little bit of TLC.
Yeah, as my friend from Ward 1 would say, compared to what? So I guess my question is, as we have a Parks and Rec Commission, and what I would appreciate is the dialogue of how, not necessarily the Parks and Rec saying, hey, fix this or don't fix this, but what is the condition of Silver Linden Park compared, like how you gave the example of the roads, like how you assess those. How are parks and amenities being assessed for necessary upgrades other than is the end of life cycle for Wills Park with broken slides?
From what I understand right now, it's really done by the Parks Committee and they're kind of going out and looking at these. I would like, where we found out once we didn't own some of the parks we thought we owned. So where the first thing I asked was, let's get a good list of what we actually own. Then we need to do an assessment of each and see where each one is, and we're gonna have to grade them just like we do roads and say, here's where we need to spend our money. I'll go out and look at those basketball courts and see if there's anything we can do in the meantime to help them. I mean, there are certain things you can do to help them out. Restriping them or maybe replacing backboards or nets or things like that really aren't high dollar items. If we got to redo the whole surface, well, now you're talking about a little bit more money.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. How was Silver Linden assessed then with new equipment, since we had that? Like, what was the how does the assessment work with upgrading park equipments.
Well, that was, to be honest, that was done before, that's kind of been in the works. So it's just what I carried forward because I just didn't have time to go out and do everything in, coming into this budget so it was what was recommended by the Parks Committee that we carried forward from, keeping in line with where the budget was running.
I sit on the Parks and Rec Commission. I don't remember, at least not last year, getting a conversation about similar. And I remember a lot of conversation about Wills Park.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to ask this council is there a consensus for staff to build out some type of budget or, to your point, assess Wills Park for upgrades? I'm not interested in a partnership that if Chuck believes that's the best course of action, do it. But also, I think this goes back to my comment last week about congressional earmarks. Like we could take advantage of funding from another source for specific projects. However, today we are here. We don't have that established. So I'm asking council if that's something to be interested in, or if we think it's a future budget item, or just start with an assessment of what the needs are to come back before council.
If I could say related to this, right, like the way I see it is like we're in that part of the budget now where we're all asking for something. And the reality is we have to be accountable we're going to have to take things away. Right. And so one of the things I said when we were talking about the big playground that night, right, is that we ultimately, I feel like especially for these types of these types of SIP projects for parks and other sites, right? With infrastructure, a lot of times we don't have a choice, but this is the part where we are going to have to probably make some choices, right? Where let's lay all these out so we can look at them, we can prioritize them, and then just start paying for them. The ones that fit in the budget, those are the ones we get this year, and the ones that don't, they're the ones that get lined up for future action. And I think that's going to be the best way, in my view, that's the best way for us to get to the answer.
The only thing I would like to clarify a little bit though is council just tells us what you want. We'll go back and find it. Like I think you said, we will have to cut or something like that. And I want to be clear, we would never ask you to sit here and start going through the budget and say, okay, well, what am I going to pull out to pay for this? I just need to hear from council. There's direction to go figure out a way to get the basketball courts at Wills Park resurfaced or whatever, or the fire museum or whatever. And then we'll go back and we'll figure it out and come back to you with a balanced budget and we'll tell you the changes.
Okay. I guess I'll ask for two options if council would. To your point, that makes sense. But I think I know what you're touching on was conversation months ago about we have all these projects and how is council prioritizing what's important to the strategic plan to address those in the budget. I guess my first question would I just say do the parks the courts improvements and upgrades, or do we just want to assess all the parks equipment at the town and bring back an assessment based on the assessment that staff conduct? That's how we fund it.
Michelle, you sat on parks for years. How did Silver Linden come? That was several years ago. I think that it keeps on moving forward.
Silver Linden was done the same time that Wills Park was done. It was Silver Linden, Wills Park, and Phoenix Run. All those parks were done at the same time.
And so they now, just since we have Wills Park that we're doing now, Silver Linden has come forward as part of rehab because of age.
Probably because of age, but Silver Linden was replaced sooner. It has been replaced once because it was set on fire.
Oh, well, that's nice.
And we had to replace the whole playground. So the playground equipment in Silver Linden is not as old as at Wills Park.
And it sounds as the Parks and Rec are in charge of the parks, obviously. So it would be nice to have a list of the parks that we own and their condition before we start adding things into the budget that we may not know that they need to be replaced. Or if something Public Works can do to spruce up a basketball court or restripe. I know that in Clark's Run, we restriped within the last few years, a
pickleball.
A pickleball. It was a tennis court and they restriped it but that was done in-house instead of contracting out, if I recall. We
did that in-house. And when we do have the parks master plan, it's aged now. It's 2012.
Yeah, 15 years old.
I guess, can I make it, so I don't muddy the water, can I just stick on the basketball court improvement and the pickleball course improvement? As council, I guess, will it be a consensus for staff to go back and figure out how to implement those necessary upgrades and improvements?
Yeah, I would, as far as the question, I support going ahead with the upgrades and the stuff like that for Wills Park, because that's something that this council talked about, something that we all discussed, something that we all had an expectation for, and then prioritizing and going back and doing the assessment for everything else. Because one thing you just brought up, Michelle, was like, if I heard you correctly, because of that fire and some other things, that is not as old as Wills Park. And so in the absence of any other issues like safety or something like that, I would think Wills Park will come first. And like I said, we've already talked about it. The council's already thought about it. It's already built in to the plan for the most part. There's an expectation. And so, and then going back, talking about Silver Linden, because I don't know anything about Silver Linden. This is the first time, as far as verbally, I think it has come up before in writing, but verbally, that I remember us even talking about it. So that's just my point of view on it. I'm for that as far as a consensus.
Yeah, I'll answer directly, echo everything Councilman Sampson, Councilman Johnson was saying earlier, which is I'm in favor of going forward with Wills Park. Let me explain why. So it's kind of twofold. One is I think folks that advocate for themselves do a service to their community. And I'll tell you, I listen into the Parks and Rec meetings. Councilman Sampson just touched on it. I haven't heard a whole lot about Silver Linden. What I can promise you is I've heard a lot about Wills Park. And this leads to my second point. I think it makes sense, and Madam Mayor just said it. We're about to get a state-of-the-art facility and new playground put in here with new equipment. It makes sense to have the rest of the playground match it and be built and be upgraded at the same time. So just want to definitively state on the record why I'm in favor of that. And if we're doing priority score, I think Wills Park from a park perspective needs to be at, if not near the top.
Yeah, I agree. I would prioritize that up at the top of the list. And I do still want to say, I do think there's value in us though, looking at the whole list. Yeah, thank you.
And I'm going to say, I think we need to do a comprehensive look at the lists and not just prioritize one, especially since we don't have a list of everything that we own. So we don't know if the one over in Phoenix Run, what condition is that in? It's as old as Wills Park. And Silver Linden is a little bit newer on that, but to look at it holistically instead of just concentrating on one. Are we neglecting the others? We don't know what we don't know. And that to have that list, we've got to start someplace to have a list and the condition, just much like Ms. Larson has done with our budget. You know, you have to start someplace, and you've been doing a great job showing age when things are aging out and all of that. But to just blindly go and say, we're going to upgrade this one without knowing the condition of the others, I think is a disservice to our residents.
I'll work on putting the list together with pictures and of all the parks. Like I said, up until recently, we thought we actually had more parks than we do, and we found out we don't have easements and we don't actually own some of them. So, but for the ones we do own, I'll get the list together. We'll get some pictures and assessment done and get them back to the council.
Of course, if that's what your boss says, because we're not giving you any directives.
Yeah, that's fine.
But before we move off, you understand, upgrades gonna be built to sit. Very well, thank you.
Okay. Back on page 119 then. The only other thing on this page is the La Plata Bikeway. I don't know that we need to talk about this. You've had extensive briefs from Jamie on that one. I'm going to turn the page unless there's any questions. And then I'm going to say the same thing for page 120, the entirety of the page. I think we've touched on through our conversations today. If there's any questions on any of these 6 capital items, I'd be happy to answer those or have staff answer them. We got a couple over here.
Go ahead, Councilman Sampson.
No, I just had a question on the transportation improvements, and it directly relates to, I know it's grant funded,
Mhm.
but the stuff for Glen Alpin and Catalpa, where does that show at?
That's the very bottom line entry on page 120, Southwest Access Management and Safety Improvements. That's the US DOT grant. Safe Streets for All is the acronym there for the funding source. And we're showing 185,000 in that one.
Okay, so that's in there. Okay,
That's Southwest Access Management.
okay,
And so that's from Route 6 to Stagecoach.
okay, that's the way it's got. Okay, got it.
Councilman McCormick?
Yeah, straightforward. That comp plan is what we talked about earlier with Director Larson, correct? In that capital of 60K.
Correct. That's the HR compensation study.
Sorry, with Director Kennedy.
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
Good. Do you have something, Councilman
I do,
Johnson?
yes, please. Question about street paving. This is the same section. How does, I know, well, you asked the question earlier about how we upgrade or resurface or repave roads. You do an assessment on that. Has assessment been done yet, or is it that time of year where you go do assessments?
We always do them in the spring because that's the winter's the worst on them. So, yeah.
Sorry. That's it for me. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. You triggered a question. So I've had a couple conversations with different folks that are in HOA leaderships or in HOAs. And a big question they have when it comes to that street paving is there, and I don't know if there is or isn't, a list that's public facing? I don't know how realistic that is. I don't even know if that's something we can or can't do.
Yeah, it is, and it's
Okay.
something that is done. I've done it. It's how do I say this? That is an aspirational goal for me at the town of La Plata to
Got
work
it.
with Wilson on. I don't think we're there yet. It is something, give us a year.
No,
But yeah, because it answers a lot of questions and it'll take a lot of pressure off of the electeds, which trickle down, takes pressure off of them.
Sure.
If we can say, this is our list of projects for the year and everybody can go and see it. And if we can even project the next year out, that really helps. We're not there yet, but I would love to get there.
No problem. Thank you, sir.
One last thing before we leave this. I think you've already confirmed this for me, but one thing. So this is a multi-year SIP, right? So when I look in various sections, right, some of it's out to 2030. It's not all 2027 stuff. So the North Maple sidewalk project is going to still be added into this with your
Correct.
list of stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right, then turning the page, I don't know that we've talked about anything on 121, but I also believe that they're relatively self-explanatory. So they seem very straightforward. So if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Question.
Go ahead,
Comment.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you. And I know, Mr. Stevens, when we talked months ago about your vehicle plan and
Mhm.
how you can deadline those or relocate. Well, I guess you're still working on it. That wasn't a 3-month project. That's gonna be similar to the paving thing, a year or two out.
Remind me exactly of what I told you.
So it's more so about vehicles, how we're bringing vehicles in, but we're not, they say it's like, oh, it's reached this life journey, but then we are reappropriated to another department. Are we still doing that?
The roll down vehicles. Yeah, I hate them. We got to be careful with them. I'm sure that's what I said because I'm very consistent in my hate for them. Yeah. Because what happens is, the police department typically is done with a vehicle and then somebody, usually Public Works, is like, I love that truck. That's the best truck in the world and I want that truck. Great. But we've got to account for the operations and maintenance. We talked about fuel earlier today, right? So great. If I got a roll down vehicle, great, but it's not free. There's no such thing as a free vehicle. And that's why I have such a love-hate relationship with them. I don't like doing the roll down vehicles. I like to have things nice and neat. It has a useful life. Then we auction it off. We get a little bit of money back. We get a new asset. And I'm picking on Public Works, but if Public Works needs a new vehicle, like we're going to add a facility manager now as an employee. So our contractor, believe it or not, that truck that Donnie drives is his truck. He's a contractor. That's not a town vehicle. So once he becomes a town employee, we owe him an asset. And so I think we are asking for a new vehicle in here. So, but that's a requirement that we can defend and justify to this council, and then we'll program it out. We'll collect the rent back on it so that in 5 years, when that thing is ready to be auctioned, we get a new asset and then we auction off the asset. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the roll down. We do it. I think we even did it when I went on this rant last time. We did roll down a vehicle to somebody, but I don't like doing it as a practice.
Yeah, and I appreciate, not to go too much into the vehicles, we'll see them when they come up for resolutions if it's approved. So I see they're replacing 2 vehicles in a PD that's 10 years old. And Wilson, I'm getting ahead of myself because it's talking about enterprise fund, but how old is the trash truck?
I believe that the one is over 10 years old. I think they're both at least 10 years old. Trash trucks are just working the harshest environment out there. They really get beat on. So you really, the way I envision it, the way I tried to do it in New Carrollton when I was there is you have 3 trucks you use pretty much all the time. And you have 2 kind of reserve trucks that are your backups when those need to have maintenance done on them. So you're as you get a new one, it basically has a 6-year really hard life, and then it goes into like a backup role to where it fills in when needed. And then at 10 years, you send it out the door. And you were talking about these vehicles. We are the recipients of a lot of police vehicles. You know, I love the cops to death, but they're very hard on vehicles. It's just the nature of how they. I don't understand why they have to drive like that when they're not in a pursuit, but they can, I don't know. But so we did get one of those vehicles and it's been in the shop more than it's been running, and after you go through all the thing of taking all the stickers off of it and then taking everything out of it, the radios and so, but yeah, trash trucks. If you do it, if we can do it to where it's every 2 years, it's just that we haven't bought one in a few years. And we really have 2 that we could right now. It's kind of when we get this new trash truck, it comes before you and you approve it. It's going to be a battle between these 2 trucks, which, number 8 and number 10, which one goes out the door first. I think we have it in the budget or in the agenda as number 8, but number 10 is making a strong bid for being the first one replaced. So, yeah.
And this is, I appreciate that. This is another question. So when we talk about not necessarily police vehicles, but I hear conversation with purchasing fire apparatuses. I would not correlate a trash truck as similar, but is there a production issue with waiting on trash trucks, or can you go to market and get a trash truck that you need?
Well, the one right now, they have the body and the truck. Traditionally, and this was supposed to, I was just talking with Kelly a little bit ago. I thought because you always bought from Tom's Truck, we already had like a sole source for them or something. Come to find out, we don't. So it's actually going to be bumped off your agenda to the next agenda because I got to go get 2 more quotes to make sure we're, now I would tell you right now, I've been doing this for a lot of years. I've never seen anybody beat Tom's Truck yet, but we're going to do it. We want to be above board, make sure that we do get the 3 quotes we're supposed to get. And, but Tom's does have a truck kind of waiting for us. When you get to some of the bigger trucks, you can get, for a while there, you were a year and a half out to get a trash truck. And lately it's gotten, but they right now have one. That's why I was trying to get it through quick. I missed a step. It's on me. It's going to slide to you, from this agenda to your next one to get approved. So we do it right, make sure that everything's good.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on that page? All right.
Okay, and then we're going to go to the next tab, believe it or not. Last tab of the day, and we're going to be in the enterprise capital. And so now we're on page 122. And we just talked about the trash truck at the top of that list. And then I think on this, what I'd like to do is I don't want to go through these line by line. So maybe just for page 122, if there's questions about any of the capital projects that are listed, if we could just field those questions and take them.
Go ahead, Councilman McCormick.
Strictly for reading the page, I actually had somebody call me, so I'm glad that residents are looking at this. There's a difference between the budget and total projects, specifically under sewer and water for a lot of the items. Can you just quickly, for the record, I think I know the answer, but I didn't want to give the wrong one. The difference between budget and total project for those.
the whole period. Some of these projects have spanned over multiple
Yep.
years. So I wanted to show what's being budgeted this year and what the total cost of that project to complete it.
Makes sense. Let me try to speak something back. Okay, so I see here for like mod 2, new tertiary tank. Let me know where I'm wrong. It's my understanding the USDA loan was used to fund those upgrades, correct or incorrect?
So
Okay,
the USDA loan, that was for previous project. That was the
for the mod,
Southwest Quadrant pump station and
Yes.
the mod 1.
Got it.
These are new projects.
so these are new projects, 50K this year for mod 2 upgrade rehab, but at some point in the, call it 3-4 years, another 4.5 million, just peanut butter spread or whatever year it hits, right? Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Now on page 122, so I'm gonna switch it up. Talking about this current fiscal year.
Okay.
So I know we're doing the facility impact study that you have underway to decide the best use of town facilities.
Mhm.
On the current capital on page 181, it says study and design for a new police department. I'm assuming that's not occurring this year because you're doing the study. Are we gonna roll that money over into a capital budget for this upcoming fiscal year?
Okay, so you're talking about the FY26 budget that we're currently spending against, and you're
Yes.
talking about the line item that talks about a study for a new police station. So we are spending some of that money because council approved that when the cost estimate on the contract for the facilities master plan came in, it came in above the budgeted amount. And we came to council and said, we want to go with this company. We had all these bids. This is the one that we chose, but it came in above our budgeted amount. However, because it is going to assess all of our properties, we think we can use some of that money, the line item you're referring to cover that difference. So we are going to spend some of that money. But we are not doing a standalone study on a brand new police station until we get the comprehensive facility master plan study that looks at all of our facilities and tells us, do we need a new police building?
Okay, so 2 questions.
Mhm.
I guess my first, because that was not answered, will that roll over into this upcoming year capital? And 2, was that money congressionally, was that provided by congressional funding for the 150,000?
No.
So the new police station, there's two sources
2 sources.
there.
Okay.
One is the grant with the state and the other is earmarked from the project reserve to cover a portion of it.
Okay, all right.
And then your first question was, is that line item coming into the FY27 budget? It is not, right? We did not include it, right?
Right, it's not in there. Okay, go ahead, what were you saying?
I was just saying we have no cost to put it in there until the the master plan's done.
Okay. My other question is, and I think this makes sense, we're going to continue to see some of these projects with sewer, water infrastructure continue to go into other capital years just based on the complexity of what the upgrades require, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have. Appreciate it.
All right, any other comments?
Okay, then I would just ask council to quickly look at pages 123, 124, and 125, because these are a lot of stormwater, water, lead line. I think they're self-explanatory, but the next 3 pages of enterprise capital, if you have any questions.
Yes, for edification purposes, the lead service line study, I'm assuming that's something we have to do, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so I don't really know how much money we're going to need for it. So I just put some in. I've reduced it this year because we're doing the Route 6 project.
Yep.
But there's going to be new guidelines that are supposed to come out this year to kind of give us more direction on what we're supposed to do.
Perfect. Makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay. Then if I can, that I believe wraps the items in your budget book. There's one residual item that I would love for council to talk and have a conversation about, and then maybe give some direction. And that direction may be staff come back to us with more information for a more detailed conversation. But I'd like to talk about the Wills Park Amphitheater. and I can give you a little bit of history as I know it and understand it, because this is something that's hanging out there, and we just need to talk about it. So as I understand it, ARPA, which was the American Rescue Plan Act, that was money that trickled down from the federal government to local governments across the nation. And it came with a lot of constraints and a lot of rules around how that money could be spent. And then they relaxed those rules and they gave governments the option of taking a standard deduction. And if the government took the standard deduction, then you just got the money and you had discretion to spend it however you wanted, literally however you wanted it. If you wanted to give a bonus to your employees who had to work extra hours during the pandemic, you could do that. You could build a gazebo down by the river. That's a real project, and that's one that I know of that a town did. They built a gazebo down by the river. You could do any number of things with it once you took the standard deduction. Okay. So the town did like almost every other government. You took the standard deduction because that freed up the money. And as I understand it, and I wasn't here, but I've done as deep a dive as I can to find the history of the amphitheater project. Prior council, in keeping with the spirit and intent of the original rules around how ARPA dollars could be spent, it was supposed to offset impacts of the pandemic. Really wanted to encourage outdoor activities, because think about the pandemic, everybody's trapped inside, and anything that you could do to get people outside, out of doors, where you didn't have those constraints and the 6-foot spacing and masks and all those things were encouraged. And so as I understand it, I think there was a conceptual idea of, well, we could do this something out at Wells Park, and we could do a trail system, or we could do, and somehow this concept of an amphitheater and a trail was born. And because now the constraints around the money were gone, some money was carved out in a prior budget that said Wells Park Amphitheater and Trail, and now it was there. Remember my comments from earlier when I said nobody was coming to work every day, like pushing on some of these things. This is a great example of that. It was something that was envisioned, was put into a budget, but literally nothing has happened with this project. So there was a local was it architect? Is he an architect? Okay, local architect did some sketch work, and I would say conceptual drawings at best, I believe. And we just paid since I've been here, we just paid the bill for that. And I don't remember how much it was. I think it was, that's it. So that is the entirety of the commitment from the town to this visionary conversation that has happened. And so you don't see Wills Park Amphitheater in this budget. We can certainly put it back, but I wanted to have a conversation with council. And again, if the answer is, Chuck, go back and bring us a presentation and we want to have a formal discussion from the dais, we can do that. I don't know that it's necessary. I just really want to hear from council. Is this something that you want staff to expend resources on to create a project and start moving it forward and get it? I'll put it on my list and we'll get it done. But since I've been here, I've heard more comments and confusion and lack of understanding about the amphitheater from staff and from the elected officials. I haven't heard anything from the public. I had one woman ask about status, and that's it, just status, because it's been talked about in public. But nobody's beating down my door. I don't know if council's getting pressure to build the amphitheater or not. And I just wanted to take advantage today because I think it fits today. I really do, because the answer from this conversation may be, hey, let's get a line item in there and come back to me with more information. But I just want to throw that in the middle of the room and let it go.
How much money did we allocate from the ARPA funding? With that 300,000 plus, is that enough to design and build an amphitheater? From the 22,000 that we paid for a conceptual design and I don't know if it was a contract. There was a whole conversation about that, but did that document that had the design estimate how much it would be?
I have no idea because I don't have it.
Okay, so
So
I know there's somewhere around here.
I can answer the first question. There is no contract.
Correct.
So
That-
that's a definitive. We do not have a contract with anybody.
But yet we still paid 22,000 for a design.
There was professional services were rendered to the town. I received the bill when I got here and we paid it. So, but we have no ongoing obligation.
So with that design, have you been able to put eyes on it? And I know it's not a contract, but did it scope out what the project was and how much it would be?
Did it scope? I don't know that it gave cost estimates. I have no recollection of any cost estimates.
So my big thing would be, and this is me talking personally, not for council at all, but if the cost would be covered by the money that we had allocated for it through the ARPA, then if we are, and I've heard from council saying that they want to enhance Wills Park. Obviously, we're spending $850,000 there and also now looking at the basketball and tennis courts there. Is this an added plus on there to complete that whole park in its entirety, with the buildings eventually going to need a little loving? But if the 350 will cover it, is that where we want to go? But I think we need to know that piece of information before we even discuss even anything else. Did you find something, Councilman Johnson?
Yes, actually, make a few comments. One, appreciate you bringing this up, Chuck. There has been a lot of conversation. One, I'll say upfront, I am not interested in moving forward with the funding as one member. And this conversation was brought up on January 14th in the Parks and Rec Commission about the amphitheater. And I believe there were some renderings of what that design could be like. A lot of it had to do with parking lots. And part of the conversation with the Parks and Rec Commission was currently today, the La Plata Youth Soccer Association utilized that field. If we were to move forward with that one design, which obviously designs can be handled many different ways, the concern was taking parking away from that sport area that currently uses the field today. But Chuck, to your point, no one has talked to me about the amphitheater as a priority from a resident standpoint. And I correlate this similarly back towards our conversation about the firehouse. What is it intended use? And I know as we continue to develop Pine Grove, not only would it be a community park, but we also going to get some type of dedicated land to us for whatever that use is. So I think it's a future conversation. I don't support going forward with the amphitheater. And I was going somewhere else with the $331,000. There we go. Project reserve. As we continue to talk about Dorchester, if that's a project reserve, how can we relocate that money towards? You'll find the money, but there's $331,000, whether it be upgrades to what the courts were asked for or other projects that the town would need to be a priority. I just to sum it up, I do not support the amphitheater, but there is documents out there from a design on the Parks and Rec Commission meetings, and the screen is not loaded for me. But a concern was the parking that would take away the field usage that is used today.
And just to follow up on what you said, Councilman Johnson, isn't that part of the master site plan for the park is to have an amphitheater in there? That I know it's dated, it was 2012, but I believe it was in that park.
So,
yeah.
I'm not going to give you a definite answer. I don't know the answer to that. Sorry.
But that master site plan had a lot of stuff in it though, like extra parking, like it was, and then none of that's scoped out either. So.
And it is just a plan.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so here's my view on it. For the past 20 years, if you come to the Plata to see a concert, where do you go? You come right here, Town Hall, right? Nobody's asked me about an amphitheater at Wills Park, and I think it would be confusing, and there's parking issues there, right? So my preference would be to not go forward with it. I actually appreciated hearing like what the genesis of it was. That's the first time I heard that part of it. So
Well, that's all that I've been able to piece
yeah,
together.
I mean, and that makes more sense than anything else I understood about it previously. So like that kind of helps me. But yeah, I think it doesn't make sense over there with the parking that we have and the way it's used today and the way we're accustomed to listening to music in the Plata is right here, right? And I don't know how we would start to split that other ways. So I think here's an example of something that I was just talking about earlier, which is, we found a lot of extra things we want to do. Here's an area where it frees up something to accomplish those, make it easier on you for the juggling that you're going to have to do to kind of accommodate those things. So
Councilman McCormick?
Yes, before I answer your question, Councilman Johnson, Councilman Gutenberg both brought this up. I just want to make sure I have this straight. So Councilman Gutenberg says this could potentially free something up. Councilman Johnson talked about a reserve for project funds. I thought you stated, Mr. Stevens, that this was not in the budget, meaning you don't have the 331K or whatever it ends up being allocated towards this amphitheater, right?
Correct. It's identified in notes and it's in the project reserves.
And okay, and this is why I'm asking that question. It might be the case. I think it actually is now that I hear that answer. So in theory, if we were to put this line item in and let's just say it costs 331, I don't know if it does or doesn't, it would essentially be net zero because it wouldn't add an increase. However, if we don't put this in, we now have that 331K to use elsewhere if we wanted to.
Correct.
Okay, so I have that right.
Yes.
So then let me answer definitively. No, I am not in favor of an amphitheater in Wills Park.
Same as everybody else, I'm not in favor of the amphitheater.
Could I mention something? So all these are, I tracked them in the project for the ARPA funds, and these were what was identified to use the ARPA funds. But because we were running out of time, we went and used it for salaries to account for the reporting. So I still have this whole list that we've originally identified, and what's in the project reserve is what's to cover this. And that's one of them. There's the Dorchester Community Center that has 100,000. The Firehouse Museum has a balance of 39. There's the Charles Street revitalization, whatever, for 125,000. Okay, and that's it. So there's funding for these projects, and it's up to council if they want to continue using that project reserve that's in a reserve that's earmarked for these projects. And if you want to change things, it's up to council to make that decision.
So just a quick clarifier, right? So I want to talk about Dorchester real quick as a theory, right, with the grants and then this ARPA funding. Okay, so Dorchester, those 3 or 4 grants, however many grants we have, has to be used for specific purposes. There's a clear left and right limit. It's for the building or the maintenance or the construction of that. Do I have that right? For Dorchester specific? Okay. For this, the ARPA funding, it is my understanding that is not the case. So just because a prior council put together a list of 7 or 8 projects and one of them might be an amphitheater or the historic preservation committee's, fire department or whatever, we are not beholden to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So it's a project reserve. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity. So again, we're not beholden to anything is what I'm hearing here. I wonder if it makes sense for us to create our own list of priorities, and I'll just throw that out there for the council.
I think it's going back to what Councilman Gutenberg. The feasibility of accomplish those projects in a potential fiscal year. But not only that, like, what is the priorities of the council with these community projects? Or, what's the community priority from what we're hearing? So I appreciate you providing that context. Was it not talking? Sorry. Thank you. I wasn't paying attention. So I appreciate you providing those what's listed in the project reserve. But I think this is a deeper conversation as we continue to develop budgets in the years to come.
And just something that was mentioned about parks and parking and also with the youth group using that land for soccer. I think it's soccer, isn't it? Won't that be impacted when they start the construction of the playground?
We've already notified them that May 4th, the whole park is being closed.
Okay. Yeah, so because I know that soccer season is coming up whenever this weather really stays spring weather and not go winter, summer, or whatever it is. But okay, as long as they're
They've
well
been
aware of that.
notified.
And that's supposed to take 13 weeks, I think, was the estimated time.
Start to finish, and it has been ordered. The equipment's been ordered.
Okay, so May 4th.
May 4th,
May the
start
4th be
construction
with you.
hopefully.
I had to say that. Okay, good. All right, thank you. So, Mr. Stevens, you heard the council
Okay.
on this one.
All right. So if it's okay, I'd like to make some closing comments.
And I have questions since.
Oh, you still have questions?
I do.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
have questions since I wasn't asked in the beginning. All right, so here we go. General questions. So our revenues are projected to grow by 6.8%, but our expenses appear to grow closer to 20%. And the difference is being covered through fund balance, reserves, and shifting capital funding. My question is, that works in the short term, but what does it look like in the long term, and is it sustainable?
So most what's being covered by fund balance.
Okay.
So that's the majority, I mean, it's actually all of it's being covered. So any fund balance we're using is for capital one-time costs.
Okay, so that the answer to my question is, it is sustainable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So Madam Mayor, if I can,
Please.
this will be on the record because I made the statement very definitively in my presentation last week. Revenues are covering operating expenditures in this budget, and that's huge. And that is the direct answer to the question that you just asked. So capital and one-time are being covered by fund balance.
Fantastic. And I know I missed this on the fees, and I apologize, and it was probably already answered. Were the fees raised this year?
So most of the miscellaneous fees were 4%. And that's like copies and yeah, that type of stuff. The enterprise funds, sewer, water, sanitation, 4%. There was no increase in fees on stormwater. With the change in the way we're processing permits and inspections, we are now having an application fee, one for residential, one for business. We are no longer collecting those permit and inspection fees that were being done by Plan Check. That's going to be collected by them. What else? We are adding a 3% convenience fee for credit card, debit card, PayPal, Google Pay, Apple Pay, with the new payment platform that we're that's going to come on the 24th agenda. But the town is going to cover the $1.95 fee for the online e-checks and ACH payments. But and that used to be where back in 22 when we changed it and the town was absorbing it, instead the residents were shifting that back to that practice. We are also proposing a $25 water/sewer final read request fee, and that's to cover the additional administrative costs that's on the billing coordinator to work with title companies to get the final read from Public Works, prorate the bill, get back to the title company. Sometimes they don't settle, then we have to recalculate it. So that's helps to cover that cost. And then the major facility fees, the worksheet was completed, so those were updated. You should have got an updated fee chart, which I highlighted yellow, the changes. And the last change that I made, there's a reconnect fee. I added a reconnect/disconnect to make that fee. It's a request is to disconnect the water.
So with the major facility fee, that's where I was going next. I know that several years ago, we did an assessment and realized we were way under. And it had been talked about that we were going to revisit that. Has that been revisited, or is that?
Well, so actually we were provided the worksheet that they did when they created that fee. So the last couple of years, I have been updating that worksheet, and the worksheet is different pieces. So I have to update with any new capital. I have to update it with any future capital, the capital improvement plan. I have to update what our current, what is it? What did I email you for? Emailed you for a bunch of numbers.
EDUs.
Yeah, the EDUs, the current EDUs, what the improvement's gonna be once those upgrades were done, what's the EDUs, and that's how it calculates. So I use the same worksheet, also debt. I put in the debt, the interest payments of all that. So I updated those worksheets, and that's where I've gotten the increase in the major facility from the Baker Tilly worksheet, which I updated with the current information.
Thank you for that. And we've been talking about HURs and the reduction. Since that's part of our operating revenue, have you forecasted, I know you don't have a magic ball there. Have you forecasted that for?
It's hard to say. What's in this budget is what they provided me.
Yeah, that just makes me very nervous on that for next year. All right, another concern is income tax. A large share of our revenue depends on what residents earn. When incomes fall, whether from job changes, fewer bonuses, or softer economy, we don't feel that impact until the following year after our costs have already increased. Have we planned for the possibility of a dip in income tax revenue, especially with Maryland projecting a structural gap of $394 million this year? Have we considered how a weaker statewide economy might affect our own income tax revenue in the next year?
So I did not project a decrease. I actually did an increase. And what I did an increase was based on the state's FY26 estimated collection plus a 3.55%, which is based on the wage growth in private industry over the last 4 quarters. And that came from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. I also did the average 5 years of late and delinquent tax collections. The only thing I did not, that I excluded completely out, was the fiduciary income tax revenues, and that's because that fluctuates so much. We could get 11,000 one year or $500,000 next year.
Right.
I have no idea what that's going to be. Where the others, I can kind of gauge based on the history. They give me like a 20-year report of our collections. So I use that report to calculate that.
And that's one of the hard positions that you're in, is to forecast the future. So this budget is a solid budget. And thank you to Chuck and the leadership team and the entire staff and your finance department for putting this together. My concern is not today. It's for the next 5 years. Are we setting ourselves up with the increases of 3.7% in our best salaries for our employees, which is great, but that's not a one time. Next year, it grows.
So there are cycles. I mean, look at 2008, 2009.
Right.
But we did cycle out of it. And so we passed all these reserves. And one of those reserves is a revenue reserve, where if our revenues dip, we can then go into that reserve. And it's supposed to be a short term, year, 2 years. But as these cycles come through, if it doesn't pan out, we have to reevaluate where our current expenses are for the next year.
Right. And there's only certain ways we can get revenue. And that needs to be, that needs to be very clear that we do not, at least at this point, MML is looking at a study to do more on that.
The other thing,
Well, yeah.
with
Well, I was going to say, like specifically this economic downturn reserve, that $2 million that we put in there this year, like that's specifically, I think, addresses your concern, right? For the income tax, yeah.
The other thing is, this is our last year for the assessments. This is our 3rd year. So FY27 is our 3rd year assessment. So in FY28, we're going to have new assessments for the budget. So that's going to see what happens there.
All right. Okay, now I am done. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for indulging me.
So Martha, you've been capturing notes all day. Now is your time to shine. If you could please summarize the takeaways that staff needs to come back to council with. Thank you. And unmute, please.
watching Karina's mic the whole time and okay. So this is going to be budgeted by council member request. And let me know if your question was answered at any point in time, you don't need it anymore, or if you have anything to add to. So Councilman Johnson, you were looking initially from IT projected expense out of the IT budget 3 to 5 years on end user items, the 4-year refresh. You were looking for, I guess, an annual, how much anticipated to be spent each year for the next couple of years on that refresh?
Yeah, I think the question was a little bit more global in terms of total capital,
Okay.
kind of sort of how Kirk did it for stormwater.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
So we
Yes.
do have a capital improvement plan. That's for 5 years. You
Okay.
guys just didn't get that. That will come with.
That will be very
Yes.
helpful then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
But we do need to add IT to that.
Yeah, we'll add that to it. Let's see, you all were also interested in seeing a timeline of spending during the year and I'm assuming that's going to be from directors, basically in what time of the year they expect spending to happen. Is this going to be, would you like that for the FY27 budget?
I think it's more so with
Is that for capital as well?
for capital,
Yep,
not
okay.
necessarily operations.
Yep, okay. Cool, we'll keep that on capital. We are going to be bringing back, I guess, the comp study outline to council to make sure that they're comfortable with everything that we're going to be looking at prior to sending that up. I, on a personal note, need to make sure that I've got the La Plata Community Foundation on an August calendar to get you guys an annual update since we did miss last year's. We are going to be looking at speed cam revenue, potentially for a reserve fund for public safety. I don't know if you really had like a follow-up with that, or is that just kind of a note for us? Did you want actual numbers?
I'm not as concerned about
Just
the
the fund.
numbers. Yeah, just the fund and then the numbers are going to land where they're going to land. And I would write it in terms of automated enforcement because we know that we may be getting also red light cameras,
That's correct.
in
Yep.
county. So that way it's just durable for either.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's specifically though, it's the reserve is specifically once it's collected to be used for pedestrian and bicycle safety, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okie dokie. My next one I have here is going to be from Councilman Johnson, also related to planning. You had that question regarding the tourism zone and the business legacy, why one was attached with an ordinance and one was not. We're going to look into that and get that answered for you. You also needed, it was a discussion, a follow-up item from a September 9th meeting, permits expected to be issued, where there's data we need to update associated with that.
I think we sort of answered that. I was
know
more
we're
so
a little short on that.
Yeah, I was more so concerned about the workload demand
Correct.
and how we will address that as development spike or not spike. But I think staff have a handle on how they want to handle that.
Okay, cool. So I
I didn't realize I have a lot of hacks to tell you.
So I'm also kind of going by department that presented. So that's all I have for planning. And the smaller departments that we went through in the beginning. Did anybody have any outstanding items on those? Okay. Moving on to inspections and code enforcement, Gutenberg, council member, you were really interested in wondering the traffic that we had seen with our online portal, the questions and resident concerns that were brought to us. And I'm sure that's a metric that we can find. So we'll get that information.
And just paired with that, right? I was wondering how much do we spend on the tool we have?
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
price. Yes.
Yeah.
Dollar on the tool. You got it. Okay. I know that you guys did speak with Aaron about someone part-time in inspections. I'm not going to leave that as a note for us to do. It's going to be a conversation later.
But take it as a note.
Yep.
Because you're going to type all this.
Oh yeah,
and
I'll send it to you
Yeah.
formally. We're just making
So,
sure we have
yep.
everything.
Because I just need to get with Aaron and Monica and do a desk site audit out there.
Okie dokie. I've got one from Councilman Gutenberg related to personnel, but I'm sure that's going to be for Chuck and Monica. Just the opportunities to incentivize in the staffing areas where needed. That was going to be a follow-up research project. Councilmember Sampson had questions about the separation of the director of operations in that role with the town, what that looked like, and potentially bringing it back. But I think that was discussed. Really. Councilman Gutenberg, this is now to the police department. We need to confirm for you if the hospital is tax exempt from real estate property tax. We will get that answer. I'm Surprised I don't know off the top. Karina and the chief are going to get back together about their slight confusion and the overtime classifications to make sure that we're not duplicating any numbers that he believed might have been located in one place or not. Wilson, I have a note. I'm going to send you an email with our information for public surplus. That's where we sell all of our like vehicles, equipment and stuff like that. And obviously, you know, you can do with it what you want, but we do have a contact. So I have a note to send that to you.
There's a process on it. So you need to identify, fill out the form, take pictures, send it to finance. Finance handles the sale of the assets. But also before we even sell them, we get that listing. It's got to be approved by council to sell the asset. And then finance will go and list it.
Cool. Thank you. I have a couple, now we're on to the enterprise funds. Councilmember Sampson had a question.
Sorry, real quick, because I just want to make sure we don't skip over police. There was an ask that I thought I heard from the council, and at least I'm interested in it. I guess you would call it like clarification of how a call is.
Yes, the
Yeah,
calls for service.
thank
and how
you.
They're counted. Or
Yes.
Gotcha.
And I do want to go a step further from the examples we were using. So here's one of the concerns I personally have. Mr. Stevens, you'll probably get the answer for us on this. If a La Plata police officer conducts a routine traffic stop and a Charles County Sheriff's officer pulls up behind to support, my question is, does that count as a call for Charles County as well? I don't know what the answer is. I know we talked a lot about, you know, calls for service and all that. That's a specific area I personally would like answered, if that's permissible.
I believe that Chief Norris mentioned that he was going to be sitting down with the
On Thursday, yeah.
this
Mhm.
week. So maybe I'm probably not the one to do that, but maybe if you want to remind him those questions. Okay,
Thank you.
absolutely. On to the enterprise funds. Councilmember Sampson had a question related to overtime that Kirk had down at the wastewater treatment plant. Did you want those figures, like actual numbers, or was your conversation with Kirk sufficient enough? The second shift, and okay, great. Just want to make sure we'll pull you the real numbers if you needed them. I don't actually have anything else listed. I'd had a note that Councilmember Gutenberg does have a desire to communicate the benefit of cost avoidance with all of the preparatory maintenance rather than addressing things when they happen. That'll be, I guess, an internal conversation of how we can better learn to communicate with our constituents, you know, the benefits of those replacements. And then my final items, is there anything else in the general fund, enterprise funds that anybody needed in return? I just have some capital items left.
Oh, didn't know.
Cool. Councilmember Gutenberg, we had a question on the firehouse, that 144,000 budget, where did that come from? And that we also need to start looking into partnerships for operation, but how much would it, you know, cost of repair and construction actually cost? Get a figure on that. And then anybody interested in running our museum. And then related to basket or capital, I'm reading my notes ahead of myself. Councilmember Johnson was interested in adding in the upgrades to the basketball courts and the tennis courts. It sounds like that is going to be from further discussion and being added in there. But there was also the note about the creating the assessments for the replacements of the parks and all of that for priority. Did we want to go ahead and get that started? Were we going to get that started?
I think
Looking at the
I think the
first.
question is a little bit broader. It's identifying what the town actually has responsibility.
Yep. And Wilson, did you mention that you were going to head that?
Yep.
Okay. So that's actually all that I have. Is there anything that I'm missing? Okay. Okay. Thank you
Okay.
guys for letting me participate today. I was happy to be invited.
Then my final comment, I would just like to thank the council because yeah, I'm not a betting man. I would have never bet that we were going to be done by
No.
4:15.
I think
Um,
that we should stick to the schedule.
Okay.
So we're not done for a while.
But I do want sincerely because the only reason we're done is because all of you came prepared. You clearly read the budget, you had your specific questions, and I can't even believe I'm about to say this, but you stayed out of the weeds. I mean, you asked policy questions. I mean, everyone knows I fully expected I was going to be defending the cost of paper clips today. And I can't believe you didn't go there. And thank you. This is year one. I mean, this is like the most encouraging day I've had in the town of La Plata was this meeting. this was great. And I thank you all for being prepared and for staying in your lanes and doing what the elected body is supposed to do. And this is what happens. We're done at 4:15 and next year it's going to go a little faster. And I said to Councilor Johnson, by year 4, this will probably be a 4-hour meeting and we're just going to move through it. So.
Well, Mr. Stevens, I have to say this is my 9th budget, and this has been the least painful, the most organized, and the your leadership team really came through. They were able to articulate what they need. I give the gold star to Wilson. I'm not sucking up to you, but you came in with, I mean, you know, I think he scared you a little bit. That's all I have to say. But all of them looked and could justify their increases or decreases. But kudos to you and your leadership team. This was well executed. So thank you.
Right.
Go ahead, Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, and I'll share my appreciation too, Chuck. I know this is the first time this council has heard from many of our leaders in the organization, and they did a wonderful job telling the story and laying out the work that they do in the community. So I appreciate that. And with that plug, I look forward to more updates from the leaders across the organization on what they're accomplishing on behalf of the council and the community.
Absolutely.
So.
All right. And with that, I move to adjourn at 4:13 p.m. Thank you all for coming.